is running late. So we are going to go ahead and convene this meeting. Ms. Summers, do you have anything you would like to add for us before we get going, or do we want to just hop right into the business?
Happy to start with welcome, logistics, questions, reflections, if that works well. And then we can go into attendance
Should
minutes.
I call roll after that? Then?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, so first I wanted to start off with some thank yous. I don't know about you, but if I had 25,000 public comments, 8 SRC members, 2 state agencies giving feedback on the work that I put my blood, sweat, and tears in, it would be hard. And they're there every step of the way to answer your questions. So I wanted to start first and foremost by thanking our EAT chairs. Next, the Department of Education, which Kim and Banks are your lovely representatives, and there's also a whole team of people that answered your question about math. Y'all are starting group chats, furiously trying to answer your questions. So there's about 5 more other friends that are involved in this bigger group, in addition to Dr. David Laird, but they have no requirement to be here. Absolutely none. Their requirement is to implement whatever you ask for. And as we heard, Banks had homework every night except for last night. And I think Kim did too. So thank you. State board staff, Vicki is in the other room, but I hope Vicki can hear me. They have been behind the scenes and in front of the mic helping you every step of the way and make all of this possible. It is not just me by any stretch of the imagination. So thank you to them. You've probably seen some tech people and general services who put together your parking, your Wi-Fi, room reservations at the last minute, all of the things. And finally, SRC members, thank you. At every turn, you've challenged yourself and our students to do what's best. And I know the next generation of Tennesseans are in good hands thanks to your hard work. It's pretty telling that you're like, can we stay after 4:30? Can we meet 9 times after this? I'm like, yes, we can. So thank you. We do not have any public comment today, so you have those 45 minutes. Reminder to continue to review the spreadsheet and give Lucas one-on-one feedback if you have any about the revisions or rationales. Today's schedule. Okay, so I checked. We are on row 35 of the writing standards out of 68. So that is in the queue in terms of what needs to be. I'm going to give you a list of everything that needs to be done before this committee can officially and finally gavel out, whether it's today or not today. Next, you have 416 reading standards in their intros. Oh, in the writing intro. I think we maybe started it, but maybe wrapped it, maybe didn't. Good morning, Chair Canegas. You haven't missed a beat. I hear you. Next, you have 366 elective standards and their introduction. And then finally, you have your parking garage, which I checked. I think it has about 20 items on it, just to be mindful of. And then you also have supporting language across the board, whether that's the glossary, appendix, overall introduction, etc. So those are the things I need from you before this committee adjourns, whenever that is, just to be aware. My understanding is, while this has not been substantive, we have been trying to figure out what's the best order of operations here. So I encourage the committee to get that settled before you get too deep into today to know what the goal you've set is. Okay. In terms of scheduling, like I said yesterday, I'm looking at the week of September 22nd. That's not limited to just September 22nd, but if you have a, I don't know, immovable life event, please email that to me so that I have that in my records, and then I will try and send out some times to vote. And I just ask you be diligent to do that, because I think your EAT chairs can speak personally that the longer we wait, the harder it gets. Only just because I don't want to take up any more of your time that I do. But you're welcome to email me during the day, and we can circle back at the end of the afternoon if I hear back from everyone. That would be great. I do need to check with some state board staff because Josh Walton is online, and he will definitely need to be in the mix for any online meetings. Okay. Members, 3 questions. What's going well? What's hard? And what do we want to do to improve?
I would like to see us go through the writing standards and possibly get the reading standards done today.
Thank you, Ms. Winters.
Yeah.
What's going well? I'm really, really enjoying working with this group. You guys make me miss just this much being back in the classroom. So if you ever need a sub one day, let me know. What's hard is that I think we're still in middle school. We might have moved to high school. Uh, I did a rough count last night. I think I do affirm that middle school has more standards and substandards than other grades. I'm not a mathematician, but the lower grades were tracking in the 30s. Middle school was tracking in the 50s, and high school was tracking in the 40s. So we got some work to do to make sure that there is some equity across the board, knowing it's not going to be the same from band to band, but we have some work to do because I do think those concerns are valid. And then a reflection, and this is Rosemary's fault. She took me here this morning by asking me how my family was doing because she knows my family back in Memphis. And I shared that everybody is basically okay, but my grandmother is in hospice. But I don't think what I have shared is that my grandmother was an English teacher for 50 years. She taught for about 20 years in Arkansas and for about 30 years in Memphis. And everything I've ever learned about English was from her. She read every single paper I had from kindergarten to PhD. And I think she has dementia. But if she knew what I was doing now, she would be so proud. So thank you. Thank you for asking about
Thank you, Ms.
that.
Singletary and Ms. Winters. Well, I don't know about you, but I think she's a good person to keep in mind while we're doing our work today. And I appreciate you sharing, Dr. Stout. Any other thoughts from members? Okay, any questions? No members of the public. Okay, I will pass it over to your lovely and capable leadership team.
Good morning. You've already called to order. Okay, I think it's proper that we call to order. So would you call the roll, please?
I would be happy to. Ms. Baird,
Present.
Ms. Dockery,
Present.
Mr. Hilliard present, Ms. Now,
Present.
Ms. Singletary,
Present.
Dr. Stout,
Present.
Ms. Winters,
Present.
Chair Kernagis.
Present.
Chairman Kernagis, you have a quorum.
Okay, in that event, we call this meeting to order. And I would suggest that we use, or I would move that we use the recording that is provided of this meeting as the minutes of the meeting.
I second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 It's been approved. So done. All right. If I remember correctly, we left off at the high school with our discussion about theme versus claim. I had the theme versus claim dream last night. And my comment, just to begin, is that if we want to lead, let's lead. If we want to follow, let's follow. Is it important for our students? I'm not talking about teachers at this point. These are student-based standards. Is it important for our students to be able to discriminate the use of theme and claim in their work?
I just want to quickly clarify, it's a minor point. We were talking about thesis versus claim rather than theme.
I am so sorry. Thank you. I misspoke. Thesis versus claim. Thank you.
I know we were a little divided on this yesterday. I was just curious to hear where people are in the morning after having some time to ponder on it.
All right. Speak now or forever hold your peace. It said speak now.
That was a nice one. I said yesterday, I'll defer whatever the committee wants at this point, thesis, statement, or claim. I'll defer to the judgment of the committee.
Okay, thank you.
We have been using claim for some time, and so I don't think that it's going to be something that kills us. I just think that we need to make sure that in our wording within the standard, it's clear whether we're talking about the overarching claim or subclaims. But I'm good with either.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's important that whatever choice we make, we do it pretty consistently through the 6 through 12 band. Because I think if we introduce the concept of a thesis in like 9th grade, which has not been done previously, but I think we'd had some talk of perhaps doing that. I think that could create some confusion about whether or not they were meant to be using theses in the earlier grades. So whatever choice we do make, I just want us to be very intentional about our language there. And I do agree with Ms. Dockery on the need for clarification between supporting claims and like central claim.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
An element of style in writing is preciseness. And so I think the more precise term, I think the term that they will interact with in post-secondary education for our students who do go on to college is going to be thesis. I think it's introduced in some of the other types of writing. And so I'm just wondering why we wouldn't introduce it in all the types of writing since it's introduced in other types of writing at the same grade level. And we did actually get some public feedback in this area. And I could see where students across Tennessee might be engaging with thesis versus claim differently. And that could lead to some frustration, both in the classroom, on testing, and in post-secondary education. And so I side with leading, and I think we got till 2030 for everybody to get on board. It's not like it's something we're changing tomorrow, that we make a distinction between thesis and claim.
Thank you, Doctor. I happen to agree with you. Now, do we have access to that public comment?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Can I guess it is in your blue binder at your seat? Might be difficult to find, but thankfully Nicole is one step ahead of us. I believe it was also in Survey 1. Is that accurate? Okay, so was it in Survey 2? Okay, but I did not ask them to read Survey 2.
Can
so I
we
did not
review
expect.
that?
Sure. What I can do is put it up on the screen if I can find it. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
But if you want to look at Survey 1 on your own computer, it's going to be under prep work. Then it's going to be under survey reports, I believe. And then it would be Survey 1. Let me double check that you can watch me as I'm on the screen.
What Dr. Stout said so eloquently was what I intended to say, but couldn't put together the words in my haste to get in my seat. So thank you for doing that. Okay. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
Yeah, similar comment.
And then there is a statement on, if I'm on the same document, on page 13, where I'm assuming this is about a 6th grade standard that talks about thesis statements. Just supporting the evidence that some of our middle school teachers are already doing this. And I was on the 6-8 survey.
Can I ask what K5 uses with, I guess, our opinion writing?
We don't use either because it's not argumentative.
Yeah, so the language we're using in the standards is just develop an opinion. So opinion is the language used. So regardless, claim or thesis should be new terminology at this point.
Okay, then I move that we clarify and use the word thesis and discriminate between thesis and claim.
Are we in agreement on that?
Do we have a second to that motion?
Oh, are we taking a vote?
I think we should.
Okay, then we need to clearly state what the vote is over.
The vote that my motion was to include both thesis and claim and discriminate between the meanings of each as we include them in our standards.
Across 6 through 12?
Yes,
Okay.
To that motion and also put it in the glossary.
thank you. I accept that addition.
We need a second.
Second, Ms. Winters.
Okay, then we will take a vote on whether to discriminate between the use of thesis and claim throughout the 6 through 12 argumentative writing standards, as well as adding the terms claim and thesis to the glossary. I will call roll. Just 1 second because I have to create a new vote action on the spreadsheet. Not spreadsheet.
Just as while you're doing that, in the parking garage, we already have defined thesis statement versus claim. It's there.
Okay.
Ms. Now's 2 steps ahead of us.
Always.
Yes.
All right, just a reminder, you can vote aye, you can vote no, or you can vote abstain. Okay, the vote is whether or not to utilize the language of thesis and claim throughout the 6 through 12 argument writing standards, as well as to add thesis and claim to the glossary.
Thank you.
Ms. Baird,
Abstain.
Ms. Dockery,
Aye.
Mr. Hilliard, aye. Ms. Now,
Abstain.
Ms. Singletary,
I'm going to abstain too.
Dr. Stout,
Aye.
Ms. Winters,
Aye.
and Chair Kernagis.
Aye.
Chair Kernagis, you have 5 ayes and 3 abstentions. The motion carries.
Thank you. All right, let's get to work.
Okay, let's
So should we want to go back to the 6th grade first?
we do.
Chair Kernagis, if I may. 1 point of clarification, is the intention of this committee to finish writing and move into reading, or
Yes,
finish writing and do
that's
something
what I
else?
heard.
Are there any other? I just want to make sure I understand what the goal is getting out of today.
We had some discussion of perhaps moving into electives because we might be able to get a lot of electives done.
But I think that would be easier to do online.
Then I don't think it's worth deliberating for a long time on this. I think let's just do reading then.
Thank you.
All right. Then if we go to the 6th grade standard, we need to make some edits. We have introduced a topic clearly using the introduction to engage and prepare the reader. Oh, sorry. This is I-31. Include a relevant claim. If we're talking about introducing the topic, I believe that would be an instance where we say include a relevant thesis. Am I correct there? Okay. Then we move into B and say support the claim with logical reasoning. I assume that claim should change to thesis. Do we feel like logical reasoning encapsulates the subclaims that one would use at this point, or do we feel like we shouldn't even introduce the terminology of subclaims until we get to a higher level and instead refer to them as reasons, which seems to be what has been done previously? I feel as though like the concept of a subclaim is perhaps a bit advanced for a 6th grader. Perhaps we at this point are mostly using the terminology reasons, which seems a little more.
But you're moving from opinion to argument.
Right.
And the foundational principle of argument is supporting a claim.
Right.
So to me, we're going to have to use that terminology in there somewhere.
Okay.
To get to
Okay.
ultimately our question.
And do we need sub anymore?
I don't suppose we would need to use supporting claims terminology unless we wish to. I think because we're drawing a distinction between thesis and claim. Now, I do caution that we are moving. This is a paradigm shift. We have always used claim to refer to thesis within argument writing. So the more specific we can be about what we are referring to by saying claims, I think the less confusion there will be in 6 through 8 classrooms. So I would argue that maybe using the language supporting claims might be beneficial, but I'm certainly open to other feedback.
I would agree with that wording.
So would we want to say then support the thesis with supporting claims, logical reasoning, and by citing multiple pieces of relevant and sufficient evidence.
It sounds good.
Okay, so support the thesis with supporting claims and logical reasoning, and by citing, should I put the parentheses around the S in claims as was previously done?
Yes, especially for sixth grade. And this is their introduction to this. Yeah, I think 1 is fine. So the S gives them
Okay.
an option.
So it currently reads, I'll click out of it so everyone can read, and please give me feedback because I do want to.
But they're creating a multi-paragraph text.
Right.
So supporting claims often correlates with paragraphs.
Right.
Supporting reasons, supporting paragraphs.
Mhm.
So if we're going to have multi-paragraphs, then to me, we need multiple supporting claims because we're supporting the thesis with multiple claims, supporting claims. So, and in supporting our claims with evidence and logical reasoning and elaborating on the evidence. So that's the way I think it's often interpreted, unless I'm mistaken.
Okay.
You know, as far as testing goes, again, I know we're not talking about testing, but
So does that require another change in our standard wording?
I don't think so. I think the question was just pluralizing claim versus
Okay.
claims.
Yeah, I just want to, this is substandard B, I-31. I just want to make sure because I think this is one of the substandards that's going to require the most like kind of massaging. Support the thesis with supporting claims and logical reasoning, and by citing multiple pieces of relevant and sufficient evidence, acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim. If we're going to ask them to acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim, we probably should just make that plural because we don't want the only claim they make to be a alternate or opposing claim.
Can I say, since we were directed back to the survey, there was a lot of survey talk about what is the age appropriate level for a counterclaim. And this is sixth grade. Maybe I should take a minute to scan the survey and pull out some of those comments, because now that we kind of looked at claim and thesis, I think there were a lot of comments about counterclaims in sixth grade.
Okay.
And can we go ahead and approve the language? And if we need to revisit it based upon what you said, we can always go back. Is that okay? All right. Do I hear that we have agreement on this particular change? I see a lot of head nods, so let's move on.
Okay. Because I don't feel 100% confident in myself. So are we confident there?
Yes, I think you stated it well, sir.
Okay. Are we going to stick with the parenthetical S, or are we moving to just an S without a parenthetical? Because we had some division there.
I think that will be decided on the counterclaim, like if we are going to introduce the counterclaim. So I think right now it would be safe just to leave. Maybe.
So if we go to the 6-8, I believe this is a survey doc. Is this what we're calling it, 6-8 survey doc? The one we were just looking at, page 11 and 12, near the bottom of page 11. I'm in the next to last box. Counterclaim should be removed. The higher order of thinking for counterclaim is not something that sixth graders can do at this age. Claims are appropriate for this age, but not counterclaim. They are moving to more complex thinking, and with just the addition of claims and how to support them. Another comment said remove counterclaims for sixth grade. They need to identify relevant and effective claims of support before they can understand counterclaims. The next comment seems to support counterclaims, but the comment after that says this is not grade appropriate at this age. Students do not have the background to master counterclaims. This needs to be limited just to claims. So I just wanted to put that in the atmosphere.
So the plurality is for claims and no counterclaims.
And this is specifically for sixth grade.
Yes, and that's where we're at. So we would accept it as written then.
Well, we would need to revise if that is.
I mean, as you have revised it.
No, but we have language that says acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim. Ms. Dockery, did you have a comment? I saw you.
I was supposed to say that I have not taught sixth grade, so I'm not sure where that lies, but we do have two people in this room who have. But I do know that my eighth and ninth graders, I've been having, I thought I had to give them a whole paragraph for both eighth and ninth grade. Apparently I did not. But I do know that my eighth and ninth graders struggle with writing a counterclaim paragraph. So I could definitely see sixth grade struggling with that, but they have more expertise.
Especially since it's the first year. Oh, sorry.
If I remember our previous discussion about this, use the word acknowledge to look at the level of critical thinking. All we were simply asking them to do was to say, hey, here's a counterclaim, not to react to it in any way.
The progression currently as it stands is acknowledge in sixth grade, acknowledge and refute in seventh grade, and then acknowledge, consider, and refute in eighth grade.
And those were our additions because the language that the EAT proposed was just acknowledge in sixth, acknowledge in seventh, and address in eighth. So there's no indication there, with acknowledge that they're having to write an entire paragraph. It's just, here's another side. I can see that there's another side besides my side.
Yeah. So I don't know that it's asking them to go beyond their level of thinking, just simply to recognize that there's another one. And I think it's adequate preparation in our progress that we're making through the grades to getting them to recognize it at the sixth grade level, in my opinion.
Just for a couple more comments, this is page 16. I'm just scanning as we go. Page 16, this is like the third block down from the top. Remove acknowledge counterclaim, acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim. The focus needs to be on developing effective claims with relevant evidence and reasoning. And then midway down on that same page 16, sixth graders should not work on counterclaims. They do not have the background. I would say the opinion from the survey is pretty strong on this point.
We could simply move the progression back 1 year. They acknowledge in seventh grade, acknowledge and refute in eighth, and then acknowledge, consider, and refute in high school. If that feels like a compromise.
Can we have some thoughts from our middle school lead?
So I agree that it is difficult teaching them going from opinion writing to argumentative writing. That is very difficult. However, in my classroom, because usually we are reading two texts and arguing two different things, in order for them to pull text evidence from both texts, they usually do have to acknowledge the other side. So that's how I teach that in my classroom. You have to use evidence from both texts. And in order for you to do that, you're going to have to acknowledge another side. I personally do not think asking them to acknowledge the other side with one sentence is harmful. I'm still on the thesis and claim over here in my mind. So
Thank you.
But as far as that goes, acknowledging it, I'm fine with teaching that in my classroom.
Okay.
Should we maybe just be clear about the expectation? Because like I said, I've been teaching my eighth graders a whole counterclaim paragraph because I thought I was supposed to. So maybe just being clear in that language somehow of the expectation is not a full counterclaim paragraph, but
Maybe we say briefly acknowledge.
I'm okay with that if that helps to identify that. Does it?
With at least a sentence. I mean, how specific should we be? Can we say acknowledge the counterclaim with at least a sentence?
Yeah, I think the word briefly gives them more discretion in how far they want to go with that. Given again the capabilities of a particular class, that changes year to year. Some are going to go as our lead has said, they're going to be able to rock with that. Now, others that have difficulty, that haven't advanced as quickly, They may be very brief, just with one simple sentence.
What language we would like to use?
I like your suggestion,
So just
briefly.
adding the word briefly.
Is that okay with everyone to add the word briefly acknowledge?
I have no opinion on briefly.
Um,
If that adds clarity for people, then that's fine.
I do think it would be worthwhile. Our language of support the thesis with supporting claims in parentheses and logical reasoning and by citing multiple pieces of relevant. I think that word of reasoning has historically, if I'm reading this correctly, has been used in lieu of what we are now referring to as claims. Like the reasons used to back up the overall claim were what we are now calling the claims that are supporting the thesis. If we're going to make that shift, I think the reference to logical reasoning should likely be removed, because we still have language about organize the reasons and evidence clearly and clarify the relationships. That to me feels like it's addressing logical reasoning in the subsequent substandard. So I would suggest we perhaps change and simplify the language to say support the thesis with supporting claims and multiple pieces of relevant and sufficient evidence. I would be.
Does that affect anybody? Is that okay? Yes? Good enough? Precise? Clear?
I just need clarification there. So you're making a distinction, so we've been defining reasons as statements of support for claims, and you're saying there's going to be a shift here, from my understanding.
Okay. Just thank you for that
Yeah.
clarification. So to me, as I was reading it, so I think I was reading it slightly incorrectly, was the idea that if we view thesis as kind of the overarching argument of a text, and then the claims are the sort of subsidiary arguments being made within that much larger argument, it felt to me, by avoiding the word thesis, we were elevating the word claim to kind of that overarching argument in the context of argument, and then using reasoning, the reasons. You hear organize the reasons and evidence. It seems to me, in the substandard C, the reasons and evidence. The reasons were kind of maybe the specific paragraphs that were used in support of the overarching claim. It seems as though, and I may be misunderstanding, that we are making the choice to move claim or thesis to the language that previously was claim, and then elevating claim to the place where reasons was previously.
So the reasons would now be what we were referring to earlier as the supporting claims. Correct?
That was my understanding,
Just for
but
clarification.
I'm certainly want that to be clear. So if
So I needed a second to think about my thoughts. Okay. So the term logical reasoning is not used in informative writing because this is argument. We've moved from opinion to argument. And one of the very foundations of argument is logical reasoning. When we get into those upper level grades, we appeal through logos, pathos, and ethos. And we talk about that all the time. And that logical reasoning that's a domain specific vocabulary term for this mode of writing that I'm really hesitant to remove.
I agree. It goes beyond claim. I think it talks about higher order thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then we will maintain the language.
Okay. So you have provided us with an idea in B, and everything that we've talked about is now included in your statement in B.
The language reads, support the thesis with supporting claims and logical reasoning, and by citing multiple pieces of relevant and sufficient evidence, acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim. That is what our language reads as it stands.
Were we going to add briefly in front of knowledge?
Yes, I can add briefly.
Okay. Given that last change, is that acceptable to everybody? Yes.
I was gonna say, just for wordiness, just a suggestion, maybe it's worse. But maybe after logical reasoning, semicolon, cite multiple pieces of relevant and sufficient evidence. Would that make it, I think I was hearing you had an issue with how lengthy that was getting. Would that be a solution or make it worse?
I'm fine with that if other people are fine with that.
Sure. Okay, we're good with that change. Are we ready to move on to the 7th grade now and add some rigor to this? No?
I will say now we do have two semicolons in B now. And the first the first clause is about claims and reasoning, which seems like its own unit. And then we have evidence, and then we return back to claims and reasoning, which feels like a bit disjointed to me. Do we think we need to move evidence to its own substandard that says cite multiple pieces of relevant sufficient evidence, kind of keeping claims and reasoning within its own substandard?
I wouldn't be opposed to that. I think that's a good idea. We're saying the same thing, only we're putting them in two separate substandards. So there will be a new C, and then we're going to go to I.
I mean, I think that makes sense, because if we're moving from supporting the thesis with supporting claims and logical reasoning, briefly acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim, then we move to cite multiple pieces of relevant and sufficient evidence, and then we move to organize the reasons and evidence clearly and clarify the relationships, just to make sure that students and teachers know that they're related and they should be within the same paragraphs. Then I think that flows.
So yes, I think that's a good idea.
So here, I would like to hear, well, your thoughts, I guess, specifically, because this is something you mentioned. I feel like reasoning in B and reasons in C are being used in two different ways. So I feel like organize the claims there makes more sense. And then clarify the relationship among the thesis and claims. Would I be incorrect in that, or?
I think that's what Mr. Hilliard was trying to say. And so actually, I think this is a really helpful conversation, because I think we're adding clarity and precision to our
Yes.
own language, which is what we're asking students to do, to use precise language.
So restate what your proposed change would be, Amy.
Organize the claims and evidence clearly and clarify the relationship among the thesis and claims.
I agree. I think that's what it's getting at. I mean, I think what we're going to run into is, and again, I'm not a middle school teacher, so I could be so off base here, but I feel like the issue we're going to run into is, historically there is we're in middle school where they're learning the basics of a structure, they're learning how to format an essay, and they've learned that like the claim goes up at the top and then each paragraph is a reason. Am I wrong there? And so if we're shifting functionally, now I understand a claim and a reason are not the same thing, but functionally, the thesis is going to be the main argument, and the claims are going to be the subsidiary paragraphs. Now, it seems to me, in a middle school classroom, that's functionally how it's going to operate. So I think we have to be pretty intentional about this use of reason, because I think middle school teachers, if they hear reasoning or reason, their brain is going to go, and while I obviously understand the distinction we're making, I feel like they've used this terminology for years, and they're going to go, wait, now there's a third thing. We have to do thesis, claims, and reasons, and they're going to get really muddled, and I worry about the muddling there.
Good point, Lucas. And you.
So evidence, support, that's language that we've been using throughout. Is there a way that we can sub some of those instances of reasons with evidence or support? Yes, that means we have to use a new verb, then support your support.
Did the language that you suggested, Annie, address that and clarify?
I believe it would.
All right.
So it would be, instead of organize the reason, it would be organize the claims and evidence clearly and clarify the relationships among the thesis and claims. I believe would be how this would be. We're shifting.
That adds clarity, and I don't think we need any more words.
It's up there now. If anyone
Okay.
wants to read it, it's the new.
Oops.
I'm stuck on reading the surveys now. Thank you, Brianna, because I'm reading all the instances of what we should not do. Got it?
Tangled up on here, sure.
I guess we've worked on A through D. We were looking specifically at the revision to D where it says organize the claims and evidence clearly and clarify the relationships among the thesis and claims.
So it's the logical reasoning. Like we
We had a conversation about logical reasoning. I'm very conflicted on that because I obviously understand what Ms. Now is saying. Like to me, logical reasoning is something different than the reasons you use to support
Yes.
the argument. I do just simply worry for clarity's sake about some people just seeing the root word reason and just kind of thinking, oh wait, we still have to use reasons.
And perhaps that's something we can address in the standards guide, that what logical reason refers to as a higher order thinking skill as opposed to a claim or subclaim.
No, absolutely we can. It's helpful to hear this conversation because, I mean, like we were talking about yesterday, terms can mean many things in English, especially in our
Okay.
area. So to help, it would help me to know what your intent is behind it when we do.
Right.
Yeah.
That would help. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the intents of 6 through 8 classrooms, and I may be hearing this really wrong, I think we're not asking them to really do anything that much different than what they've done. We're just asking them to shift vocabulary, whereas what they've been calling a claim in argumentative writing becomes a thesis. What they were calling reasons becomes claim.
It's what we call at the university academic language. And the use of that by teachers and students consistently is what increases learning.
And I think for me, the selling point was they're already using the word thesis in informative writing. Is it informative? Yes, informative writing. So we're using thesis in informative writing in 6th grade. It just makes sense that we use this word consistently. So it's not even a new vocabulary word. It's just aligning, to me, is what it feels like. And to actually try to clarify then for teachers across the state.
Absolutely. Okay, are we good with the changes then that we've made? I think we've done a great job here.
We still do have an inconsistency, and this is a minor one, of whether or not to put the S in claim in parentheses. I would say if we're going to ask them to acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim, we should just simply make it plural, because I don't want the only claim they're making and in their line of reasoning to be one that is opposing to their own.
Plural in D.
Yeah,
Asking them
we've
to
used it
organize
plural
claims,
elsewhere, so
need
I
to
think
pluralize.
just for the sake, but I did just write that so that.
Yeah. Keep it, please.
Chair Kernigis.
Yes.
Speaking of the standards guides comment and understanding intent, I'll just make another plug for the glossary so that the department can understand your intent for standards guides, so that educators can understand your intent.
Yes. Thank you. So our intent is to identify, when we're talking about logical reasoning, the higher order thinking skill, but not a claim. Okay.
And I believe Ms. Now is 3 steps ahead of me, putting it in the parking garage. Excellent.
So I don't believe, having looked over the remaining substandards, I don't believe there are any references to anything that would be relevant to this particular conversation.
I think you are correct. Okay, and we move to an I.
Okay, I do want to make it very clear that we're all, because if this is what we're working with, then the work that we will do in subsequent argument standards will essentially just be replicating what we just did. So I just want to make very clear that everyone feels confident in the work that we've done on this before we move forward.
Everybody clear? Raise your hand. Okay, I see. Yeah, we got them up. Yeah.
Okay, then let's move. Um, okay, actually, I'm sorry. We need to look at the parent standard again. Right, this is 6 still, I-31. Write multi-paragraph argumentative text to support claims with clear reasons and relevant evidence. We don't need to have the language of reasons, I wouldn't think. So would we just support a thesis with clear claims and relevant evidence?
Yes, I accept that language. Yes, everyone? I see head nods. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, as we would have to do at the 7th grade level.
Okay.
Same change.
So that would be now, instead of in A, we would change claim to thesis. In B, it would read, well, for B, we're just simply going to replicate B and C from the 6th grade standard, except it will read acknowledge and refute. Or what do we want to do about this briefly language? Do we want to say briefly acknowledge and refute, or acknowledge and briefly refute?
Can I go back to the claim and the reason?
Yes.
So if I have to give a thesis, I have to give a claim, but I don't have to give a reason for the claim.
So to me, in this conversation, if I'm tracking, evidence and support are functioning in the same way
As
as
reason.
reason.
Okay.
Am I tracking?
Yes,
So it says give a claim and then give reasons. I mean, not reasons. I mean, give evidence and support for your claims. Is that what the word is? I can't see the board. I can't.
yes, that's what I heard her
Okay.
say.
Okay.
Thank you.
For
Let's-
clar-
Oh, please.
just say for clarification from me, so you're also making a distinction earlier between reasons and reasoning, correct? So the reasoning would be part of that, explanation of how the evidence supports what you're calling, trying to keep it straight in my head, reasons.
Reasoning to me is a verb and reasons is a noun.
Correct.
So reasoning is a process. And
But it could be a noun, right? It could be the reasoning within that paragraph, right? So
It could be.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to say how I'm interpreting
Sure.
it. Like reasoning is the process of doing it. But let's get it clear, because if
just
if
so
we're different, then teachers gonna think differently.
Within the language of like AP courses, there's frequent usage of the phrase line of reasoning, which kind of refers to the broader argument, the structure of the overall argument being made and the way in which it develops over the course of a piece of argumentative writing. I think that is the sense in which reasoning is being used here, versus like the traditional use of reasons as one particular, or a reason as a moment of support for the overarching claim or overarching thesis or whatever it is terminology that's being used.
So it seems like we also need to define reasoning in the glossary.
Yeah, we did. We talked about that.
I know we said claim and
I
thesis.
have defined reasons and define logical reasoning in there. I can state it another way if we.
In the glossary.
Yes.
Okay.
And
in the guide.
And I think for the sake of clarity, I think what we're already doing, but we should steer away from using the word reason as a noun to mean evidence and support.
Okay, so
would be
back to,
helpful for me, clarification for me
Okay.
to know that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Do we then need to, if we revisit the parent standard where it says write multi-paragraph argumentative text to support a thesis with clear claims and relevant evidence, that does illuminate anything that would refer to a kind of reasoning. Do we need to, and I'm reluctant, write multi-paragraph argumentative text to support a thesis with clear claims, relevant evidence, and logical reasoning? To kind of capture the classic claim, evidence, reasoning triad. Thoughts there?
how classic is that?
I mean, it's what I do all the time, but I'm a high school teacher. So
If
Yeah,
it's classic.
Do you see
Be better?
if we were to change the wording like that and how we have it right now, do you foresee any problems down the road? I know that's a broad question, but are there going to be any major hiccups that you can foresee if we do that right now in the 6th grade? Right. I agree. I agree. I want to make sure that the shift that there was public survey feedback about there being, a misalignment in the expectations in the 5th grade and the 6th grade and moving in between grade bands. I want to make sure that we're absolutely clear about the expectation in the level of thinking here, because it's such a different change in thinking. You're moving from, I think this, to this is a supported belief based upon this. And I want to make sure that that's clear in whatever we put in here before we move on.
Does it require some additional language? Your question, Lucas, was whether or not we should include logical reasoning in the parent.
I was just trying to vocalize. I heard some concern that perhaps like we are now just simply asking students to make a thesis, give claims, and then give evidence for the claims without kind of including language that explains that connection therein. And I feel like logical reasoning is the thing that does that. And so I thought that perhaps would make the relationship between all these pieces a little clearer. But I
think you're spot on. And I think we should include logical reasoning. Does everybody agree based upon the explanation given? Does everybody agree to add logical reasoning?
Okay.
I see head nods over here. Yes. Head nods here. Okay. Yes. Thank you for that suggestion, Co-Chair Hilliard.
I hate to do it, but I do think there are downstream impacts of this.
Well, that's okay.
Um,
We get it right from the beginning.
Yeah. So if it reads the parent standard and it's adjusted now, so look at I-31 to ensure that everyone feels okay about this. It would read, write multi-paragraph argumentative text to support a thesis with clear claims, relevant evidence, and logical reasoning. As it currently stands, we kind of have a substandard for both thesis and we do for claims. And I kind of think D is what is the logical reasoning, where it says organize the claims and evidence clearly and clarify the relationships among the thesis and claims. I think you would probably need to add some language at the end of that to say, and clarify the relationships among the thesis and claims through the use of logical reasoning.
Thank you. Yes. We're talking about being precise here, and I think that's what we're doing.
Okay. So that is where we're at. Is everyone content with that?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to move it over, or I can't just move it all because then we're going to lose the progression. So I'm going to move it piece by piece over to the 7th grade as well, trying to ensure that I don't lose any of the progression we built in yesterday.
And if I remember correctly, what we were doing at the next level was asking them to refute.
That was one of the progressions. I think there might be others. We have changed the language of a counterclaim, though, to now say briefly acknowledge an alternate or opposing claim. The language we were using for B was acknowledge and refute. How do we feel about, do we need to update that language at all as far as acknowledge and refute, or do we want to include the word briefly? Is the word briefly gone? Do we just simply want to acknowledge now without refuting?
Briefly is gone.
Okay. And then should we still ask them to refute, or are we just asking?
I hope so.
So I'll acknowledge and refute. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now that would read, support the thesis with supporting claims and logical reasoning, acknowledge and refute an alternate or opposing claim. C would say cite multiple pieces of relevant and sufficient evidence. The new D would read, organize the reasons and, well, not reasons, organize the claims and evidence and clarify the relationships among the thesis and claims through the use of logical reasoning. Then I think everything downstream of that should be the same, but if people would please check me on that, because I don't want to miss anything. Well, which I says restates the claim, should change to restates the thesis,
You
correct?
got a double D in there.
I am updating that at the moment.
Okay, as it stands, everybody accept that now, the modifications? Yes? All right, let's move on.
Okay.
Grade 8.
Could someone, other than just acknowledge, consider, and ultimately refute? So we added the language about considering. I assume we want to keep that. Were there any other progressions here? I want to make sure I don't lose any progression as I move the language over.
That's in B.
Yes. And I know about that, but I want to ensure I don't miss any other progression as I move the language over from 7th grade.
Any more?
Old language said address instead of acknowledge, but to me, acknowledge, consider, and ultimately refute, to me, kind of means the same thing.
Mhm.
So
To me, that gives some specificity in what that looks like.
what address means, yeah,
Right.
I'm okay with that.
I'm personally wondering, what do we mean exactly by consider? Does that mean just like explain the
My intent was, rather than just saying, my claim is Saturday is the best day of the week. Some say that Friday is the best day of the week, but they're wrong. Would be, that would be addressing a counterclaim, or that would be acknowledging a counterclaim, but then refuting it. Some say Friday is the best day of the week. Now, I will admit there are high school football games on those days, and I love high school football games. However, ultimately, it's still not the best day of the week for this reason. That, to me, is the consideration. It's like, because we were saying originally we said support, but I don't like that language of support necessarily, because I think that could muddle like what exactly is.
You're currently in the 8th grade. Is that a shift from what you are seeing, either, moving down or moving up? Removing or
I would,
increasing expectation?
I think that would be, and I think consider would be an increase. But I think it might have been in the original. Was that consider in the original language? Address.
It
Okay.
just says address.
Consider. I'm a little bit. I haven't tried that, but what I'm typically doing with them is asking them to acknowledge the other side and basically give evidence as to why that side is not as good as their side. I think consider could possibly be a little much for 8th grade. Maybe not honors, but CP. I don't know that they couldn't, but I haven't tried that.
What about support with evidence? That'd be too much.
So I think would be clear in that language, because so oftentimes, even in my 9th grade, I have to just drill this. They will give me support for the other side as if they think that I'm asking them to write a paragraph from the other perspective.
Yeah, at the
Even
high school
high
level,
school,
I
they-
feel like
he's-
I see that
yeah.
very frequently, where I think they misunderstand. They think now it's just like we've taken a body paragraph from an alternate reality essay that was arguing the other point and just copying and pasting it in
Right.
here. And the word support makes me think that that's going to end up
difficult.
being that. And then
Yeah.
at the end, they're just, because they have to refute, they're just going to say, but ignore all that.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
worries me.
Would the word evaluate be more precise than consider?
mean,
I
think it's
also
the same
think the
elaborate?
standard for the substandard for the support the claim and then the counterclaim should be broken up into 2 letters. First of all, it's probably one of the meatiest letters there, but secondly, it is actually 2 different skill sets.
I think we talked about that yesterday because I actually suggested the same thing. And I think the ultimate decision was like in 6th grade. It's just like a sentence. So it was putting too much weight on a substandard. I agree with you in the logic of the formatting of it, but I can see with the progression of 6th grade where it's too much. I think that's what we came to yesterday.
But now we're on 8th, where we're using more than acknowledge. Like it's getting a little.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, I agree. The one concern there is it would be breaking from what we've done across the standards, where once we get to 6th grade through 12th grade, the number of substandards, I believe, has stayed pretty consistent, and they've just been a steady progression of that one individual substandard. We haven't gone in. Once we've gotten to 6th grade, we've had a set of substandards that are consistent and have just progressively gotten more advanced, whereas now this would be breaking from that a little bit. I get what you're saying, and I
Respecting that continuity, or that habit of reading the standards, it makes sense doing what you're saying there, and not change that.
Could we just say elaborate instead of consider?
Sure.
To make it.
Yeah, I think just from a wordsmith point of view, acknowledge, consider, and ultimately refute is a lot going on.
Okay.
Like just say the one, as I always tell my students, if you need that many verbs, then you don't have the right verb. Let's just find the right verb.
Well, the verb that they used was address. If we feel like address is doing all three of those things. So address and refute. Okay.
Just so everybody feels better, do we need to define acknowledge versus address in the glossary? Or do
Don't
we
see why
feel
that would
content
hurt.
without?
Yeah, I think that would be important.
Okay.
I do. We're addressing and refuting an alternate or opposing claim, and then we need to move over the language.
Body slam the counter. I like to say.
Okay, are we okay with those changes now to the 8th grade level?
I'm still making a few, so just bear with me.
Oh, we've got time.
What do we?
I also don't think we need the word ultimately.
Okay, I think I got rid of the word ultimately, but I will double check because I am currently in big time edit land.
And good job.
I'm glad someone feels the way.
You still got your double D there.
I'm working on that right now.
Finally hit.
Yeah, I have to click out of it. Yeah. Okay, so 8th grade, I think I've done it all, but please, well, no, I haven't because I needs to say thesis instead of claim. Anything else there? Okay, then we will move to high school. High school, we were kind of in the process of yesterday. We didn't really have all of our progression stuff sort of sorted out. To me, it seems sufficient to just bring over this parent standard from middle school and use it in high school as well. I mean, I still think we're asking them to write multi-paragraph argumentative text to support a thesis with clear claims, relevant evidence, and logical reasoning. That seems what we're asking them to do.
I'm sorry. So the EAT suggestion and the original language added, support claims and analysis of substantive topics or text using valid reasoning.
Okay.
So, I mean, now we can make an argument for valid versus logical, but.
Mm-hmm. So let's just tackle in an analysis of a substantive topic or text first. Do we think that language needs to be there? So that would be write multi-paragraph argumentative texts to support a thesis with clear. Where would that go in our sentence? That phrase in an analysis of substantive topics or texts. Would it be write multi-paragraph argumentative texts? No. Okay. Would it just go at the end?
I think that says it.
Do we feel as though the language of valid reasoning is a progression from logical reasoning that we would like to make, or do we feel like logical reasoning just is what we want them to do and it's just a difference in terminology?
I kind of prefer logical, but just because I feel like I use that terminology with my students a lot in high school and logic, but also I don't know that it drastically changes.
To me, like as I teach it in AP Lang, like validity is a way of assessing logic. Like validity is a type of like a component of one's logic.
Well, and so in the original standard, just to try to gain clarity on what the original intent was behind the word valid, in the 910, we're now supplying evidence for each claim and counterclaim while pointing out the strengths and limitations of both, which lends itself to a valid assessment of the claims, of the evidence, of the reasoning. So valid and logic is dropped. I mean, not logic is dropped, but the word logical is dropped in the progression from 8th grade to 9th grade. So
okay, so there's a precedent
like a
for
progression. Yeah.
And I think valid talks about the preponderance of evidence and the validity of evidence. So it's rather than the process.
Great. I'm happy to do that. So it would now read. I added an extra space, so don't yell at me. So write multi-paragraph argumentative text to support a thesis with clear claims, relevant evidence, and valid reasoning. I'm missing the Oxford comma as well. Everything's falling apart. In an analysis of substantive topics or texts.
Yes, well said.
Okay. Yeah, it's. All right. So our old A read, introduce a topic clearly using the introduction to engage and prepare the reader for what is to follow, include precise claims. I think that is the substandard that is about introducing a topic. I think we're referring to the thesis there. So I think it should read include a precise thesis.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Substandard B is support the claim. Well, that's the one we broke up. I'll add B and C. I don't think we had any progression here, did we? From the, or at least not. We kind of left off in the middle of this one. But I'll copy over what our B and C were. Support the thesis with supporting claims and logical reasoning, address and refute an alternate or opposing claim, and then C, cite multiple pieces of relevant and sufficient evidence. If there are places in which we feel like a logical progression can be made there, I think that would be useful.
I'd like to bring up as well as we kind of look at these standards. And now I'm looking at the 912 survey. And once again, there is tension over counterclaims. Everything is falling apart.
Good catch.
Once again, there is tension over counterclaims and the belief that students aren't able to do this well. We are not scaffolding it well. I just want to acknowledge that in the room that came up in 6A as a reoccurring theme. It looks like it is a reoccurring theme in 912. What are we maybe counterclaims doesn't need to be buried in a substandard. It just seems like there is a lot of tension in our survey results over feeling like students don't know how to refute, address, acknowledge an alternative side. And I think that bears out in the real world too, in the world beyond the classroom. Just putting that in the atmosphere as we go through these comments.
I think we did address that in the middle school so that they are better prepared at the high school to do those things.
If I'm hearing correctly, Dr. Stout, it's about whether or not that should be included within the
don't-
substandard A or should be its own substandard.
That could be one solution. I'm saying we should also think of a solution. Maybe the solution is outside of the purview of the standard. Maybe the solution is in the curriculum. But it just seems like it's coming through a lot in the surveys that students are really, really struggling with this skill. And so what I worry about in only the part of the piece of the puzzle that we can control is this thing that seems to be causing a lot of tension is just buried in a substandard. Is there something we need to do on our part to elevate it, or is that something that is best handled in curriculum? It just seems like our survey respondents are saying this needs more time. We're rushing through this. We're requiring them to do this. They're being assessed on it, and they're not getting it.
Wait, do substandards carry the same weight as the standards?
Yes, 100%.
There's the answer. Okay.
And I did, and this is maybe just in addition to what you're saying, that one thing that might be helpful and might carry some weight is, this certainly sounds like an area that we could provide additional support in terms of instruction around it. I also think that maybe putting it in a note, and I never remember where the parking garage or wish list or what it's called, but
Dr. Nell.
when it comes to the materials adoption and we are crafting the criteria by which materials are selected, this would be a point of emphasis that we could make based on this committee's recommendation and say, we need the materials to get this piece right because teachers are not getting it right. So if you could add that, I think that would be good.
Absolutely. It's added. I could see it being added right now.
If, we are charged with thinking about what's best for, hundreds of thousands of students, a million students across the state, my gosh, if Tennessee can get this right, we would be a model, for the country, because this is something the country needs to get right now. And just to see it coming through in these survey results, I think it models what we're seeing, outside of the classroom as well.
No longer satisfied with the top 50%. We're going to be the top 10%.
Okay, so for as far as like functionally, the question we're asking, and I just want to reach a consensus on that, is do we want the second portion after the semicolon in substandard A, or sorry, substandard B, to become a new substandard, specifically about alternate or opposing claim? It does seem by doing so, we would put it seems a slight additional weight on that by doing so. And I would recommend if we're going to make that change, we make that change all the way back to 6th grade so there is consistency across.
You could just make it in high school.
Yeah.
Just in high school.
Yeah, and I also agree with that because that the old substandard is very meaty, and you're developing claims and counterclaims fairly, supplying evidence for each claim and counterclaim while pointing out the strengths and limitations of both in a manner that anticipates the audience's knowledge level and concerns. I mean, that's a lot. I feel like that canon should be broken up a bit.
Okay.
So maybe pointing out strengths and limitations of claims in that substandard, pointing out strengths and limitations of counterclaims in that substandard, but then also making it very clear how we're refuting, so that we're expressing a clear, strong side in 9-10. That's a lot.
I do also think that increases the level of rigor, right? In middle school, we're introducing you to this. We're having you practice with this. In high school, we're adding a little bit more weight to it.
Okay.
Okay. So
One more thing before we proceed, because it could, I think we've lost a little bit of meaning behind the word evidence in the grade bands, because we, in the types of evidence that we use, we've moved from facts, examples, or quotes in the proposed revised standard. Before we did this, facts, examples, quotes, or paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is a whole different level of rigor in evidence. So I think we probably need to add that language in the levels so that teachers know what's expected.
At the
the
ninth
evidence.
grade level?
In the middle grade band, sorry to go back, but in the middle grade band and then up into high school, to me, it's all on the table.
This is substandard C you're asking about, where it says cite multiple pieces of relevant sufficient evidence. Okay, so and if I'm hearing this right, just like an EG list of.
Specifically, thank you. Do we want EG or specifically?
Is it an exhaustive list or not an exhaustive list?
If it's. Yeah, it's ultimately, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's, I guess we need to make a decision of, do we want these to be the specific types of evidence that we want to be the focus of that particular grade band, or do we want to just give them an example of what roughly would be the types of evidence, but they have freedom to kind of deviate from that as they see fit? That would be the difference in my mind from how we've used EG versus how we've used specifically.
I like the freedom, honestly, and this, I'd be welcome to hear other opinions on this, but I like the freedom because we're talking about such a difficult standard in the first place, and then to add the absolute expectation for sixth graders, for example, that they must paraphrase, that's awful. So.
Okay, so put your appropriate letters that would give us freedom.
That would be EG,
What?
I believe.
Sorry, what is
That's
it?
fine. So if you go back to the feedback, a lot of it was teachers wanted precise, like we want to know what to teach. I have been to, and again, I know it's not about the test, but this will go to that question where you like grade the field test essentially. What's that called? Like ranging or whatever. And I'm sitting in a room with teachers throughout the state. And I'm like, oh, they put text evidence in here. They put facts, like they cited the evidence. And then somebody's like, well, they paraphrased. And then and we're giving different scores essentially, because in my classroom, we take text evidence. I put it in quotation marks and we put the paragraph number. That's not required, but that's what I was looking for. Whereas somebody else was like, all they did was copy and paste text evidence. So if the feedback is essentially, we want to know what you are expecting, then I do think essentially putting in parentheses facts, examples, quotes, or paraphrasing would solve a lot of the problems that we had to begin with teachers want precise. If we're not putting paragraph numbers, because I totally understand that, maybe this would be like in sixth grade, we're going to learn how to pull text evidence and put it in quotation marks. In seventh grade, we're going to teach how to paraphrase or whatever. And then in eighth grade, you can use any of those things. That might answer the problem, but then you are kind of going like what you said.
Excellent. Okay, so let's add them. Do we need to add a sequence with increasing rigor?
There's a sequence built into the EAT recommendations. So we can look at their sequence and see if we want to just adopt their sequence.
All right, let's do that.
I like the sequence. I think the only question is to me, the only question is surrounding the verbiage of how we approach that.
Yeah, we have drawn a hard line between EG and specifically here, EG being,
right,
here are some examples of this thing, but that is not the entire list. We're letting you know there are other things out there, specifically being, we want you to focus on these. Do not look outside this parentheses. This is what you need to know.
Mm-hmm. Specifically means something a little bit different to me. Specifically means focused on these. These are really, really important. This is what we're holding you accountable for. But if you do other things, that's great as well. But this is what we're holding you accountable for.
Yes.
Is what specifically means to me.
Yeah. If I didn't say that, then yeah, that's.
I think that level of specificity, I don't know another word, is good for teaching writing. Also understanding that a lot of our ELA teachers aren't writing specialists. A lot of them are amazing reading specialists and reading analysis specialists, but a lot of them aren't writing specialists. And so I think if we could specify, it would be great.
Okay, that sounds great to me. If we're in agreement there.
Has it already been noted to include the differences between these things in the glossary? Okay.
I believe it was actually, there's a note in the introduction already of the difference between IE and EG, and we'll update that language for ours. Okay, so we are going to say specifically, and then there, the 6th grade from the EAT was facts, examples, or quotes. Do we want to say specifically facts, examples, quotes? Okay. Okay. And then for, yeah. Do we feel like that's an appropriate progression? Okay. Okay. And
8th grade?
yes, 8th grade, there was no progression from the EAT, so I recommend we just maintain that.
Is there anything else at the high school that you think needs to be addressed in this regard at the 8th grade level?
Okay. Well, we were still working on the E1, E2 standards, so I suppose, but Ms. Now has correctly identified that there are some places.
Lucas, is there anything that would help you out if they had that skill developed at the 8th grade level?
As far as for this entire standard, or
No, just for that particular substandard,
for that particular substandard?
the one that we just changed for 6th, 7th grade. Should we add anything more at the 8th grade to increase the rigor to prepare them for high school?
I mean, this is not something I'm gonna go to any sort of war over, but to me, facts, examples, quotes, and paraphrasing, lumping all those together into one thing seems like a little bit of a conflation, because you can quote a fact, you can quote an example, you can paraphrase a fact, you can paraphrase an example.
Left out, in my interpretation, it's left open so that if they don't quote or paraphrase, then they have still, even though they've not done it necessarily correctly, they've provided the evidence and they've done what they're supposed to support it.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, then that seems to encapsulate. I mean, summary is really the only. I teach my students about, the ways of introducing evidence as being, a quotation, paraphrase, or summary as the 3 primary methods. So
would summary be adding summary to the 8th grade? Yes.
I don't think for 8th grade. No, I'm not recommending that for the 8th grade.
Okay. My question to the high school was, is there anything else that should be given to the 8th grade to increase the rigor of that particular substandard?
I would be thrilled if my students can meet the standard that is outlined here for 8.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Then 9-10 or E1, E2. I believe we made it through this parent standard. We made it through A. We were on B, and then there was this discussion of what to do with B. I think we had reached the consensus that we wanted to make the counterclaim its own substandard at this level. Is that something that I heard from the room? Okay.
As long as we're retaining what they're supposed to do to create cohesion and create and demonstrate and understanding cohesion in relationships and valid reasoning, which would be to address limitations. I forget how it was worded. Strengths and limitations of claims and strengths and limitations of counterclaims.
Okay. We need to
I
include
don't
that
want to
language, but
lose
it's,
that.
it's not there currently. So where do we build that into our phrasing?
The EAT had proposed create an organization that establishes cohesion and relationships among claims, counterclaims, reasons, and evidence.
That would go into our substandard E, I believe, the new substandard E, where it says organize the claims and evidence clearly and clarify the relationships among the thesis and claims.
Right.
Do we want to build some of that language about cohesion and relationships into E, or do we want to build that into?
That's fine with me. The question is, do we need to address strengths and limitations at the 9-10 level, which was in the old standard? And again, I hesitate to lose Rigard, so I'd like to avoid anything there. But is that something that we need to specify here? Is it sufficiently addressed in the wording establishes cohesion and relationships among claims, counterclaims, reasons, and evidence, or do we need to make sure that we specify that in our new revision? That's the question I'm putting before.
And I'm sorry to ask again, but what was the exact language that?
Addressing strengths and limitations of claims.
Okay.
Or excuse me, developing claims. Yeah, we can play with wording, but developing claims and still addressing, strengths and limitations, developing whatever wording we have here, opposing claims.
We build that
pointing out
into the
strengths and
substandards B and C. Instead of support the thesis with supporting claims and logical reasoning, we're saying support the thesis with supporting claims and logical reasoning, semicolon, address the strengths and limitations of the claims, and then replicate that for our new substandard C that says address and refute an alternate or opposing claim.
Does that sound acceptable? Yes.
I think we need that language in somewhere for sure. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. We also lost the word fairly, but I'm wondering if the strengths and weaknesses gets at that fairly aspect.
It could say fairly address the strength.
I actually like strength and weaknesses more than fairly.
And is address the right verb, do we think here?
I do too. Address is formal.
Address the strengths and weaknesses.
Let's keep it consistent. What do we want at 9-10 level? Do we want them to acknowledge the strengths and limitations, or do we want them to address them? Because those are the types of language that we've used elsewhere.
Maybe acknowledge at 9-10 and address in 11-12.
I like that. Absolutely. There's a progression.
I don't see the clear distinction between acknowledge and I guess I do see a mild degree of intensity. I don't know if that would be readily understood.
And also in the standards guide. Right. Yeah, I think that's a good
We
idea.
feel that's developmentally appropriate here.
Yes.
So acknowledge the strengths and weaknesses of the strengths and limitations. Okay. Strengths and limitations, not weaknesses. Yes. That's much better language. Yes. And that is of the claims we are providing. Acknowledge the strengths and limitations of the claims. Okay. Right. Would it just be strengths and limitations of the claims? Just just how I would close, just of the claims, and then of the opposing claim in the subsequent substandard. Right. Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should.
Elsewhere, we've okay, never mind. I changed my mind. Okay.
So is all the changes that we wanted to make currently on there, Vice Chair?
Getting on there. Okay. I made the edits. If everyone will look at I-34, B, and C to see if those look appropriate to them.
Okay, so
One quick question.
Yeah.
Just of clarity. Did you already discuss the audience piece that was in the original and decide not? Okay. Okay.
Could would it be better to put reputation after all of that about?
So it would read address an alternate or opposing claim, acknowledging the strengths and limitations of the alternate or of the claim. We could probably eliminate that language of, yeah, acknowledging. Okay.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's an improvement.
Addressing and acknowledge first and then refute.
And then would it say just simply refute the claim, or would it need to say refute the alternate or opposing claim?
I kind of prefer the specificity.
Okay, so refute. The way I've thought about it is, though, once we say refute and or address an alternate or opposing claim, then it becomes the claim. Then it becomes the one that's been used. It's like saying introduce a thesis, and then every subsequent time we say the thesis. It reads right now, address an alternate or opposing claim, acknowledging the strengths and limitations of the claim, semicolon, refute something. I just don't know what that language should be afterwards. Okay.
What?
We've said alternate or opposing. So the other thing I was going to bring up, and that was ultimately we're pointing out the strengths and limitations of the claims and counterclaims in a manner that anticipates the audience's knowledge level and concerns. So we don't want to drop that audience portion, which is so key. So we can add, I mean, it might be redundant, but just to be absolutely clear, we could add that to the end of both of those, because I think that was the intent in the original substandard. So you could say, says for substandard B, acknowledge the strengths and limitations of the claims that anticipates the audience's knowledge level and concerns.
Should that just be comma anticipating?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anticipating, what was the language again?
The audience's knowledge level and concerns.
Okay, I just
And then
updated it.
we would want to do the same in C, because acknowledging, or addressing alternate opposing claims is in fact addressing an audience's level of concern.
Okay, so would it
Okay.
say acknowledging the strengths and limitations of the claims and anticipating the audience's knowledge level and concerns? Or would that need to go elsewhere?
I'm talking about substandard C right now.
I thought this
Are
was,
we talking about the same thing?
I think it's, yeah, C, where it says, I'm just asking, I agree that this language needs to be there. I'm just asking
Right.
where.
Yeah, I am.
To me, it seems
Yeah,
like,
after a claim. Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Don't you
that's-
think?
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Do we feel okay with A through C now?
Everybody?
Okay.
Yes.
D is pretty minimal right now. It just says cite multiple pieces of relevant and sufficient evidence. Do we feel like we're missing some progression there from the old standards?
The types of evidence should be understood. I mean, by the high school level, we
Okay.
should be incorporating all.
So we don't need to have this specifically list anymore. We just want
Do
inclusive.
Are there 9-10 teachers? What do we think? No?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, would the high school teachers be reading the middle school standards? Okay.
That would be good practice. Okay, so we're good on C. E is organize the claims and evidence clearly and clarify the relationships among the thesis and claims. Do we feel like a progression needs to be made there, or do you feel like that's covers it?
Good.
F is use credible sources and demonstrate an understanding of the topic or source material. It says understanding of the topic. We've used topic or texts elsewhere, so I think source material should be texts.
I would like to add the parentheses. I don't think it hurts anything to add it, right? It doesn't hurt.
Around the S? Is that
Oh,
what you're?
No, not the S. The parentheses of types of
Oh.
sufficient evidence. Is there some way it's unhelpful? Or harmful, I guess is my question. There's some way it's harmful.
I mean, maybe we use an EG list here instead of a specifically, just to kind of give a little more freedom.
Perfect. All right.
Fine.
Um,
If we're going to do that, I would add summarizing though.
yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
So it would be EG, facts, examples, quotes, paraphrasing, examples. Oh, I'm sorry. Just trying not to explode. Facts, examples, quotes, paraphrasing, and summarizing. Okay. Great.
Sorry. I believe, I was just double checking, but I believe we used the transitions within and between paragraphs, starting in 9th grade and
Yeah.
informational. Yeah.
To create cohesion and clarify relationships among ideas between and within and between. What was the language? We have it in H. Use appropriate transitional words, phrases. Yeah.
Okay. So in the narrative, or I guess I should go to informational. That'd be more helpful. I'm sorry. Most likely. I'm just looking for the language of the original. Our substandards are so long, it's not to look through. Okay. So in informational, it was use appropriate transition words, phrases, clauses, and sentences to create cohesion and clarify the relationships among. Dang it! I looked at the wrong one.
I think it's a lot because we're trying to speak to the request for specificity. And when you specify, sometimes it just becomes lengthier. The question is there something we want to cut?
So
I think we're
Not if it doesn't,
really pushing to speak to the specificity that was requested.
It's not
redundant.
the language,
Don't
it just
worry
says-
about it.
It's just what we have currently with the addition of within and between paragraphs.
wonderful.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry it took me so long
No,
to
it's
not
fine.
accomplish.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you,
add that.
Pastor.
thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard. Are we ready now to move to approving this set of standards and substandards?
Well, this is still E1, E2. So we still have the
Right.
the
Right.
E3, E3 people.
Personally, I'm okay with keeping the same standard throughout high school. I think we've done it.
Is there anything that needs to be added to increase the level of rigor from English 1 and 2 to English 3 and 4?
I think we talked about yesterday with that, was the text with the increase in the complexity of the text would also increase the rigor in the other, yeah.
And we're back and mirroring our cornerstone, which is where we should be.
Okay,
So
good.
So I guess my question would be the opposite then. Have we actually piled on too much in E1 and E2 if we're saying this is really appropriate as well for E3, E4?
I think we kept on the same in the other two for high school.
Yeah, I think this has kind of been our practice for high school thus far.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't feel like there's an enormous jump being made between middle and high school here. I mean, it feels like an appropriate one. As someone who teaches 9, 10 kids, I don't feel like this would be unfair to ask my 9, 10 kids.
Remember also it's a 2-year span. So they've got 2 years to get all this. Even though they're tested each year, it is 2 years to gain all these skills.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
So you're going, hey, just move that over.
I have done so unless
And-
there's anything we feel like needs to be progressed.
Is there
um,
anything?
The one thing we do need to do, and this is very, very simple, good news, is our cornerstone needs to shift just slightly to say write argumentative texts rather than arguments, because we've used that phrasing argumentative text elsewhere.
What additional standards in the writing strand do we need to work on?
So this is where we need to go back and make the big decision about 6, 7, 8. I believe the recommendation was to limit the mode of writing for 6, 7, and 8 to 1 mode of writing per grade. And we said we would revisit that at the end. So I'll pause there and then maybe we can all give thoughts because I think
I had a dream again last night.
this is what I dreamed about. I did not dream about thesis and and claims, but I dreamed about this one. So I would like to hear all comments on this again, like we went around the room, because I think this is the other major shift if we do it, if we don't.
As we begin the discussion, I would like to say that we are talking about creating world-class standards for our students to attract people from all over the world to come here to Tennessee to get access to our well-educated super writers. Okay, now we have created very substantive standards in all of the areas of writing. If there happens to be a problem with time at a particular grade level, that's not for us to worry about. That's for the administrators and the legislature to work out. If they need another 30 minutes a day in language arts, then the administrators need to create a different style of schedule to allow them the additional time in teaching. If that additional time requires some additional staffing, if you go from 4 periods in language arts to teach every day instead of teaching 6, and you need more teachers, then the legislature needs to create a literacy initiative and fund some additional language arts positions. So I don't want to sell our kids short by trying to solve the other problems on the other end. Those problems of time and resources can be solved, but ours is to set forth those standards that create world-class writers. That's all I have to say about that.
Is that a wish list item?
On the wish list, yes.
I will add. This has been keeping me up too. I feel like I know that as a committee and everyone who's been involved in this process thus far, we're all making a really good faith effort to do what is best for our students and our educators in the state of Tennessee. That said, I really am conflicted. I really do see both sides, and I hear all of these perspectives. I hear and have experienced, the struggles in the classroom. And I also see the validity, of course, in keeping in wanting to devote all attention to all types of writing equally, because I do think they're all equally valuable, and we have been doing that in the classroom thus far. I had a question, and this was something I was thinking about this morning, and I wanted to pose that question and just to see if this would maybe just put it out there. Okay. So I know, and again, hear me when I say I understand that these standards, we're not looking necessarily at testing when we are creating these standards, but we have some precedent in AP courses, for example, in some manner, and I won't go into detail right now unless I need to later, for releasing ahead of time a task. Before that point occurs, students have been expected to practice all skills and to devote their time to all skills and learning all of those skills until that announcement is made in the spring. And then there forward from the spring until the time of testing, then students are working on that task. So my question is there a possibility that to try to meet everyone's concerns? And again, I understand that's not always possible, but is there a way that that maybe an assessment an announcement could be made in the spring, perhaps, announcing ahead of time, okay, the test will be that type of writing, that mode of writing for that grade level that year. And so the idea would be that before that time, all students and teachers would be preparing their students, but then that extra focus time would then be devoted to that one mode of writing to try to meet concerns. So.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Now. I had a chance to connect with our good friend, Dr. David Laird at the Department of Education, who's the Assistant Commissioner of Assessment and Accountability, and he fully and deeply said that he would love recommendations from this committee on the wish list, and specifically asked for it in writing as soon as y'all are done so that they can reflect on it, and is very open to discussion on all items related to assessment, and reaffirmed that if any members were interested in applying for the assessment committees, they would take that under advisement. I do think there are some requirements. The textbook commission, I believe the requirements are a little more broad. I'm happy to follow up and see what the options are. I'm happy to put you to more work, Dr. Stout. You just say the word.
Thank you, Brianna.
I also just want to quickly, Miss Now and I both teach a course that does this, and we've spoken. I do think this particular framework works pretty well, because we're trying to marry this desire, like, I understand the desire to not announce the type of writing, because then teachers will necessarily, look, I would do it if I knew exactly what type of writing was going to be emphasized on the test. I'm going to emphasize that type of writing in my instruction. I think that's human nature. But also I understand that as a teacher who doesn't know, that's incredibly stressful. One of the first things I want to know is, what kind of writing did my students have to do? So I am very conflicted. I similarly have been very conflicted on this for a very long time and still don't have an exact. This to me seems like, and I know it's outside of our purview here, but this to me feels like one of the closest things I've heard to a compromise that would allow for instruction to still focus on all three types of writing in equity, but also gives the opportunity to provide some additional emphasis without monopolizing interest to the type being assessed.
Can I perhaps suggest another compromise? We can have multiple types of compromise on the table. I think there is the one issue of the assessment. I think there is another issue of, is there a higher level of expectation or more standards and substandards in the middle grades? I think there are more standards and substandards in the middle grade, just from my rough count, because I think we're all like, hold on, is this valid, right? And from my rough count, and I welcome anybody to double check, the standards and substandards in the lower grades were tracking in the 30s, the middle grades is tracking in the 50s, the high school is tracking in the 40s. I actually think there are just more standards and substandards in the middle grades. Is that equitable to middle grade teachers? So that's my question, and that is beyond the world of the assessment. My possible compromise solution, if one group wants to teach all three and is saying it's important to teach three, and another group is saying we want to specialize on one, there is a number in between 3 and 1. And what would it look like to say 6th grade is devoted to teaching 2 modes of writing, 7th grade is devoted to teaching 2 modes of writing, and 8th grade is either devoted to teaching 2 or 3 modes of writing? My compromise is, what would it look like to say 2 instead of 3?
Next. Annie?
I think similarly, I'm very conflicted on the issue. Like my instinct is just to say, yes, let's focus on one. I'd love to take a deep dive. But given some of the information that's been presented about development of curriculum materials, as well as especially, I think the concern I had about it, period, was the idea that teachers may just, not because they're not trying to do their best, but because there's just such a high pressure environment for teachers with testing, that they might just focus on that one type. And that seems to be what happened with math, from my understanding, was focusing just on those, or ignoring or letting or neglecting the other standards by focusing too much on the focus standards. But I do have to say, the 2 idea was something I thought of as well. But at this moment, I really like Ms. Now's proposal, if it would be possible. I think it solves a lot of problems while also allowing that spring quarter to be dedicated to a deep dive on one type, which is kind of what we're looking for. And I like that there's precedent at the higher level. So right now, that is, if we can ask for that, I think that's what I would like.
Thank you. Patty, did you have anything that you wanted to say about the proposal received from the public? Basically, okay. Thank you, Patty. All right. Anybody else now? Rosemary.
Oh, yes. I was collaborating a few minutes about special education. That's a concern for students and instructional resource. There are 8 categories for special education, but we're focusing on instructional resource, inclusion, 3rd through 8th grade. So I'm dittoing what Ms. Now and Mr. Hilliard stated about selecting those modes of writing at least prior to the testing in the spring. But I would like to see for grades 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders looking at 2 modes of writing, specifically opinion and narrative. And whereas for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, they can look at the 3 modes of writing to introduce it earlier.
Okay, thank you, Rosemary. Brittany,
I like Ms. Now's proposal, still teaching all 3, but then having the option possibly to know in the spring which mode it would be. Because I mean, as a 5th grade teacher, I'm teaching all 3, but still, I don't know, there's still that, generally, we will spend more time on opinion and informational because that is generally, as you said, years past, that's what the test has been. And so, but if I didn't, if I truly didn't know and then I wasn't going to know, you would really, as deep as you could get, deep dive into all 3, but then have that last month or so to really dive deep into the one that you knew that they were going to be assessed over.
okay. And did you say everything you're going to say, Coach Hilliard, Vice Chair Hilliard?
Yeah, I do. And then just quickly, just to alleviate, we've made many references to the spring. I come from a block scheduling district. So like we obviously test in the fall and in the spring, but just that would not be a concern. The test is different in the fall and the spring. So if something like this was implemented, that it wouldn't be like the spring kids would have forewarning or anything that in addition that the fall kids wouldn't be receiving. It would be an entirely different test. So the forewarning would be a different kind of forewarning.
I personally think it's abhorrent, the practice that we've been using now after the test is done. When I go in to observe student teachers, they say, well, we're not doing anything. It's over. But we got a whole nother month of school. What a waste of time. What the taxpayers are paying for. It's a shame. So I think it's an excellent use of that time. And the proposals, though, that I hear, except with the exception of a couple, do not change the standards as we have approved their recommendation. So they would remain intact. So we can still pass those and talk about the wish list for our communication with the assessment department. Is that correct?
I do think you still have the issue of, is it an equitable load in the middle school grades?
Okay.
And from my assessment, there are more standards and and substandards in 6, 7, and 8. If that is something that we want to consider and address, or because I think that addresses the mode of writing specifically problem. I do actually see there's another issue here.
Thank you, Dr. Stout. I caught the tail end of your question coming back from the bathroom, but I think I heard you speak to it a little bit earlier. I have done analysis on the number of standards K5 versus 6, 8, 9, 12, and I can share that data with you. I'd be happy to do my best to sort of look at the substandards. It's a little harder to do on the Excel data analysis because it's within Cell, but I'm happy to take a look at that and get you some answers as soon as I can. Would that be helpful?
Can you do that today?
Yes.
Okay.
And can you look at the substandards as we have proposed them, or are you going to look at them as the current? Yeah, I think either is fine, just for probably the current.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Do you feel like my only concern about doing the new ones is that y'all may not be done, and so it wouldn't be an apples to apples comparison. Would that be okay to do the ones as proposed by the EAT, or would that not be helpful? I can also do an apples to apples comparison to the text types.
How about
section.
we just look at what we're teaching now? Because
Oh,
I
the
actually think
current
this is
active.
where, yes,
Okay, happy
this
to.
is where the pressure point is coming from, that what we're teaching now, the middle school teachers feel like they have a higher load. I would love someone to check that to see, are there more standards and substandards in ELA middle school? Yes.
EAT, you have a comment?
Well, I was just wondering, because of the changes that our middle school proposed when they moved to be responsive, they added additional substandards to those two that are responsive. So the ones now that you've built back in still have the additional pieces that they added in when they added it in, because it's not now a full essay. So going back to a full essay, they now have the full essay with the additional things that they did not have originally.
Right.
We have added more. Yes.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
End of sentence.
So that's something
Great
to
point, Leanne.
consider,
Yeah.
because they added it in to make those beefier so that they weren't losing that type of writing, is my
Yeah,
understanding.
and if the original feedback, and she's looked at it, is very much, we don't have time, we don't have time, we don't have time. And now essentially we're putting more on their plate. I get we were building progression, but like now as an 8th grade teacher, you're going to have more writing standards. I responded to these surveys and I was like, I don't have time to teach these. And then I opened the new survey or the new standards, and now I have more work to do. It's not that we're opposed to doing more work. It's just we couldn't even get the work done that was originally in the standards. That's my only concern. It's just,
Thank you.
are we meeting the feedback from the people?
And I say give them more time.
Well, we have to do what's within our purview. But yes, I think, would it be helpful for the rest of the community to just have, like, let's just have a count of the standards and substandards that we are currently teaching?
Okay.
Yeah, I've been kind of doing that.
Of course you have, Vice Chair Hilliard.
What was present in the prior standards, I'm seeing a consistent, what Dr. Stout has identified in the currently existing standards. Generally, there are more substandards for the middle grades than there were for high or lower grades. In our proposed standards, however, for writing, I've just looked at writing. I haven't looked at other areas. But within writing, currently high school has the most standards. Substandards, small amount increase, just an increase of 1, because we added that additional substandard in argument, followed by middle grades, and then the fewest substandards for the lower grades. So we have made some efforts to shift that. It's primarily been by increasing the number of substandards for high school, though, rather than decreasing at other levels.
I don't, go ahead.
Okay.
I think you beat me to it.
I think another aspect, when you look at the high school standards, they're written a little bit more in more of a concise manner, because it's kind of implied that we're doing everything middle school is done plus some extra. So I think looking at an exact number isn't always totally accurate for what is truly happening in the classroom, because you're having to do everything plus.
I will say, I think one of the good things we've done with our work, at least in my opinion, is that we have kind of shifted that a little bit, where there are fewer moments where we just suddenly take 3 substandards and collapse them into one. Our substandards stay pretty consistent throughout, and then just the language shifts to kind of create a clear progression. Hopefully, that will lead to, like, student possesses a skill and we're only taking a small additional step with each substandard rather than having to take a leap. And in many cases, the substandards remain identical across levels. So if a student is mastering, at 6th grade, when they move to 7th, they should already ideally be meeting the substandard.
I'd also like to point out that we've attempted to address the public's concern for specificity in the classroom. And so by doing so, although it might sometimes be a beefier standard, we've also eliminated some of the uncertainty, I think, in some cases. And so by doing so, we can we're better allocating, I hope, with the intent of better allocating our time with what we've proposed.
I think a final note for me anyway is I would love to hear, because like I've said before, I've never taught 6th or 7th. My experience is 8, 9, and 10. So if there's something that doesn't seem developmentally appropriate, I think we would all like to know it, or something does seem too much at that age, because I can't speak for sixth grade. I wish I could. I really wish I could, but I've never taught sixth. So I think it is important that if something seems too much, that somebody, speaks up and says something about it.
Yeah. Thank you for that
Well,
comment. Okay.
I think what is feeling where the development appropriate language or concern is coming in is not in the actual standard itself, but perhaps in the amount of time it takes for a sixth or seventh grader or eighth grader to master that skill. And they need more time on those skills. And so one skill standing alone might seem fine, developmentally appropriate. But when you pile them, I think what they're saying is they actually need more time for this to sink in.
And my point is that there are schools that have gotten ahead of this, and they create hybrid schedules for language arts to have 90 minutes instead of 60-minute periods or 120-minute period. They give them the time to do this. It can be done. Don't sell yourself short. You have set great standards here.
If I may respond to Ms. Dockery's point, is that okay, Chair Kernigis?
What is it?
May I respond to Ms. Dockery, Chair
Please.
Kernigis? I appreciate you naming that. If you have any questions for the Department of Education or EAT on developmental appropriateness, I encourage you to ask them directly so they can help you. Just at any point, if you have a question, just ask them.
Okay, well, TDOE and EAT. So I didn't realize I had to do a direct address. Is there anything in here that you feel like is developmentally inappropriate or is too much for the particular grade that we need to look at and revise?
And I'm going to hate to say this, but I do not think the standards, the way you have written them, I think they are appropriate. I think our problem does not come with the standards. But with that being said, we are basing our decisions off a possibility of what test makers are going to do. And that's my problem. Or with time. I mean, it's not fair that somebody in East Tennessee has 45 minutes in an ELA classroom and someone in Middle Tennessee has 90 minutes. And that's not a concern we're having today, but I do not think that's fair for our students.
Excellent point.
Jump in.
Okay.
No, I do agree with everyone that I do think they are developmentally appropriate. I think that you all have done a great job of providing specificity in the substandards in particular. And I think, and I agree that maybe number of standards may not be the best gauge, but it may just be kind of assessing them as a whole as to whether they've, create too much of a burden or developmentally inappropriate. But I do not think, as in my professional opinion, that they are developmentally inappropriate for those grade levels as currently stated. And I do also want to fully acknowledge and hear and respect every single concern that has been presented around the surrounding pieces. I want to affirm that.
Thank you. Did that
I
answer your
would still
question?
like to know the number of standards and substandards per grade. It
I'm
would be
happy to,
helpful for
Dr.
me.
Stout.
And understanding it's not an apples to apples comparison. I do get that, but I do think it's just it is a piece of evidence. It is not, the primary piece of evidence.
If I may ask a clarifying question to make sure I get your request right. My understanding of your request is going into the original standards, looking at 6-8 writing and finding the number. Go ahead.
The original standards as taught right now as
Yes, current, active.
active.
Yep.
And not just 6A writing. I actually want to see it across ELA. Because it's that same time block, right? Like they have to do this in a year. So it's not just a stream. It is everything we're asking them to do in ELA in a year to me.
Okay. And it would be a comparison K5, 6-8 versus 9-12. Okay. I could definitely do that for the number of standards by the end of the day. For the substandards, I would need to look more into the data to see what my options are.
Okay. I'm fine.
Would there be
I would like to see it with the substandards, and that takes more time. I understand.
Well, we're meeting again, so thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you,
Stout.
Dr. Stout.
I'd also like to say that ELA is somewhat unique. I should say complete, but somewhat unique in that we teach within a recursive process. So we're not teaching completely new standards each year. We're building upon a foundation each year, and these are skills that they are practicing each and every year. I understand with an increasing degree of complexity and rigor, but I wanted to go on record as saying that as well.
Thank you.
I also just really want to, a number of substandards, just as part of this conversation, just want to point out, we have made a substantial increase in the number of substandards in foundational literacy. So that's K5. So whatever numbers are calculated for old standards, just wanted to flag that number will go pretty substantially up for K5 teachers with foundational literacies, voluminous substandards.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Now, Co-Chair, what is our next step in terms of reviewing the writing standards? Are there additional writing standards we need to review?
Yes.
And what are those standards?
I mean, we have standard 4, 5, and 6 that we have not touched yet.
Okay, might I suggest that we take a 10-minute break? And if you can get in here less than 10 minutes, great. We can proceed. Okay?
Are we going to make a decision point about the modes of writing after the break? Are we going to make it when we follow up virtually? I think at some point we have to make the decision.
I agree.
Well, let's make the decision now. Do we keep the standards as we have developed them intact?
So for standard 1, 2, 3, are you asking for a
Yes.
formal vote here or?
Yes.
Okay. So the proposal is that I don't know, I feel strange about making a formal vote about locking in standards when we might make some minor edits. But I guess the question is.
To me, the question is how many modes of writing are we teaching at each middle school level?
And if we
Because there was one proposal to teach one mode of writing, there was another proposal to teach 3 modes of writing.
Okay. Would the vote then be?
And then I said, how about we meet in the middle and teach 2? I don't think we spent enough time thinking about like how we would look to teach 2 modes of writing instead of 3. And I actually would like us maybe during the break to individually give that serious consideration, because I think that is a meet in the middle, maintaining the rigor, allowing there to be comparisons between the modes, which is actually really important, and building. And I'm also open to, and in 8th grade, they get all 3 because hopefully they've had significant time to build in 6th and 7th. So I would hope that we would spend a little time thinking about, is that an option that keeps the rigor, gives a little bit of time back, allows the scaffolding, allows the comparison, and maybe it's a compromise.
Vice Chair Hilliard, thank you for your question. Can you repeat it? We were working on how we could most quickly address Dr. Stout's research question, so I didn't catch all of it. What was the voting question on the table?
I think we got around it, but
Okay,
I think
perfect.
the motion as originally proposed was essentially just, are we going to use the standards we've got right now for standards 1, 2, and 3 for writing? I felt a little reluctant about having a formal vote on that, given that we might make small additional edits, even if we were to vote in favor. But I think we could reframe it as a question of, either Dr. Stout could propose a specific could change, or someone else could propose a specific change, or we could vote on essentially a motion of all 3 modes of writing should be taught K through 12 in each year. I think would largely be what we would be voting on.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's 6, 7, 8.
Okay. I know that Ms. Winters had said something about potentially limiting the number of modes in the lower grades. So that would open up that conversation as well.
At some point, either before or after the break, whenever it's most appropriate, I would like to hear from TDOE and EAT on their thoughts on, I guess, the new proposals.
Just so they're clear, the new proposals meaning Dr. Stout's proposal of 2 focus writing types and Ms. Now's proposal on, what was the other? Oh, K5. Ms. Winter's proposal. Okay. Does that work well for folks to take the break time? And then we'll maybe when we come back from break, if y'all feel comfortable, we can start there.
I have a slight
Go ahead,
idea
Vice Chair.
that might we've got 4, 5, and 6. I think whatever decision is made on this particular vote, or if we end up having a vote or whatever decision is made, I think standards 4, 5, and 6 will not really be affected because they are not related to specific modes of writing. They're across modes. So perhaps we could work on standards 4, 5, and 6, and then have an agreement that as soon as we finish 6, we revert back to this particular question. And that would give them time to think about what they're thinking. That would give anyone else to come up with like numbers as far as number of substandards, while also, moving us forward, making progress, but also still addressing this concern and not moving on from it before it's addressed.
Are we okay with that? Okay, thank you. Well, let's do that. Let's take 10 minutes now. It is now 11:15, so we'll be back here at 5 minutes of 11.
Just a reminder, members, to avoid any deliberation during this break. I know it's very
Thank you.
tempting. Talk about your weekend plans.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And the next on the agenda are 4, 5, and 6 in the writing standards. Before we go to 4 and 5, I think it's very important that we review public input. And this is where the memo we received from the organization SCORE, I think, is particularly relevant. If you have that at your table there. And I'm going to read from it to give you a few examples. Given research has found that secondary ELA and social studies teachers are among the most likely to use AI in their work, the uptake and impact on ELA instruction for guidance on resources for effective use. Students and educators are already using AI as a collaborative partner to write, create, design, brainstorm research. Tennessee can lead the way in what should be learned in ELA to leverage using AI. There are recommendations at the back page, which I think are probably the most specific. And I would say the first three are the most important to our group. And what they suggest is that we establish AI literacy skills and competencies that they should learn to use AI in ELA. Second, align and embed AI literacy skills with competencies in the AL and the Tennessee standards as they relate to writing, composition, media and digital literacy, communication, research, and critical thinking. And then finally, revise the current ELA standard on technology use for writing with updated language to capture AI and the range of use cases that goes beyond writing. Those are the things that I think are most important, that from my opinion, that we address as we move through here. If you do not feel there's any need to address any of these, then so be it. But I think I needed to raise your conscious level of what's being proposed here. And if AI is something now that's come into being before these other standards were created, we talk about digital use and technology use. AI is a whole different ballgame. It's a lot bigger. It does include that, but it's a lot bigger. There is one thing too that we've talked about, and maybe we even want to talk about. They talked about acceptable use of AI on assignments, projects in a classroom. That might be more of a procedural thing, but it may be something we want to address. So let's proceed through the standards, and if we think this is the time to include something, if we want to include it about AI, then let's do it.
Okay, we are on cell G36, just to focus everyone. With the cornerstone for this.
Sorry, I thought I saw Miss Barrett reaching for the mic. No? Okay.
Okay, so standard 4, the cornerstone is develop and strengthen writing as needed by planning, revising, editing, rewriting, or trying a new approach. So this is the standard that is intended to encourage students to plan their writing and then edit it after writing. Okay, so the kindergarten standard, G36, reads, with guidance and support from adults, and in collaboration with peers, explore a variety of digital tools and or other resources to produce and share writing, respond to questions and suggestions from others, add details to strengthen writing as needed. Editing should demonstrate command of all foundational literacy standards for K. I personally believe that we should probably reference editing before we get to the parentheses because it only appears for the first time there. There's no reference to editing. I think it would be a logical place to add that into the B substandard and say edit edit in response to questions and suggestions from others. Do we agree with that?
Yes.
Yes.
I think too, it's meaning like the language standards. So like whatever the language for, because we don't have language standards. So to keep in mind, not just editing like the thoughts and that type of thing, but
And then elsewhere, we have just said and or instead of and or, unless we really felt the need to use and or. Is this a situation where we think we could just say and?
I think we've been leaving it in kindergarten to accommodate the range of starting point for our kindergartners.
So do we want to keep and or then?
And or.
Okay, sounds great. Anything else for that?
In the entire K area?
In the K standard, yes.
Well, my question would be whether or not digital tools covers AI or if we need to start mentioning AI. And Patty, I think you have something to say about that.
I do. I would tell you that given when these will go into everybody's hands for implementation and use, that AI probably won't even be AI anymore. I think that we are covering it sufficiently to use the global term of digital tools. And while I appreciate the comments and what they say is accurate about the use of AI or the use of any digital tool, even if you're viewing something on YouTube for that matter, you've got to understand how to effectively use it. And so I think calling out AI, I think we would be remiss if we didn't expand digital tools to be everything or potentially a lot of things that could be consumed by digital tools. I just think, personally, I think saying AI today, putting it in, recommending it, takes us really out of stream for when these really get implemented, because AI may be something we use every day and don't even call it and think of it as AI anymore.
Okay, thank you. Would that then, do you think the use throughout the standards that we have here, whether it's kindergarten or 12th grade, using the words digital tools covers completely anything in what's called now AI?
I do. I really do.
And it clarifies sufficiently.
You know, the only thing I think that we could, and I haven't, and I'll just admit, I haven't read all of the electives. You know, you might want to consider an addition of elective in some of this more digital tooling space, right? But I think you're covered. I really do. And I think we would be remiss to be so specific on a particular digital tool by calling out AI.
Thank you. Are there any other? Okay, I hear a lot of assent there. So I think we can let the folks know who, do we respond to these at all, to them specifically? What do they write in and say, hey, what happened to my comments?
Thank you for your question, Chair Kanagas. Are you referring specifically to SCORE or
Yes,
the
I'm
public?
referring specifically to SCORE.
You're welcome to respond to them, but you are under no obligation to respond.
Okay, well, thank you. I think we've responded by our discussion here in saying that digital tools really covers the use of AI.
And just for the record, my personal background is in information technology. So I could have a real passionate plea about this, but I think for the purpose of the standard, it may go in separately as other pieces of our puzzle as the standards are implemented. But I don't think we want to do that. Standard.
Thank you. All right. End of discussion.
Fantastic. So currently the only edit we have made to the kindergarten standard is to change respond to questions and suggestions from others to edit in response to questions and suggestions from others. Are there any other edits that anyone would like to propose?
Nope, let's move on.
I was going to say, have we done the parentheses like that, or do we need to make that another letter?
We have not. Okay. Thank you for bringing that up because it was bothering me, but I was just going to let it go.
Not a chance here, not a chance.
Yeah, we are. So I think the reason why that's done, yes, it has been a substandard everywhere else. Here it is not, because it would not keep with the, because we have a colon up in the parent standard and every substandard is a continuation of that parent standard. And this one would be very hard to logically to work into that. What we could theoretically do, proposal, would be revert back to respond to questions and suggestions from others in B, and then have a new substandard D that says edit to demonstrate command of all foundational literacy standards for K.
Which would be kindergarten.
Yeah, which we do need to change to kindergarten. That is correct. We have done that elsewhere.
I'm actually glad you said that, because I thought that in foundational literacy, there was a substandard K.
Right.
Okay.
No, it's just like we went in all those others and.
Yeah, you're absolutely good catch. How do people feel about that language of reverting back to respond, but then creating a substandard D that reads edit to demonstrate command of all foundational literacy standards for kindergarten? Okay, then I will.
I move that we carry that with all of these parentheses that refer to foundational literacy.
Are you moving for a formal vote, or are you? Or
Concurrent.
voice vote? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I think just to make it easier for you for editing purposes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so edit.
While he's doing that,
That's kindergarten through.
Chairman Carnegie.
Yes.
Just read a quick AI definition of digital tool. It is any software, application, or online platform designed to help individuals or organizations perform tasks more efficiently in a digital environment.
Excellent.
Very broad. And it goes to Microsoft Teams, Slack, Zoom, et cetera, video calls, so on and so forth. Yeah.
And it's not in the glossary, so that might be something that we want to add digital tools to the glossary, because it's not currently in there.
Definitely.
Ms. Singletary, you've made me absolutely useless. Thank you.
Thank you. Also in the standards guide.
You've trained us.
All right, so currently everything has stayed the same except for the parentheses becomes substandard D, edit to demonstrate command of all foundational literacy standards for kindergarten. All right, then let's move to first grade. First grade reads, does it read identically? So I think our only change would probably be to the same change in kindergarten, with the exception that we're saying first grade instead of kindergarten.
Yes.
Also say these are standards that are condensing several previous standards. So if you look at the old standards, you're going to see there were a lot more writing standards, and there have been efforts to consolidate and condense. We went from 10 to 6 here, so just flagging that for folks.
Okay.
There won't be an exact analog in the old standards that you're going to find for this particular standard. Okay.
Any changes for first grade?
Anything else for first grade?
Okay.
Okay, things get a little different in second grade, and we have our first instance of substandards. I don't know if there's another terminology that's used for that, but that's what I've been calling them. Okay, so we do have substandards, and then within D, there are substandards with substandards within D. I personally think, given that there are only 3 of them, we could just put that into sentence format and not have substandards.
Yes,
I agree on
please.
that.
Okay.
So, what was D now becomes E for second grade, if we're making the
Yes.
parentheses, okay?
Yes.
Do we want to, in keeping with our style, keep the D consistent and maybe move the strengthening down to letter E? So the D follows throughout the progression.
Yeah, I think that's a smart edit. Okay. So we're just simply taking D, making it into one complete sentence, changing the same change we've made elsewhere, except moving that change we've made elsewhere up to above the D substandard and making the former D substandard a new E substandard. Okay. Then 3 through 5 kind of we lose we lose the substandards here.
Yeah. Okay, so we discussed yesterday that in the previous informative explanatory standard that we had, we were removing, like, for example, in the 3rd grade, including illustrations when needed. And we discussed potentially adding those things in this standard. And to address some concerns, but very, very broadly, because I'll just say we're not technology teachers, and but we do end up using these tools, and we do encounter issues of ethical and fair use, especially when we get into plagiarism and those types of things. So I wrote up some proposed wording. We can discard it, whatever. But this is what, and it's not changing too terribly significantly the 3rd grade revised standard, but with guidance and support from peers and adults, develop and strengthen writing by planning, revising, editing, and using illustrations when needed, semicolon. Use available digital multimedia tools, digital tools and resources, whatever phrasing we want there, responsibly and appropriately.
Excellent. Anybody have any revisions to that? Questions? Yes.
It's sort of the same process. In high school, we took that to, in high school, we use the words appropriately and ethically. So that would be a really good progression.
I agree with the language. My one request is 3 through 5 are currently the only versions of the standard that do not have substandards. All other versions, K through 2 and 6 through 12, all have several substandards. So just for consistency's sake, I think we might want to bring in some of the language from the second grade standard, and then we can add that additional language in addition to. Okay. Then this is going to take me a second, so I apologize in advance for that. I did that pretty quickly, so there's a decent chance I made a mistake, but I tried to kind of take the language from 2 that we proposed and turn it into a new 3 standard and dropped it into E39. So if everyone would just look at, I39, not E, I39, and see, first of all, what is there, and then also, Ms. Now, if you could kind of talk me through where we could add that language into this particular standard.
Currently, you have produce and publish writing, which is essentially what I meant by planning, revising, editing.
Mhm.
What if you just put at the end of that sentence, using illustrations, what did I say? Using illustrations when needed?
Using illustrations when needed. Okay. Do we feel as though that language should appear here in 3rd grade? Or should it revert back to earlier?
I like the way you worded the use of digital tools, and then we kind of moved on to the rigor at the high school. What were the words you used there for how you were going to use digital tools?
Responsibly and appropriately.
Yeah, I
So-
think that needs to be put in here at this
Right.
level.
And possibly the or on A, by that time, it could be and.
Okay.
Do y'all agree?
Okay.
So
So
where
in
would-
3rd grade, we move to and. So explore a variety of digital tools and other resources responsibly and
And appropriately.
appropriately
Uh-huh.
to, okay.
Not probably at this level, but it's going to be more than just responsibly. It's going to have to be ethically too.
Yeah.
Okay. So
We move into ethically a little.
Right. I
Later.
mean, not here,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
Right.
I think that's smart.
the next future of AI is hyper-personalized digital twins. So whoever's still teaching, they'll be teaching digital twins that are AI.
Fun.
Over time.
They'll have your digital
Maybe
twin
they'll be
teaching.
the
so.
smart.
It's a happening.
Boundaries on the test.
Okay. Do we feel okay with the new A? It should have incorporated the edits. So it reads, explore a variety of digital tools and other resources responsibly and appropriately, spelled incorrectly, to produce and publish writing, comma, using illustrations as needed.
Do we want them to explore responsibly or use them responsibly?
I think probably explore at this point, 3rd grade.
Explore and use?
I mean, we don't have a substandard here about using, so I think exploring is intended to encapsulate both
Okay.
the exploration and the use.
I'm just wondering how you explore responsibly.
Well,
Like at that time, I know like not in third, I mean, but like in 5th grade, we start talking about like not getting your information from like the .coms because anybody could get a .com. So I kind of think it's like that. Like you want to start doing like the edu and the orgs, and we kind of just talk about that type of thing.
Okay.
And I also, I read over the feedback that you did as well. And there were some takeaways that I took from that. And I mean, we have the okay levels regardless of whatever we do. But at that level, what my takeaway was, just understand, just understand what these things are, and then the next level we start applying. And then the next level, then we'll start shaping our writing through the use of.
Because at this time, they sort of think that if they read it online, that it's the truth. So you're just, at this point, you're just trying to get them to understand that not everything that you see online is truth.
And that can also be covered in the standards guide. Yes?
It's going to be a Bible
Okay.
by the time.
I agree about this language about illustrations. Are we sure A is the place for it? Because this is about exploring a variety of digital tools and other resources responsibly and appropriate to produce and publish writing.
And to me, it didn't make sense to put it in another substandard unless you're just going to make a different substandard.
Right. So we're talking about the use of images within the writing.
Right. But I hated to limit it to just images, illustrations.
Right.
That level.
Does
Do we
anybody,
need?
I mean, could we say incorporate into multimedia components as necessary? Like, could that? I mean, that would be a new substandard, I think.
More akin to multimedia components.
Yeah. It is typically presented as a substandard on its own.
Right. And so it's, I don't know. I still like illustrations here for third grade.
I think it's appropriate for third grade.
Okay.
We can increase the rigor and the breadth of the content later on as we move up the grade levels.
Then I will carry over what we've got for third to fourth. And if there are moments we feel we can increase rigor here, I will say the original proposed 3 through 5 were all identical, except changing the foundational literacy standards.
So
yeah.
I would propose that we carry over the responsibly and appropriately language.
Mhm.
And also yesterday, out of the informative standards, instead of illustrations, we took out include formatting, features, illustrations, and media when needed.
Oh, yeah.
So
using,
we add that in there.
Using what were those things? Using
Formatting, features, illustrations, and media when needed.
Okay, I think I see what's happening here then. Why you ask if this should be 2 standards, because one standard is actually talking about the use of digital tools.
Mhm.
The other standard, if we broke A into 2, is actually talking about all of the supporting details you use to publish writing and make it engaging. And I'm looking at A, if we looked at before the and after the and, I guess I'm asking, are those 2 distinct skill sets?
You're picking,
Especially now that you talk about formatting, and what was the other thing?
it was formatting, features, and then what was the third? I forgot what the third.
I'm sorry. I was
Multimedia.
reading
Yeah,
before. I was
multimedia.
reading
Yeah, I
in
don't
response
wanna-
to what
I
you
don't-
said.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So one to me is what you are doing to help edit your writing and the research of the writing and writing construction. The other to me is what you are doing to make the publication itself engaging to an audience or a reader. I'm not fighting a war over that. I think that's what Mr. Luke Hilliard said earlier, but I can see why now you're saying are these 2 separate skill sets.
I'm looking at our cornerstone.
good question. As you taken it further in multimedia,
We're talking about the development of writing, and that's the cornerstone and all that encompasses, and in developing and strengthening the writing. And so to me, all of those things ultimately, and in the real world, correct me if I'm wrong, would be included in the quote unquote publication process. Sometimes it does include multimedia components, sometimes it doesn't. We have other standards that address other things. We'll have a research standard in which we may have to encounter some of this when we get to resources and plagiarism. We have another standard in which we are, hang on, let me get to it, writing routinely over extended time frames and shorter time frames for the purpose of task or for task purposes and audiences. And in our other writing standards, we've also addressed, ultimately engaging the audience effectively. So to me, we're okay in this standard, but that's just my perception of it.
How does your reading end? What is the last words of your reading?
I'm sorry.
So we're explore a variety of digital tools and other resources responsibly and appropriately to produce and publish writing using, and then for fourth grade, it was using formatting features. If you could finish off that list for me, I know, sir.
Okay, well, what I want to suggest is maybe we need to move to produce and publish writing to the end. No, just rewrite the sentence and use to produce and publish writing, because you're using the multimedia and everything else, as you said, you're doing it as a tool. So you move that to the end.
Okay, sure. So I'll make that edit to the A for third grade, since
Yes.
that for consistency's sake.
Yep.
So it would read, explore a variety of digital tools and other resources using illustrations as needed responsibly and appropriately to produce and publish writing. Well, no, that I should put that after responsibly.
Mhm.
Yes.
Would it be after responsibly?
After appropriately.
We're
talking third grade now. So
Really more concerned. I mean, we're not concerned about the students using illustrations inappropriately, I don't
No,
think.
no. So explore a variety of digital tools and other resources responsibly and appropriately using illustrations as needed to produce and publish writing.
It's just simply a question of where that interrupting phrase using illustrations as needed should go after resources.
I think after appropriately myself, because you're talking about using digital tools responsibly and appropriately, not illustrations.
say responsibly and appropriately explore a variety of digital tools and other resources.
What if you move produce and publish writing to the beginning? I mean, isn't that the goal, right? Produce and publish writing.
I think it's just so that it starts with a verb, since all the others start with a verb. Well, it would be to produce. Produce and publish writing by exploring a variety of digital tools and other resources using illustrations as needed. That sound good? Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
Did we lose responsibly?
I can't.
I would just say.
I'll wait for him to do the changes.
Good.
I think what I would say is produce and publish writing, comma, using a variety of digital tools and other resources using illustrations as needed, period.
I think we need responsibly and
Oh, sorry.
appropriately in there.
Yes. Produce and publish writing, using a variety of digital tools and other resources responsibly and appropriately. And using illustrations as needed.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second to workshop all that. What do we do about this illustrations as needed portion?
How about, I'm trying to have one verb carry for digital tools and illustrations. Can we say engaging a variety of digital tools and other resources responsibly and appropriately and illustrations as needed? Does engaging carry for both?
We just say e.g. illustrations after resources?
No, because we have the whole list of kind of illustrate. That's why I was asking, is this actually two separate skills?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, we just make it a separate substandard?
That sounds great.
Yes. Yes.
That's where we started. And you said at the third grade, Brittany, you just wanted to explore the appropriate use, not necessarily engage.
I think that's fine here because that's kind of the first time that you're sort of going to talk about that.
At the fourth grade level, do we need to change that to engage instead of explore? No, okay.
Okay, so just so we're all clear on the third grade standard. I have the edited version on I-39. There's been a lot of moving pieces here, so I just want to make sure everybody feels good about what we've got in there currently. I think we probably should add a little something after use illustrations as needed in that system. Okay. Okay.
We want them to publish
I mean,
writing?
Is it clear that it's with writing? Because right now it just says with guidance and support from adults and in collaboration with peers, use illustrations as needed. That seems to be a little divorced from writing. In writing.
What does publish mean here?
It could mean for their classmates. It could mean for their grandparents. I mean, it could mean for their school newspaper. Some classes have an intranet for the class. I think blog. They have class blogs. I think they do a lot of things to publish in lower grades.
This is something that I won't belabor now, but I think because we shifted the verb in A, I should go back to K through 2 and change it to produce and publish writing by exploring a variety of digital tools and other resources.
Yes.
I will do that on my own time, but I just
Thank
wanted to
you.
make sure we're all on the same page about that.
You've never read a first grade blog. It is the most interesting thing ever. I highly recommend it.
So are we good with the third grade standard as written?
Yes, well done.
Uh-huh. And then are we content with just taking the exact same standard, moving it to fourth grade and changing third to fourth?
I think we're adding the other formatting and things by illustration.
right.
That's where it got wonky.
Right.
Yeah.
So what were those things again?
Okay. The things were formatting, features, illustrations, and media when needed.
Okay. Use formatting, features, illustrations, and media as needed in writing.
Yes. Yes, it was originally. Yeah. There were two separate entities.
Okay.
Fifth grade?
Yes. So fifth grade, I presume, will also adopt the edits prior. It will change to fifth grade where it references the foundational literacy standards. And then do we have different?
I hate to be that person,
Mhm.
but what is a feature then? I thought it was formatting features as like a term. Like, what is a feature in this substandard?
Like we teach text features as like to be, if they include an illustration, there might need to be a caption under the illustration. That's my understanding. Or like you get into, and maybe that is formatting too, but like titles, subtitles,
Interesting. Yeah.
but
If it's confusing here, it could be confusing to the teachers out there.
Sounds like a glossary item.
Thank you.
Is that confusing to anybody but me? I'm fine to be confused alone if everybody
No,
else
I think it's
is.
confusing.
No,
I
I'm
didn't- I would-
confused. Don't I look
In
confused?
my ear, I was hearing formatting features as like.
I was too.
Okay.
No, I mean, I will say as a young teacher, I frequently was looking at standards and trying to parse what exactly some of these nouns indicated. So I think that's something. So I think that's where the glossary can come in to clarify these items.
And no other additions to increase the rigor between the fourth and fifth grade.
Just now, are we good to just keep formatting features, illustrations, and media? Okay. Okay. So
Okay, so for grammar purposes, wouldn't that, since I now know formatting features are two different things, wouldn't it be formats instead of formatting? Formats, plural, features, illustrations, and media. Like, is formatting a verb, or now I guess formatting can be a noun?
Yeah, I guess you would say the formatting of this
Yeah,
document.
okay, all right.
But I don't have a strong preference one way or the other.
I think format would be
Yeah,
best, but
that's fine. Okay, I will, okay, we have a bit of a choice to make here. Do we want to, there's a different parent standard starting with the 6 through 12 sequence. Do we want to maintain that, or do we want to incorporate the formatting that was used K through 5? Because there is a pretty distinct jump in formatting, and the part of me that is an editor that bothers, but then the part of me that wants to progress.
Technology seems antiquated.
6th grade, yeah, it does a little bit. So we've moved to ethically, yeah. And
Should we be using digital tools there as opposed to technology? Yeah, digital tools.
So in lieu of technology, we were going to say technical digital tools.
Digital tools, yes.
So where it says tools or technology, do we just want to say digital tools instead of tools or technology?
No, we're eliminating technology. Digital tools is a substitute for the word technology.
this is where in the 6th grade we had, I mean, there were, again, in that original W2 standard, including formatting, graphics, and multimedia when appropriate. And so I was wondering if it might be better at that level to say something along like integrate multimedia and visuals when appropriate.
So building off of substandard D there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just,
Instead of the formatting and the features and the illustrations and all of that, just saying, starting to integrate multimedia components perhaps and visuals.
So you want to add the word components after multimedia.
We should,
Potentially,
for
yeah.
consistency, we've.
Okay,
elsewhere.
let's do that.
we had a whole conversation yesterday about when to put integrate where. So maybe we should be consistent about that.
Okay, well, it's in the research standard.
So is it consistent then? Brianna, did you have something to say while we're cogitating?
How'd you know, Chair Kernigis? Thank you.
It's in the current proposed revised standard we're working on right now. The word integrate, right? No, it's not. No, it's our proposed revisions. I'm sorry.
The word integrate is in the EAT recommendation.
Yes.
Quick note, your lunch has been ready for the last couple of minutes. I just didn't want to interrupt the flow. We do have a microwave. You're welcome to start whenever. But it is hot at this time. No
Okay.
pressure. Feel free to break whenever makes sense for you all. The discretion of your leadership team. Dr. Stout, I do have update 1 for the standards. You just let me know when that's most appropriate. Your substandards are in progress.
we'll wait until the substandards are done.
Yeah, can we get through the high school here before we go?
Middle school.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Just to flag, Dr. Stout, I knew I could do this before the end of the day. I will try to get the substandards done. I will do them. It's just a matter of whether I can get it done today or not.
Thank you.
If we're going back to those DOK sort of levels, loosely here, then, the next level would be apply. So, we've gone from understand to apply. So integrate would mean we're now applying, we're not just adding pictures, but we're actually integrating it as part of our publishing, our presentation, whatever it is we're working on.
So the verb integrate is perfect here.
I mean, I'm open to suggestions, but
I
mean,
like
I'm
the verb
okay with
integrate. Yeah.
Okay, let's keep it.
There was some language about adding as necessary in there. It currently reads integrate multimedia and visuals into presentations to clarify. Do we need any additional language or?
TDOE suggested to clarify content, and we need to get rid of the word prompt, according to TDOE. So ensure.
Mhm.
Talking about,
Should
because
we
this
just
is
end-
writing to a.
Should we just end
prompt.
B after clarity instead of and to ensure prompt has been addressed? Isn't that kind of implied?
How about, I feel like I hear some of the teachers in my head now, which is a good thing. They're thinking like most of the times the kids are responding to prompt. Should we just make it broader and say task? Because that encapsulates a prompt, which is the reality of testing, but makes it broader, hopefully, than just responding to a prompt.
That's what TDOE recommended was task, and I was fine with that.
What did they say then? Tell us what they said.
They said in substandard B, please consider changing prompt to the task, as this better and captures instructional tasks within HQIM and sounds less as if they were only referring to assessments. In the last substandard, we may need to indicate what is being clarified, would clarify content work.
So they said the task.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we've changed technology to digital tools. We have we've added components after multimedia, and we've changed prompt to the task. Is there anything else that needs to be done to the 6th grade standard? Yeah.
I don't think we've seen technology pop like it did on this one, but we probably ought to be mindful as we look forward and back. Digital tools is the correct term versus technology, because that would be like your software, your cloud computing,
Right.
that sort of thing.
Thank you. Okay, so are we good with 6? All right, let's move to 7. And we have the same change there, technology to digital tools.
If I'm correct, I believe 6 and 7, as proposed by the EAT, are identical. So our revisions would be identical as well.
Technology currently is only in the proposed standards, not the ones we've done. So
Okay.
we're good.
Yeah.
And
I've been
there's,
trying to make sure all technology turns over to digital tools.
okay, is there no increase in rigor between 6 and 7?
I think for technology, it's more we kind of treat it in much longer time frames when we make these leaps. Okay. And then I believe 8 is also identical. So would the revisions carry over there as well?
Right.
No increase in rigor between 6 and 8. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
And that is relatively common for these sort of standards that are interwoven within yes, so there's always gonna be progression in the core reading standards, but these kind of standards that are subsidiary to other standards in a sense, there tends to be a more frequent slower progression on those.
We're comfortable with that?
Because these 3 are going to be interwoven into the main 3 that we've already, the 3 modes of writing. So even though there doesn't seem to be progression here, there is progression within our standards of the modes.
Okay. All right, I see that we're comfortable with that. Let's proceed to the high school.
Chair Cornelius, you're not going to like this, but the high school standards are also identical to the 6 through 8 standards in the proposed EAT recommendation. So.
Well, and at this point in the high school level, then we should be making choices in our writing, right? So should we be making intentional choices in our integration of tools? And we're still being appropriate and we're still being ethical.
So integrate multimedia and multimedia components and visuals into presentations intentionally to clarify. I'll be honest with you, and I've kept it quiet. I don't love this to clarify ending here for substandard D that we've used. To clarify what, that one.
Well, I mean,
I think it's just effectively integrate multimedia
Yeah.
and visual into presentations effectively.
Okay.
I like that.
And are we okay to just drop to clarify and
Yes.
just say
Yes,
integrate
you're right.
multimedia and visual?
Okay.
Okay, because I don't know. I
You're
think it's
after
ironic
part-
to add clarity, but to add the word clarify and to eliminate clarity in the process.
After presentations, Dr. Stout suggested the word effectively.
And I am marking that as we speak.
Okay, and where are we going to include student choice in here?
Well, we could say integrate multimedia and visuals into, or purposefully integrate multimedia and visuals into presentations. How about that?
Effectively.
Okay.
Effectively, yes.
How
Purposeful and effective.
how much choice are you talking about? About content or what?
No, we're talking about making intentional choices, just like we do in our writing at that point. We're also making intentional choices in our presentation modes and multimedia components to enhance our writing. So maybe we should say something along that.
Are we giving the students choices of the content that we're asking them to write about?
Choices are in standard 6.
Yeah, that we get to that later.
Got 2 more. The 6, is it 6 or 7?
Yes, there's 6.
6, yeah, we got 6.
Thank you to the EAT for making it 6 instead of 10.
I would also like to note in my little review, I think writing had the most standards and substandards of all the ELA. Does that feel instinctively right? No.
Reading's quite a
Reading.
quite a bear.
I can pull the data analysis. It'll just take me 2 seconds because I'm working on the other data analysis, but electives are technically the highest, although it's not totally fair because no
What did
student
you
would ever.
say? What's the highest?
Electives are technically the highest at 436, which is on the to-do list, not to. The next highest is reading, but as we've talked about, reading in most cases has a parallel between reading informational and reading, fiction, nonfiction text, essentially. So that's the next highest. I would need to I have my analysis. Just give me 1 second.
Have we finished 4 then?
Good question.
What
we
about
never decided about effectively and purposefully.
what about, I know it's a little wordy, but effectively and purposefully integrate da.
I have no issues with that.
Okay.
Are we good with that?
Mhm.
And we'll do that across 9 through 12.
You got,
Been saying integrate multimedia. Do we want to, for high school, make the new rigor develop an original multimedia aspect? Maybe for 11, 12?
Maybe an or.
What does that mean? That would mean record your own video instead of using a video you found on YouTube. Write your own jingle instead of using a jingle from somewhere else. Like, I think for me, it moves from integrating to innovating.
good question. I like the direction you're going in.
To answer your question, Dr. Stout, writing is kind of right there in the middle. Not too high, not too low.
Yes,
At-
Lacey.
At English 3 and 4, we are making choices. Hopefully we are throughout, but we're also still responding to prompts. So I see including the language, but we're not only doing independent choice. So
Will that be
whatever we-
taken care of in standard 5? More about student choice?
6.
6.
Yeah, and that does have to do with that. So I'm fine doing whatever.
Are we okay then with what we've done to this standard? Yes?
Do we just in the cornerstone, it says develop and strengthen writing as needed by planning, revising, editing, rewriting, or trying a new approach. I don't see that we've got any language about trying a new approach in here. Should we just eliminate trying a new approach from this cornerstone?
I think the try a new approach is speaking to the innovation piece. And so at some point, I do think, and maybe it's 11th and 12th, and with all the tech that we hopefully will have in schools in 2030, we need to talk about the shift from integrate to innovate. What does it mean to not just buy the model from the store, but make the model in the maker space? What does it mean to not just get the video off of YouTube, but create the video in the school media lab?
Okay, so maybe in 11, 12, it's develop and integrate multimedia components and visuals into
Well,
presentation.
I mean, we do have writing 6, right? Routinely over extended time frames, time for research, reflection, and revision in shorter time frames, a single sitting or a day or two for a range of tasks, purposes, and audiences. To me, that also includes an independent task or an innovative task. It doesn't necessarily have to be here. It can, but doesn't necessarily.
I like the language you added, develop and integrate at the upper level. Just as an additional rigor.
Just thoughts there?
Two different things.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I don't. That's true.
Yeah, but we're focusing on multimedia right now.
Yeah, we try to keep the unless we have a really intentional decision of progression, we try to keep the verb consistent throughout the progression. So I think that's the concern there. But I mean, so I guess instead of just saying, we would need a word in lieu of integrate rather than in addition to integrate, I think, if we were going to try to expand.
Oh, could we say, this is just off the top of my head, so feel free to push back or wordsmith, integrate multimedia and visual present and visuals. Integrate an original multimedia or visual aspect element into presentations effectively. To me, original means you made it yourself.
So that they're still permitted to use non-created. What could we say? I agree. We could say integrate original, and what would be the way of referring to non-original multimedia? Original and existing. Does that seem to kind of marry the two?
Okay, right. Original and existing. That takes care of that.
And then
Original or existing.
How do
You're
you feel
saying give
about
them a
this?
choice.
I think a lot of kids are doing this. Teens are naturally content creators. I just want to like say, hey, you're doing this. Let me celebrate and recognize this in the standards.
We're doing that. I can only speak for my own classroom. That is an option for the students to create their own. It just gives them more possible points. I just wasn't sure where you were going with the terminology.
And then this is a small thing. We've used integrate multimedia and visuals into presentations to clarify. We've never used the language presentations in the cornerstone. I think the way we work around that is instead of just saying presentations, we say written presentations rather than just presentations. Is that like you could have a extemporaneous presentation that would not be composed?
And I would think you could have an ebook. Like, I don't know if this has to be a presentation. Like, this could be an ebook. This could be a video.
Elsewhere, we use the phrase written work. Could we say written work rather
Can we
than
just say work?
presentation?
Period.
I think we would probably, if we do that, we'd probably need to go back and look at the cornerstone because the cornerstone says writing specifically.
And substandard A, written work.
Mhm.
So
So this would just be normalizing written work across the.
But if I write a script and it's recorded, I still wrote an element of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's how I look at it. You still
Yeah.
wrote it.
So I think it would be encapsulated within written work.
I feel like writing oftentimes in our, I don't know if I'm understanding the conversation correctly, maybe I'm not, but I feel like when I hear writing, I don't just think physically writing, because I mean, most of my papers I assign are digital, and I still call it writing.
I'd like to go back to original and existing. In that wording, I think it says that they will need to create an original as opposed to being having that being permissible. So I would say I would substitute original or existing rather than and, whatever the intent of the committee is.
I had and, but I can change it to or. I can change it to and or. Or, okay. And then for the cornerstone, is it all right with everyone if I change where it says writing to written work in the cornerstone just for the sake of consistency? Okay.
We did. And it's right at noon. So we would get back here at 12:30. We would declare a little recess at this point, come back refreshed. And remember, no deliberations.
Except about Miss Baird's grandchildren. No. Quick note, members, I want to remind you that this morning you committed to getting through the reading standards. And we are now halfway through our day. I love you all dearly.
Thank you. At that, let's go. Hope you appreciated your extra little lagniappe there for a few minutes extra from lunch. We're going to be out of here by 4:30 today. It'll be the last time we meet in person. So let's continue with our deliberations as thoughtfully as we have and try to do it as quickly as we can. All right, Lucas.
Okay, onward. We're on standard 5. That is G47 in our spreadsheet. I would just like to reiterate our cornerstone here is conduct short as well as more sustained research projects based on focus questions, demonstrating new understanding of the subject under investigation. So this is the standard that is really about research in both short form and in longer form. Our kindergarten standard, the only edit I have thus far is to change the K from kindergarten in keeping with what we've done elsewhere. I don't have any other edits I would recommend for this standard. Okay. And thank you, Ms. Winters, for flagging.
And
that.
I just want to celebrate the committee of teachers. I do see this student choice with favorite author, and I know that's something you talked about in your presentation. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I think consistently throughout these examples provided are quite good. So. Okay.
Is there any reference to technology at this level using?
We covered that one in the last one. So.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Are we good on that?
Yes.
On to grade 1. I have changed grade 1 in there to first grade. Otherwise, I don't have any notes.
Does anybody have anything to add? Hearing none, let's go on. Grade 2.
Okay, grade 2, same change. Grade 2 becomes second grade. I also think just to clean up that list, we have not been using et cetera, so I would just eliminate et cetera. Yes, so that is it for me.
Anybody have anything else? All right, let's move to 3.
Okay, there's an advancement in the parent standard in 3. Just to flag that, it now says conduct short research projects rather than participate in shared research and writing projects. That seems developmentally appropriate to me, but just wanted to flag that.
So we're talking about collaboration at this point?
Well, they previously were in shared research and writing projects. Now it seems like they're advancing a little bit beyond just purely shared collaborative tasks. Now, maybe perhaps working on their own tasks.
Independent.
Yes.
Okay. Do those words collaborative and independent need to be inserted here for clarity or not?
I think that's implied.
Okay.
Especially
you.
if someone's tracking the progression and notices that it's no longer saying shared.
All right.
The
We're
only
good
edit
with-
I've got is from grade 3 to 3rd grade, if people feel content with
We're
that.
good with this change?
Okay.
Go.
4th grade adds that supports analysis and reflection to the parent standard. And then also, instead of building general knowledge about a topic, they're building knowledge and investigating different aspects of a topic, which seems like a logical progression for me.
I'm good with that. And your current edit, just heads up, says grade 3 to
Yes.
3rd grade for the 4th grade.
Thank you.
Any other changes? Okay, let's go.
Okay. As far as I can tell, the subsequent standard is okay. Instead of saying relevant source, gather evidence from relevant sources, it says gather evidence from multiple relevant sources. Now, I don't know if that word multiple is adding anything at all, because the plurality of the word sources indicates that it would have already been multiple.
I would also like to, I'm sorry. I'd like to point out that grade 3 seems to be like the point where we're dropping and or. And I see now we're carrying it in grade 5 and 4 for standard, substandard A and or experiences.
Okay. So we're looking at gather evidence from relevant sources and or experiences. Elsewhere, we have, as we've progressed, we've moved from and or to just and. Or do we feel like this is a moment where that change should be made, or do we feel like we still need to?
We're talking about sources and experiences. Experiences is different. I like and or there, but
Okay. How do we feel about this word? I don't quite know if I see and I think I understand the intended progression from A to B, or from 4 to 5 in A, gather evidence from relevant sources to gather evidence from multiple relevant sources. But I don't know if that's actually accomplishing what it's trying to accomplish, since sources is already implying multiple. So I think deleting the word multiple ultimately would, for redundancy's sake.
We're okay with that? Okay.
Okay. Any other feedback on that one?
Nope, proceed.
Okay. For 6th grade, we have conduct research by gathering and integrating information from credible sources, developing further questions, and supporting analysis with evidence. Substandard A is use quotations to avoid plagiarism. B is integrate relevant data and insights from print and digital sources. And C is support analysis and reflections from evidence from literature or informational texts.
Are those the only ways that we would avoid plagiarism?
I think
Citations, but I don't know if that's appropriate for grade 7.
we've been intentional about the word citing. Could someone perhaps do a check and see where we started incorporating that language about citing?
Very young. I think we started like 3rd or 4th grade.
Yes, we do, but it's not like there's not a citation page with the other ones. It's more of just making sure that you use those terms like according to the text, just to let I always say to let the reader know it's not your ideas, it came from somewhere else. So I think in the lower grades, the citing term is used loosely, I guess.
Just to flag this, it seems like the progression is A, use quotations, 6th grade is use quotations, 7 is use quotations and paraphrasing, and 8 is use quotations, paraphrasing, and citations. I will also say elsewhere we use the word quotes rather than quotations. Does that bother anyone?
Also, TDOE has asked that we add for 6th grade, for a D, provide basic bibliographic information for sources.
So that is the citation
Mhm.
element. So do we just want to add that D that TDOE recommended?
In 6th grade.
Grade? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what, I know in 8th grade we're doing citations, but have we, when is that typically taught? Because EAT did not have that in there and is also putting citations in 8th grade. So when our, I guess, the in-text citations typically started?
I mean, I know I've done it in very, very, very simple form in the 6th grade before.
Ms. Docker,
And-
could you repeat that language about,
From TDOE?
okay, never mind, I found it.
I want to go back to plagiarism issue. It is our intention here to talk about avoiding plagiarism or adding quotations. So should we begin the sentence with avoid plagiarism by using quotations, and then avoid plagiarism by using quotations, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay. So change, that is A, I believe. Yes, change A to avoid plagiarism by using quotations.
And the same change would go into the 7th grade.
Right. And then are we all in agreement on this substandard D, provide basic bibliographic information for sources that was recommended by TDOE?
Yes.
That's for 7.
That is for 6th.
So I think we have a discretion between TDOE saying 6 and teachers saying 8. Is that a huge jump that we want to talk about, or?
I know not just in my classroom, but across everybody that I've seen and like reviewed their writing, we all say according to, when we put the author's name, there are some switching from according to the text to putting the author's name is a big jump from 5th grade to 6th grade, but that is a requirement that we do. I've never seen it in the standard, so I don't know if that's what you guys are specifically asking for. And then additionally, in 5th grade, they're coming to us saying, in paragraph 4, you will see blah, blah, blah. And I know specifically for my class, we put in parentheses 4. Like, I don't know if I'm like, just pick the paragraph that it's in and put a 4, because later on your teachers will appreciate that. It's not a requirement, but that's what we do. So I don't know if that's what they're asking for. Is that what you guys are asking for?
I'm hearing this as create a bibliography. Am I hearing this wrong?
So the progression recommended by TDOE is provide basic bibliographic information for sources in 6th grade, follow a standard format for citing sources in 7th grade, and then follow a standard format for citing sources in 8th grade. So it seems just providing basic bibliographic information versus creating a citation in 7th. But I don't have a strong preference there.
I think the main concern from TDOE was just a scaffold to whatever degree that the committee thinks is appropriate for when they get to high school and are doing that they
Right.
would be prepared by then. I think that's the main.
The substandard is repeated in 7th and 8th in the recommended TDOE recommendation. So they're getting to the same place in 8th grade. If we feel like they should just start providing basic bibliographic information in 7th grade, that still would get them to the same place in the progression. So if we want to add that substandard simply in 7, if that would alleviate some of the concern, I think that would.
I'm fine with that. Like I said, I haven't taught 6, so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to follow a certain standardized format, you know what I mean? Yeah. I think that would certainly be debatable. I mean, the APA is usually the common, so, but it depends on what field they go into, and you know what I mean, so, yeah.
Okay.
Are we ready to move on?
Do we need to
Hang-
put a EG as some options to specify if we're hearing, not specify, to provide some options and clarity if we're hearing there's some confusion over this? Yes.
I think what Nicole is asking is, would sixth graders be expected to have a works cited page? That's what she's trying to get clarification on.
I mean, it seems as how I'm reading it is if the culminating thing we're trying to get to by the end of middle school is follow a standard format for citing sources, and 6 is providing basic bibliographic information for sources. It seems like the difference is they're not required to follow a standard format for that, but they are asked to provide that basic bibliographic information. That seems like some at least attempt at some sort of bibliography. Yes. So if we feel like that's better begun in the 7th grade, I mean, I think that. Okay. Sure.
Is there any other way we can think of if we were to provide examples in the EG beyond a bibliography? What would be another example if we were to give an example of how to do that? I think bibliography is one. A works cited page, those are the same thing.
So they're building from in the middle school standards, or sorry, in the elementary school standards, they have been asked to provide a list of sources. So I think this is meant to be one step above a list. So I don't know. I don't know really what that would be called. Something in between a list and a bibliography.
Yeah, I think I'm very unclear of what that would be as well. And then I feel like bibliography and works cited, I was just double checking, but they're not the exact same thing. I feel like maybe works cited would be more accurate language, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean,
but okay, so I don't. Okay, so that's okay.
Because that's an MLA.
yeah. Yeah, it could be works cited in some discipline, in some styles. It could be reference list. It could be other things.
So would it be like you list the websites and the article titles? I think I'm.
Okay, developed basic sources page.
Is that different from 5th grade?
I guess what I'm thinking is if they're following a standard format for citing sources, I'm guessing they're getting introduced to MLA, APA, something. And once they get to that point, I'm guessing I'm envisioning in my head, if I were a teacher and tasked with doing this, I would do something like a much simplified version. Whereas instead of providing the entire reference, you might just say like author's name and title of the source and maybe like publication date or something.
Well, how does that look in 5th? Oh, do you have something to say? Oh, sorry. I thought I saw you reach. What does the list look like in 5th grade?
We do not do a citation page or a bibliography or anything like that in 5th grade.
We're adding that, correct? Is that what
The recommendation is to add it in 6.
Okay, sorry. I thought we
They've
said.
been, I will say we have currently, and we're welcome to change this, but we have language of provide a list of sources since 3rd grade.
What do we need to do?
I don't know. I'm just thinking like, I know at the end of the year, we do a social studies kind of research type project. And then on their last page, they just list usually the websites that they got, so I guess that's kind of going into that, but it's not at all like a bibliography. I just call it their works cited page. And like I said, they just copy the email, or not the email, but the web address that they used, or write down any book titles, but no publication date, none of that. And maybe that's what it should look like when it's saying the list in 3rd through 5th. Maybe that's what we're going for. And then maybe more of a formal as they move to middle school.
Well, it says a standard. What's the language? Standard?
It was for 6th grade recommended by TDOE. So the kind of segue between list to standard format was provide basic bibliographic information for sources.
So a standard format to me says you're choosing MLA or Chicago or Turabian or APA. That is what I would interpret
Yes,
that
I think
as.
so.
But I don't know if we've even talked about MLA or APA or Turabian or Chicago. So have we scaffolded this appropriately? If not, then we need to go back to list.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is saying to have a standard format in 6th grade. I think it's just when do we go to the standard format, at what grade level, and what does I think the provide basic bibliographic information for sources was the attempt by the TDOE to scaffold to the standard format. They recommended 7th.
I was gonna say, I don't think it should be in 6th because they're already argumentative. It's already new. It's just a lot of new in 6th grade, a lot of changing. I don't know that.
Yeah, I'm guessing that like provide basic bibliographic information for sources, I think was, I mean, we could even just provide a list of sources and their authors in 6th grade, just as one step above the sources, as kind of an introduction to the idea of some sort of reference list
You like that? All right, put it down.
of source. What was your comment?
That makes sense. She provided who wrote it and like the website or whatever. So I think the word sources is, and maybe that could be something that goes in the glossary.
Okay, so maybe do sources instead of bibliographic information for 6th.
That's a
Okay.
little bit
Okay,
easy.
yeah. I think
So
title and author is good.
just keep the exact same language then from 5th grade, provide a list of sources.
If we're going to introduce the language of from a standard, what was it, standard format, then we actually have to scaffold that a little bit better in 7th grade because they actually have to introduce a standard format. I have actually done that work and that is not, that is not easy work.
Do you have a suggestion for wording for the 7th grade standard?
I mean, we have to start with introduce standard formats for citations. Like you actually just have to start there before I get you to make something that now adheres to that.
That sounds like a good progression. I agree with that. Let's put that in. Is that okay? Yeah.
Okay.
All head nods.
Okay, so this is, and I don't care, it's fine. But it is a little unusual that we're going K through 6 with the same language. Typically, we kind of have a 5 to 6 be a jump, but I am happy to use provide a list.
Somebody mentioned title and author, which I think is fine if just specifying.
Do you want to
Title
use an
author.
IE?
We have not used any IEs at all, so.
Okay. EG?
We can just provide a list of sources, it's fine. I'm belaboring the point.
I guess not.
Okay.
I mean, I was the one who proposed the difference, so I'm conceding. Okay, and then we're adding a new C that says introduce a standard format for citing sources. Okay. And I assume we're making the same change to 7th grade that said instead of saying use quotations and paraphrasing to avoid plagiarism, we're saying avoid plagiarism by using quotations and paraphrase.
Yes, and citations.
Yes, I got that.
Yeah.
Are we carrying, what are we doing with our 7th grade list?
I was using the language that you had proposed.
So
a standard.
introduce a standard format for citing sources. Are we still providing a list or are we saying and practice producing the list in this format? I mean, there is the introduction
Mhm.
of the new concept and then there is the application of the concept. Are we at application? Are we at introduction? Are we doing them both in the same year?
I thought your intent was to introduce it here and to have them apply it in the 8th grade.
I'm fine with that So then we need to carry over the language of provide a list if they're not applying yet. That's my question.
I do think there needs to be some language to practicing because I think this is kind of
Proposed 7th grade TDOE language was follow a standard format for citing sources. To me, that means practice. So we could do that in the 8th grade.
Yes.
so we would use introduce in 7th grade and follow in 8th grade.
Yes.
Am I following the reasoning? Is that what?
I'm not sure what introduce means for the kids. Like, what are they doing though? Are we just, do we need to repeat the same language? That was something that might be what you were saying, repeat the
That's a
same
good
language.
question. That's not a student-based standard. That's a teacher standard.
I mean,
What
do
is
we
it?
wanna
What
say
do we want the student to do after they've been introduced? Hello.
practice using a standard format for citing sources?
Or include basic
Ex-
elements.
Explore.
What was that, Ms. Docker?
Oh, I said maybe include basic elements of a standard format.
Basic elements of a standard format for citing sources. I mean,
Explore basic elements of a standard format.
To me, explore means like I'm taking an attempt, but I'm going to be held harmless. Isn't that a phrase in it?
Yes.
I'm going to be held harmless if I don't do it well. Whereas in 8th grade, there is more weight on now I need to do it well. Is there a year and a space? And this is how I manage. I always tell my team, first time, it's just a pilot, just try it. Like there's no, penalty to it. Is there a place to be held harmless to practice and then master in the next grade?
we could also, this word provide has been central for us for the list. And that might also, if we keep the word provide, it might make it clear that this is part of a progression. So we could say, and that doesn't capture what Dr. Stout's saying. So I recognize that's a flaw. But I mean, provide basic elements of a standard format for citing sources.
Fundamental elements.
Fundamental elements.
Provide fundamental elements of a standard format for citing sources.
Question, EAT, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall that in assessments for the middle grades that there is anything about bibliographic information in assessments. Middle grade band. Okay.
Given that we're not prescribing a specific style, I feel like that would be pretty hard to assess. Because we can't say, is this an correct MLA citation if not everyone's using MLA?
I mean, it's safe to say that none of the writing standards are tested except for the first 3.
So how do we feel about provide fundamental elements of a standard format for citing citation?
I feel good about that. Everybody feel good about that? All right, let's put that in. Are we ready to move on to the next grade level?
Yes.
8th grade, because we were going to extend and deepen our commitment to exploring or citing sources.
Done a lot of exploring the last few days.
Just like to say, it's okay for middle and high schoolers to explore. They need to explore a little bit.
We're adults and we're exploring.
Yeah, slap happy.
Okay, so I think this would be the moment at which we would say provide a standard format for citing sources. Okay, and then original recommendation by TDOE or by the EAT, sorry, was use quotations, paraphrasing, and citations to avoid plagiarism. I think that would just simply be the same language we used above of provide avoid plagiarism by using quotations and paraphrasing.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else for this standard? Anything
else at the 8th grade level? No.
Okay. We're on to high
Yeah.
school.
Okay.
So for high school, it says conduct short and more sustained research projects. That's mirroring the language from the cornerstone, which is good. As well as several substandards, so I won't read them all, and I'll just point you all to G56 to look at the language of those substandards.
The only thing I might change is just to keep our language the same at the end of substandard D. Right now it says in technology generated material. I see the intent there, but just with digital tools for resources.
So format writing and cite information and sources using a style guide as appropriate
According to the content.
according to the content. Can avoid plagiarism and academic dishonesty through proper citations or attribution of sources and technology generated material. So I guess we would just say digital tools instead of technology generated material.
Mm,
You're attributing the
yeah.
tool, not the.
Right. But we're doing two different things in that. What if you're, go ahead.
Am I missing something? If you're doing if you're attributing to sources, period, do you need to call out technology generated material? I mean, everything they will use in this day and age will be technology generated. So
Good point.
So should we just end with sources?
I would.
Yeah.
Okay.
We already addressed ethicality through the other standard, so.
Anything to add?
Do we want to, where it says cite information and sources elsewhere, we have just said cite sources. So do we need to have information and there as well? Because elsewhere we have not done that. Okay.
So I think it's interesting. This is where, yeah, using a style guide. It just seems odd to me because I actually need you to know what the style guide says in order for you to do this and what we're asking for in 7 and 8. Is it just more developmentally appropriate to start this in 9 and keep 7 and 8 with a list? Like, because this is always one of the hardest things I've had to teach high schoolers. And I've actually taught it to middle schoolers too. And for them to get that formatting and to understand the nuances and the why, because it's more than just giving the author credit. It is we're entering into the conversation with these folks and then also advancing the knowledge in this area. It doesn't have to be a sophisticated conversation, but it can be, and it can be calm. I know we'll have tools that will make citing easier. Thank God for footnote software. Saved my butt in grad school, right? But I'm just struggling with us piecemealing this and them not really understanding and seeing the full picture because we're just introducing the style guide in 9th or 10th, 9th.
It would be 8th, am I correct? Provide a standard format.
But in 9D, so 9th grade, line 56, format writing and cite sources using a style guide. Well, then what the heck are they doing in 8th if they're not using a style guide? Like this is not making sense to me. as a like, we're
Eh.
teaching half of it here and the other half there. The jump doesn't make sense to me.
Well, in middle school, again, this is just my own experience. In middle school, I've given them a simplified MLA format that is scaffolded. So it shows them, where title, author, publication date, all of those things. But in high school, I'm now teaching them how to find, how to cite that, that errant source, or, that source that has two authors or whatever, by using the style guide. So now I'm actually teaching them how to use it rather than giving them the format. So, we've formatted before, but now we're releasing that hold and teaching them how to actually find how to cite the source. That's how I interpret it.
Maybe instead of the language of provide a standard format, we say like follow a basic standard format as kind of a scaffold. We can change it to follow a list.
Does the vocabulary style guide need to be added to the 8th grade level?
Understand how you teach them a basic format without looking at the style guide. Yeah, yes.
One of their intents, and maybe it's not being construed completely, but the comma where it says as appropriate according to content was to introduce them to the idea that it's not just MLA. You also have APA. You also have Chicago. So what you have them do is dependent on what the assignment is. So that was part of their intent, and maybe it's not presented well.
Okay. So instead of saying, and sources using a style guide appropriate to the content, maybe like that. So that's the progression. It's not, so really, if they're going to do that, they have to know how to make to follow a format before, because now you're asking them to switch between formats. Okay.
Are you talking that at the 8th grade or the 9th grade?
Well, what the EAT has proposed is that they need to be able to shift between style guides in 9-10. And so that is, we would certainly need them to come out of middle school knowing how to follow a style guide if they're.
And is there anything in there about style guide
No.
in the 8th grade?
No.
Okay.
So, but,
It's time we put something
well,
in.
but we have to decide first where it's developmentally appropriate for them to be doing that.
And
You
again,
teach 8th and 9th. Can they put a style guide in the 8th grade?
So I guess I kind of would echo what she was saying, where like with my 9th graders, it better be exactly what MLA says. And even if it's a really complicated element that I might not even, some of you count are some weird ones, and you have to go, and I might have to research myself, but it better be correct. Whereas in 8th grade, you kind of have like a good enough, where it's like, okay, we got the most of it. We got the basics. I'm not gonna go and sit down and do research, try to figure out the exact perfect way for this to be in 8th grade. So I guess that I would echo what she said. As far as 9th grade switching between style guides, I don't know.
2 years, remember, it's a 2-year progression.
That's true.
So 9th grade, we start off MLA, and then slowly by the end of 10th grade, maybe they've seen APA.
Okay.
And then it gets even more ramped up for junior, senior year, because the progression's different.
Okay.
Is it important to add to the 8th grade the idea of to explore a variety of style guides?
Oh, no, I don't think in 8th grade.
No. Okay.
I think, as it's written right now, I don't know. I'm reluctant to, as a 10th grade teacher, I'm reluctant to, and I think it's wonderful if that's happening. My students, I'm thrilled if they can master one style by 10th grade. I teach AP students, and it's oftentimes a struggle to get them in MLA format correctly in 10th grade.
I teach grad students from time to time, and I'm thrilled if they can master one from that.
I love the idea of switching between style guides. Yeah, because that's a vital skill for college, because you will be tasked with doing that. So I think that's something that should be maintained. I just wonder if that's more of an 11-12 thing. So maybe the expectation is you can follow a style guide by 9-10, you can follow an appropriate styled guide by 11-12 for the content. What we really just have to decide is what do we want 7th and 8th graders to be able to do, because we have to scaffold them up to being able to follow a style guide. from providing a list. So what is that? Our current progression looks like 3 through 6 is provide a list, 7 is provide fundamental elements of a standard format for citing sources, and then 8 is provide a standard format for citing sources. And then 9, 10 would be follow a style guide.
So 7 and 8 are the same.
Well, we have differentiated by saying provide fundamental elements of a standard format and then provide a standard format. So
Okay.
that was the language that was.
Is that sufficient to bring us to the 9th grade? Yes? You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I'm good.
Okay.
You good?
If everybody else is good, I'll move forward.
All right. You'll acquiesce. Huh?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, dear.
You have something? Okay. No, we have not finished the cornerstone. We're nearly there.
We'll waive.
Okay. I'm kind of in the weeds right here. So follow format and writing and cite information and sources using a style guide and just end it there. So just delete as appropriate according to the content.
Mm-hmm.
Or 9, 10. So they're just following any style guide.
It's not lost on me that we are reducing a level of complexity for 9, 10, but introducing more complexity in 7, 8.
Duly noted.
I mean, I don't know what to do with 7. I'm genuinely flummoxed here. I don't know what does that scaffold look like? I mean, because I don't think we can go straight from a list to standard format. I mean, that feels like a huge jump. So it feels like there needs to be some sort of, not just the name of your source, but maybe, a couple of elements versus all, 7.
As guided by a teacher, follow a standard format. We've done it with others in essence.
So follow a teacher provided standard format for
Something along that line. Yeah.
So
That wouldn't be a standard. That would be follow a teacher provided format, because standard to me is a industry
Right.
format. So I'm fine with follow a teacher provided format. I don't think that's a standard format though.
that makes sense.
I was gonna say, like in the lower grades, it says with guidance and support from adults. I don't know if we want to use that same wordage.
Okay, so what would that language then be? With guidance,
And support from adults.
and then what would follow that? Follow. I think I think it would just be a provided at that point. I don't know. A provided. But then you could provide a lot of different things.
Trying to
Okay.
do. Yeah.
Okay.
I think what, I
Yep.
guess how we're trying to scaffold it is saying, we need you to follow a format that someone has come up with, even if it's not MLA. And if the teacher has come up with a format that they think is age appropriate for 8th grade, then that is appropriate for this standard. Instructor provided format is probably what I think the wording would be.
Just one contextual piece here that because of the shift to HQIM and implementation, that the teacher provided piece may be a little tricky. It could be the format that the particular set of materials has chosen for that scaffold, right? So it could be, just wanted to put that in there. And because I 100% agree that something as basic as what y'all are talking about in terms of, author, text and page number, whatever, it gets them there, that they have a standard format, but that might vary from material to material. So.
Okay. So the language would be with guidance and support, follow a provided format for citing sources. And we want to duplicate that language in 7 and 8. Okay. And then E1, E2, we had delete as appropriate according to the content. We had delete and technology generated materials. And then I don't know if someone could help me remind myself what I was writing here. I had written delete and then open quotation information. Oh, information and, yeah. Because we were just saying sources elsewhere. Okay.
So D reads now for E1, E2, format, writing, and cite sources using a style guide, semicolon, avoid plagiarism and academic dishonesty through proper citations or attributions of sources.
Yes, correct. Do we need to make that or into an and? Feels like we need them to, if you're going to cite, you should probably attribute to. Or do we, is that an and or situation?
Or when we're talking about attribution here, we talking about within the quote, like according to so-and-so.
I don't love the idea of a firm or, because it makes it seem like they just got to do one or the other.
Yeah, that was something I forgot. I wanted to, I'm going back, but yeah, I mean, I would love for students to be able to introduce quotes. I forgot I want to mention that.
They've been introducing quotes for a long time up until this point. I mean, we could just say through proper citations and attribution of sources and just hold them accountable to both, since they've been doing the other for a while. Yeah.
Smoothly introduce quotes. Which is a skill.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just documenting. There were a surprising number of little things here. Okay. Anything else for the E1, E2 standard? Okay. Miss Winters, you seem excited. All right. So I think we had said this is where we want them to be able to perhaps switch between style guides. So instead of deleting and deleting as appropriate according to content, we would change as appropriate according to content to follow format, writing, and cite information and sources using a style guide appropriate to the content.
Should we put, I would like to put in parentheses, e.g. MLA. What are the three basics? MLA, APA. I know the basic ones, but I don't know what they're learning in high school. MLA, Chicago, APA.
Yeah, those are the big three
Okay.
typically. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do an EG, MLA.
So I actually didn't know that that's what you meant until you said it. Yeah.
Okay. Anything
Now,
else?
are we ready to move on?
I believe so.
Okay.
Okay, we're on to the final writing standard for which I hope will be an easy one.
Finished with the.
Okay, we gotta.
Yeah, this is my substandards. Uh-oh, moment of truth. Can I count or can I not count?
I had to count them individually, so I'm impressed that you were estimating.
Survey said.
Thanks to my colleague, Michael Derline, who volunteered himself for the cause, I was able to finish this before close of business. It is in your folder, members, if you would like to check my work, which it's probably half good considering I'm listening to y'all and doing it. It's under resources in your SRC folder. Okay, so first, you asked my understanding of your question. I looked at the original standards and I looked at the number of standards by grade band and the number of substandards by grade band. One thing that occurred to me halfway through, I was like, duh. The beauty of ELA is that you all have cornerstones in a progression. So actually there's very little variation among grade levels or grade bands for number of standards. The range is anywhere between 41 to 43. So that's almost as narrow as it gets in terms of ranges for whole numbers. Your lowest grades are 2nd, 6, 7, 8, just run pure number of standards. And your highest are K1, 9, 10, and 11, 12, with the understanding that you're covering 2 grade levels. For the purposes of this analysis, I treated them as one grade level. Okay, substandard's a little bit more interesting, and I felt like it was most fair to divide it by grade, because obviously K5 is going to have the most, I hope, because they have the most grade levels. But even when you divide by grade, K5 is the highest. When looking by grade, K5 has 42 substandards approximately, 6-8 has 34, 9-12 has 25. Yes, first place, gold star goes to 6-5, or K5. The bronze medal goes to 6-8, and or no, sorry, wow, the metaphor is not working yet. 121 on a Thursday. Most is K5, second most is 6-8, third most is 9-12. It's in the exact order of the progression, but I think members made other good points about, quality, depth, etc. This is just quantity.
Okay, now we're ready to go on to the next standard.
Yes. So standard 6 is write routinely over extended time frames, time for research, reflection, and revision, and shorter time frames, a single sitting or a day or two, for a range of tasks, purposes, and audience. Basically, the idea that students should be writing under short time constraints, and then they should also be writing extended projects. For kindergarten, a couple quick notes just for consistency. Elsewhere, when we have substandards, we have capitalized the first letter of each substandard, so I recommend we do that. We've also always, if our parent standard is not a complete sentence and each substandard is a continuation of that sentence, we've used a colon after the parent standard, so I recommend we do that as well. We also have an EG list here that we do not have a comma after, so I'm going to say comma after EG as well. Those are just consistency things, so.
Are there any other changes proposed? We good with kindergarten? Okay, let's move on.
Okay. Then first grade, this first two recommendations are going to carry over as far as the need to follow the formatting we've used elsewhere. Does anyone see anything else they would like to edit? Are we okay with that EG list provided in kindergarten not being present in any of the subsequent standards?
Yes.
Okay. And then it looks like second grade is identical to first grade. So are we good to keep the same edits?
There's no increase in rigor.
Does not appear to be. I think
Should there be?
That's coming in third grade, I believe.
Okay. Rigors in the task and complexity. Okay. Third grade, what do you have?
Third grade, the language changes a little bit. No longer do they have guidance and support. Now they're writing routinely over varied timeframes to do the same 3 tasks that we've asked them to do elsewhere. And they're on their own now. I did just realize we need to add periods after substandards for all of these. Well, not all of them. Some of them have it, some don't, of the substandards. So I will note that as well.
Can I?
Okay, 4.
Yes.
Really quickly, there was some feedback from TDOE on this particular standard. It's very brief. Just adding and audiences to the end of substandard B. For each of these, it would be the same for each one. Engage in writing for a variety of purposes and audiences. Yeah.
That tracks to me.
Okay, so on the substandard B in third grade, you're adding and audiences.
All grades, I believe. Yeah.
Kindergarten also.
EG list in kindergarten even doing anything?
I think so, because it's just demonstrating that they might not be writing paragraphs, but here are some things that they can write.
Sounds good to me.
So are we on to group grade 4?
I'm adding that edit to other grade levels, but we are nearly there.
Okay.
Okay. On to 4. 4 looks identical to 3. So do we just want to carry over the edits for 3? Okay. And then 5 also identical. So do we want to carry over those as well? This one seems to be one that would make some sense to have a slow progression with. Okay, we get to 6. Yeah, 6 through. What was that?
Since we've carried 5 and 4, or we carry what, 3, 4, and 5 over? Should we add the complexity in 5? So 6th grade is always not the biggest jump. I mean, since 3, 4, and 5 are basically the same, maybe scaffolding the jump some in. I kind of see what's happening now. Like this jump to 6th grade is like super difficult because everything is a jump in every area.
As far as I can see, the big jump between 5 and 6 is in ostensibly the incorporation of personal choice. That seems to be, because it says overextended in shorter time frames, but in 5th it says over varied time frames, which I think kind of captures the same idea as extended and shorter.
Even arguably when it says self-selected, I mean, similar to personal choice, it looks like it's just written differently. In my opinion, there may be some slight differentiation. Is there anything that you wanted to add, Nicole?
No.
Perspective?
So do we need this strand? It felt repetitive to me, but
I think what we could potentially do is just currently. I mean, does it need to just be kind of the same K through 12? Like just the same standard?
The language to me progresses as the grade band progresses. We've used mirroring language in K through 5 as to what's reflected there. Mirroring language in 6 through 8 is what's reflected there. And mirroring language is, I mean, it's the same through, all the way through. Now we're progressing to ownership of the writing process. So
Okay. So
to me, it's just mirroring what's grade appropriate for all the other standards that we've created.
And the rigor is created in the content and vocabulary.
I guess my question, I think Mr. Banks is going to answer it is this strand of standards doing anything that is unique that is not in the other strand of standards?
This would be one of those that I think, kind of as Nicole talked about, it's not something that teachers necessarily focus on. It's something that when it comes time for materials adoption, they make sure that they're designing the materials according to these criteria. So it's embedded in all those tasks and teachers don't have to kind of do these things on their own. So, right.
Right. So why can't I just add Joyce somewhere else?
It addresses fluency.
I think too, like he said, it's more of like write routinely over very time frame. So when you're looking at your instructional materials, they have to have that embedded. If not, it's not embedded to write routinely.
And
I understood.
I think it.
Well, it should be, but I'm just saying it's not stated. So I guess they could say what's not stated,
I don't even think it's the routinely thing as much as it is. I think there is an impulse towards just shorter forms of writing or short-term writing because that's what testing emulates. And this is the standard that kind of forces people to do extended processes. So they can't just do short.
And we need that.
I do think this has a variety of important elements.
All right.
Are
Let's
we
move.
content to just then keep the 6th grade standard? Because I don't.
Yes.
Comments.
I say yes. Everybody else say yes. 6th grade, good. All right.
Well, if we're keeping 6th grade, then unless we want to progress, we're keeping the rest because they are identical.
We doing ABC in 6th grade. Or are we just keeping it as one block?
It's currently written as one block. We can break it up into substandards if we wish.
I don't think it reads well. And once again, the rigor comes in with the content and vocabulary.
I think well,
Yeah, I know,
we do still have a decision. The standards are written. Whether we're
High
finishing
school.
is to be determined.
We haven't done high school yet.
Well, they're identical to
Oh,
6 through
okay.
12 are identical for this.
All right, so we're keeping that.
Yeah.
All right, so is everybody okay with keeping? All right, so yes, we are done now. And we had one more thing to talk about, and that was the recommendation from several public and members of our committee on how to deal with the use of the different writing formats in the middle school. As I said earlier, I think this is a time problem, not a standard problem. And I would move that we keep the standards as written.
Now that you guys have had an opportunity to think about the proposals or alternatives we shared, I would love to hear some thoughts on those.
You were about to click in.
See what she did.
Okay.
So your proposal about the two modes, during the EAT, there was a significant discussion about teaching two modes of writing. If a grade level emphasizes two modes, we still need to retain the standard for the other mode that's not being taught in a full essay, and we need to adapt it accordingly. For example, in 6th grade, students may be required to write a narrative and informational essay, but not a full argumentative essay. In that case, the argumentative writing standard could be modified to focus just developing claims and exploring counterclaims, which is an area repeatedly identified as a need in grades 6 through 10. Currently, since time is limited, it has been expressed that teachers cannot go deeply into every component of argumentative essay writing at this level. Could only focusing on claims and counterclaims and not the other parts of the essay writing serve as a way to strengthen the foundation of argumentative writing without requiring students to master the full essay structure in this grade? That was my proposal to you, and I'm speaking as part of the EAA team because we had lots of conversation on this.
I'm going to reiterate what was, and Nicole and I have talked about this since last October, November. The real issue that high school came away with it is if they only do 1 deep or 2 deep and there are some steps skipped, it comes to us to have to put more in to cover that material. And we all have, those of us who teach have had students that will forget what you did in class that day if they go home and sleep.
Yeah.
If it is 2 years between writing a type of essay, you're going back to ground zero. So that's where high school issue came, was where are we going to put the onus of building in the stop gaps? Is 5th grade going to have to be beefed up? High school definitely will, but what's going to happen?
Thank you. Next. Did you have more to share?
So I would kind of jumping off of what Tammy was saying with the 912 group and EAT, because they had some very strong opinions about this in terms of students not being prepared by the time they get to high school. They were plugging a lot of gaps. And I think our fear would be that that would worsen because there would be, although all 3 would be in there, that if there were only 2 that were likely to be tested, that 3rd one would get even more short shrift because it's not full. Now, of course, we don't know how the test would be, but the concern would certainly be there would still be inevitable gaps, right? And that by the time students got to high school, that there would be issues in that sense. I think from the, I guess personally, and I can't speak for everyone at TDOE, and I don't want to. I just want to say that, due to the unprecedented nature of it, I just worry that maybe we're assuming that it would correct the issues that have been identified. And I'm not necessarily convinced that it would, because I think there are so many of those external variables that are at play here that I really fear that changing the standard itself is probably the wrong lever to correct the issues, I think, as Chair Kernigis was saying earlier. And so, yeah, but again, like, as I've said, like in every team, and I feel like I'm the bad guy through all this. I affirm all of the expressed issues. I'm just not convinced, and I think I speak on behalf of TDOE, that this is the lever to attempt to correct those. And again, I'm not convinced it even would make a dent in it. So, yeah.
Thank you. And there are no bad people in this room.
So if we're expressing now that high school teachers are feeling like there are gaps, then again, why would we keep the standards almost identically the same as they were before? That just doesn't, like, I can't process that in my mind. I understand taking a big leap is a big chance that we're taking, but we're not changing anything. So teachers are still going to fill the gap. That's the part I'm not understanding.
Well, I think if you include less of the full completion of the standard, the gaps that are currently there would worsen. And I think we've identified some of the gaps that are there. Like, there's a lot of things that need to be, teachers need to be supported better. There needs to be more time. There's a lot of those variables, but that the standard itself by which they're expected to reach, that shouldn't lessen, because the gap itself will widen if we do that. It would be our perspective. Yeah. Yeah.
My vision for when we provide our final report, I'm not sure how this is done mechanically, but our letter of transmittal to whomever we need to transmit these should include a serious consideration of extended time at the middle school to provide for this, because of all the feedback we've received. And however that's done, let the other people handle that. But our job is simply to set standards, world-class standards for our kids for writing.
May I, Chair Kernigis?
Please.
Two thoughts there. One, which would make your to-do list longer. If there were any shifts that you felt were worthy of communication, that is where an executive summary could come to play. And then two, if any of the shifts are requests of your colleagues, then that would be the wish list, to answer your question.
Thank you.
I have a question. So I guess my first question is, what would be TDOE's perspective on Ms. Now's proposal and the kind of implications or downstream effects of that we as teachers may not foresee? And then two, from your all's perspective, without getting too lengthy, because I don't take up a ton of our time, but do we have ideas of the lever, what is of a proper lever to fix that our problem with writing?
I do not have
But not the first. You can answer the first part of the question.
I'd love to kick the second part to you.
Also, I'm happy to, we did talk about so just for context, and I might have explained this, they're on the academics and instructional strategy team. So that would be their perspective. Dr. David Laird's perspective from the assessment and accountability team said he's very open to it and would like the full wish list. So just wanted to clarify. So if that's
We are
helpful for
low
you.
on the totem pole. So
High on my totem pole, Banks.
I think I probably need some more reflecting time kind of on that proposal, of the implications of it. I think of all the things that have been presented in terms of like a compromise or what have you. Yeah, and again, this would just be an opinion. I am not speaking for TDOE because this is an assessment question. But I mean, of all the ones, I think it would be the most reasonable that I've heard personally so far. But I would also need to think about the potential implications of that. So.
And just in terms of the question around levers that may be possible, I think that's impossible to answer specifically and say, this is the lever. I think when you look at the ecosystem of education, there are so many pieces that may impact student outcomes, right? And so if we think about what's within the purview of TDOE and maybe associated organizations, we can look at instructional materials, fidelity of instruction with those materials, intervention. You have where students start, you have teacher quality, support provided, professional development, all of those things. I'm sure a number of things that I'm not listing. And so I think it's hard to say that the standards are the problem. It could be part of a number of things that are leading to these outcomes. And that's why this is an important process. But I think it's hard to say that this one thing will result in a better outcome. It's a big risk. And I think what we need to focus on, in my opinion, is just what do we want students to learn? And then there are other avenues to think about how it's assessed or so forth. So
Ms. Nell's proposal, in my opinion, is an excellent proposal because it also talks about time. What hers is more efficient use of existing instructional time. The point that I brought up earlier was an extension of time. Hers is use what you got and use it well. But keep the standards the same. Hold their feet to the fire. Is there any more discussion on this? I think we should move on. We really done a good job, I think. Okay. So hearing none, we don't need to make any changes. We've approved these already. If there's no recommendation for change, what we've put into these, we just need to move on to reading. Hearing none, let's move to reading.
Not to be the bearer of bad news, but have we looked at the writing introduction, and would you all be interested in looking at the writing introduction? No is an appropriate answer.
I think Dr. Stout
Dr. Stout has
made
already
some, yes,
Dr.
made
Stout
some
has already taken
comment.
a look, so I think it will be a pretty quick glance. I think Dr. Stout has done a lot of the work that needs to be done on this introduction.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Dr. Stout.
So
And with that, I will leave now.
Would you like to take the floor, Dr. Stout?
yeah, while she's looking, I'll just specify all I've done to the writing subsection introduction is change the cornerstones. So I've updated the cornerstones so they are accurate. Otherwise,
This is supporting standards language for members, e.g. intros at doc, yes?
yes.
It is opening now. Opening slow. And it's not the red one, it's the blue one. So let me go to the appropriate one. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to open the appropriate file. I keep opening the red one.
This helps anyone who's in the document. This is page 11 of the document that we're looking at.
I'm sorry, it's just multiple documents in my file named the same thing.
Yeah, it is. I've had that same issue.
Let me. I can, I'm still in Rosemary's now. Let me get on this mic. All right. Really, the goal was just to make the language more accessible. I also think there was a philosophical thing that needed to be addressed because it started with writing in service of other skills instead of writing in service of writing. Like, you don't have to write just in service of learning another skill. So that was some of the philosophical things. Most of the things that look like new were actually just lines moved up from the bottom. So whether engaging in personal or academic writing, we must, we must teach students to harness the transformative power that strong writing brings to their life. Writing is one of the most effective methods for personal development and reinforcing reading and communication skills. To illustrate the multifaceted nature of writing skills, Sedeta 2019 Writing Rope Model serves as an invaluable framework. While syntax and transcription components of the writing rope are primarily addressed within foundational and language standards, it is crucial to recognize that all illustrated areas, including critical thinking, text structure, and writing style, must coalesce to develop skilled writers. This holistic approach underscores the interconnected nature of literacy development. As technology advances, it is imperative to emphasize that writing remains a vital skill. Rather than viewing technology as a competitor, educators should focus on instructing students to leverage technology and maybe technology and digital tools to enhance their writing when appropriate. Such an approach includes developing students' ability to evaluate the credibility of information and properly cite sources. By fostering this understanding, educators can develop writers who are confident communicators and well equipped to navigate the complexities of both the classroom and the real world.
And we change in the second to the last paragraph to leverage technology to leverage digital resources.
I think we've been using digital tools.
Digital tools.
Digital tools,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can you
Thank
change that, Mr. Hillier? Because I still don't have the doc.
Yeah, just any, I'm just going to change any reference to technology to digital
Well,
tools.
in the first part, I was thinking as technology advances, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But
that states that second usage rather than viewing technology, you want to change rather than viewing digital tools as a competitor, or is that? Yes, so yeah.
I was actually talking about the third sentence. I'm not sure it needs to be changed as far as the competitor reference. Instructing students to leverage the use of digital tools.
Oh yeah, okay, I see it, fine. It took me a minute, sorry. We're using technology as the bad word and digital tools as the good word.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Did you say appropriate? Okay. Right.
Okay. I feel good about this introduction. If other people
I do too.
And I think you caught my typo in the first or second sentence.
I put what you said, so. Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Stout.
Yeah, thank you very much. That saved us a lot of time, so thank you. Something we desperately need. All right.
Speaking of which, can we go on to reading?
Sure.
Woohoo! Can we get a collective woohoo?
Woohoo. All right. Reading. Good thing there aren't many of these. So buckle up. Okay. There are 10 different reading standards. Well, I don't know how to say this. There are, I guess, 20 different progressions, but 10 that are distinct from each other. Obviously, was that 10 cornerstones? Yes. 10 cornerstones, yes. But within each cornerstone, there is literature and informational texts. We'll just need to be very intentional about mirroring what we do with one to the other. So just flagging that for folks as we head in. It looks like we are going to be looking at 205 reading, or 204, sorry. 203, there we go. It gets smaller and smaller, 203 standards listed here.
Cell number 3?
Yes. So just add 200 to that, and that's where we'll be in some new geological period. So All right. Okay. First cornerstone. Only way out is through. No, we have to do this. All right. Cornerstone is read closely to determine what a text says explicitly and to make logical inferences from it. Cite specific textual evidence when writing or speaking to support conclusions drawn from the text. Another thing I would flag here is I would please ask that we be very cognizant of TDOE feedback on these standards, because a lot of the comments they left a good number of comments, but a lot of the comments are quite small. They're just wording things, but I don't want to miss key wording differences, given that it's not going to be a huge substantive change, but could still be.
I have a suggestion. What if one of us keeps an eye on the K through 5 suggestions, one of us keeps an eye on the 6 through 8, and one 9 through 12?
I think that would be a wonderful recommendation. Who wants to be the K through 5 reading standards person for TDOE feedback?
Brittany,
Brittany, you got that?
and Rosemary, they're
Who
going
wants
to
to who wants to be the 6
collaborate.
through 8 person? Kind of flag 6 through 8. Okay, fantastic. And then who wants to be the 9 through 12 person who kind of flags the 9 through 12? Miss Now. Okay, fantastic. That I think will help the process
Who
considerably.
wants to read the reading introduction and edit that? Okay, thanks.
Okay, that sounds great. All right. So first standard, k.rl.kid1, is with prompting and support, ask and answer questions about key details in a text to demonstrate understanding. No TDOE feedback on that one. It doesn't seem that TDOE has any feedbacks on the first standard for K through 5.
Understanding or comprehension?
I like understanding.
Okay, so be it.
Do we want to keep that standard?
Yes.
All right.
Next.
Music to my ears. All right. So this is the informational text version of the same standard with prompting and support. Ask and answer questions about key details in a text to demonstrate understanding. The exact same verbiage. So I would recommend we maintain that verbiage.
Yes.
Okay.
Go.
2 down already. All right. We're first grade now. Ask and answer questions about key details in a text to demonstrate understanding. Sounds good to me.
No arguments? All right, let's move.
Exact same verbiage in RI Kid 1. So I think we would probably want to keep that as well to keep those consistent. 4. All right. Second grade. Ask and answer such questions as who, what, where, when, why, and how to demonstrate understanding of key details in a text. Sounds fine to me, unless anyone else has notes.
You want her to do middle school? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miss Winters has middle school.
Okay, great.
What's happening?
Thank you, dear.
We're just having for the reading standards, we're just having a different person kind of be the person for each band. So like K through 5 is going to be Miss Singletary, Miss Winters is going to handle 6 through 8, and then Miss Now is going to be looking at 9 through 12 for the TDOE feedback. No, we're not dividing conquering the standards, just the feedback. Okay. Miss Dockery, we're on G7, looking at the second grade, standard 1. Ask and answer such questions as who, what, where, when, why, and how to demonstrate understanding of key details in a text. Any feedback on that one?
Meant to be an exhaustive list.
I think since that one is phrased as such questions as rather than such as, I think that one can stay within the confines of the actual language of the standard.
Okay.
Rather than having it in a parenthetical.
Any question? All right, move on.
I assume we will keep the language for RI Kid 1 since it is identical to the one above.
Yes.
Okay, third grade. Ask and answer questions to demonstrate understanding of a text, semicolon, refer to specific textual evidence as a basis for the answer. So we're introducing, pulling actual textual evidence here. Thoughts there? We good? Okay.
I think that's
Move on.
Keep. Ask and answer. Okay, I'm not going to repeat it again. We're going to keep the informational. As this is going to become tedious if I do this 100 times. So I'm just going to, as we move to the informational, I'll I won't bother reading out the entire standard again. Just please shout out if you feel like there needs to be a distinction. There are times where there will be distinction between the language and the two. So I'll flag those moments, but when they're identical, I don't want to belabor the point. Fourth grade, refer to details and examples in a text when explaining what the text says explicitly. Semicolon, refer to details and examples in a text when drawing inferences from the text. Sounds good to me.
Good. Keep it.
And I'm going to also keep informational, barring any comments.
Keep it.
Fifth grade reads, quote accurately from a text when explaining what the text says explicitly and when drawing inferences from the text. Okay. And I'm going to also keep the RI version because it is verbatim.
Okay. Move on.
Okay. We're on to middle school.
No middle school.
No middle school at all for one. Fantastic. Okay. Analyze what a text says explicitly and draw logical inferences. Semicolon, cite relevant textual evidence to support conclusions.
Sounds good.
That is verbatim with RI, so I'm going to keep that as well. Seventh grade is analyze what a text says explicitly and draw logical inferences. Semicolon, cite several pieces of relevant textual evidence to support conclusions. So we're moving from just one piece to multiple pieces.
Okay. Enough progression. Enough rigor added. Next.
Okay, and then I will maintain that for RI since it's identical. Eighth grade is analyze what a text says explicitly and draw logical inferences, cite several pieces of relevant textual evidence to support conclusions. This is verbatim, the same as seventh grade. Are we
So there's no rigor added.
The text, I believe, is what it would cover.
Okay. Thank you.
So are we good to keep those for
Yes.
eighth grade? Okay. For E1, E2, we have
Right.
analyze.
We have feedback.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm sorry. You can go ahead and read it and then I can give you the.
Analyze what a text says explicitly, draw inferences from the text. Semicolon, support an interpretation of a text by citing and incorporating relevant and thorough textual evidence.
Okay. So TDOE said, please consider changing interpretation to conclusion to be consistent with the middle grades and to indicate a bit more clearly that the standard focuses on the explicit meaning of the text as opposed to more thorough analysis and interpretation, which comes with other reading standards.
That seems to, I believe that is correct. Do we agree
Yes.
there?
I agree.
So how will you word that?
We're just simply changing the word interpretation to the word conclusion.
And that's it. Okay.
And that'll carry through to.
And then when it says analyze what a text says explicitly, comma, draw inferences from the text, I believe that should say and, correct, instead of the comma. That seems to just be kind of a,
Yeah, sure.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the wording there a bit awkward? And again, I may be wrong on this. Support a conclusion of a text. Is that accurate and it's just not resonating with me?
About, you mean in conclusion about?
yeah, support a
Yeah.
conclusion of a text, yeah.
We need our proper preposition.
Yeah, but even conclusion of a text,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be right.
No,
It's not-
no, it'd be conclusion. It's your conclusion you're supporting, right? So
Um,
support, you're not interpreting the text, you're concluding something about the text.
so it would be support conclusion about the text, about a text rather than of.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a conclusion of, you're not, is
Yeah. So it would be a conclusion about.
that what was intended?
Okay.
Okay.
So support conclusions by citing and incorporating relevant and thorough textual evidence. Is
Okay.
that what the language one is?
Okay.
Okay. Let me write that really fast. Okay. And then I suppose we would carry over that same verbiage in the RI version of the standard.
Yes.
Okay, and then the 11-12 seems to be identical. Am I wrong there?
It looks like it.
It looks to be identical.
so
So the same,
Like the same change.
same comments would carry.
Rigor is added by content and vocabulary.
When one last thing, and I hate to slow us because we're doing such a good job, but where it says analyze what a text says explicitly, draw inferences from. No, never mind. I'm wrong. Continue. I changed my mind. Okay. I think we just finished standard one.
The last one says, there was a typo there in the first place. It said support and conclusions, so we're just changing it to support conclusions.
Yes.
Also, this is really nitpicky, but I don't know if I'm the only one who struggles with this, but for years I've squinted at I versus L to determine that one little difference in the font. Yes. Like for years, I don't know if younger teachers don't struggle with that. I don't know, but like
I also have
Yeah.
struggled.
I
If
had
there
the
was-
problem,
if we could just change the font or something, not necessarily the whole coding system.
That's on your to-do list? Okay.
especially when I'm,
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, it's a little thing, but
okay.
A serif font would probably help. So yeah.
All right, we ready to go on now to the next standard?
You mean for reading?
The intro for reading?
Should be. Yeah, it's on page 8 of the supporting materials document. Okay.
Are we ready for the next standard?
Standard 2, the cornerstone is determine central ideas or themes of a text and analyze their development, semicolon, summarize the supporting details and ideas.
I see it now.
And so TDOE says, just wanted to flag that we still have the retell versus recount language in place. And this is when we go from K1 to 2, 3. And they also want to consider changing the word recall to retell. And it is that way in KID, but it's, wait, no. Yes, it's in the RL, but not in the RI.
The need for consistency there.
Yes.
And TOE's recommendation was
To retell.
retell. I have no preference there, so retell sounds good to me. If that's good with everyone else. Are we good on, it already says retell in the kindergarten RL version. Are we good with that?
Yes.
Standard? Keep that.
Keep.
RI, we would change recall to retell. Okay. Is there anything else we see for that K.RI? Because these are not identical to the RL.
Hearing none, let's move on.
Okay. First grade RL is retell stories, including key details, and demonstrate understanding of their central message or lesson. Already got the retell language, so I don't see anything there unless anybody else does. Okay. First grade RI is identify the main topic and recall key details of a text with prompting and support. Orally identify the main topic and recall key details of a text. I assume we need to change recall to retell.
Yes. With that change, are we okay? Head nods, yes. Move on.
Okay. Second grade is identify the central message or moral of stories, fables, and folktales from diverse cultures, semicolon, recount their essential elements in chronological order. So that's the TDOE comment about retell versus recount.
Yes, so it says, is this clear enough for teachers to understand the difference between retell and recount?
What is the intended difference there for elementary folks?
Teachers do not understand what recount means.
Okay.
So it's been a struggle all along. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah,
So do we
So-
just want to do retell then
fine with me.
instead of recount? Yeah.
And they
we have used-
never understand.
Like in this group?
No, we have.
Well, you
yeah.
changed it or?
No.
No, they did use it. I do believe you used it yesterday, recount.
We did. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes. Because we had this discussion.
In what grade level, do you know?
It was
When is it first used in speaking and listening? So both EAT and TDOE are recommending the rechange here. So I guess we need to go back to speaking and listening. And how many times?
It's also in there plural. I don't know if that'll pull it up plural if you just put recount, but I see where it says recounts. Okay.
Yeah, it seems like it's used, I think, in 7 different standards in speaking and listening, because it's showing up 14 times because we didn't delete it. So it's duplicated twice in the document.
So this is just on the spot. I haven't looked at all of them, but I'm looking at like 2 SLCC2. So it's recount or describe key ideas and details from a text. Okay, that is retelling. Nope, I take back what I'm saying. Just thinking out loud. Sorry.
Does recall
In-
substitute
In
correctly?
planning, it trips them up a lot and they spend a lot of time trying to figure out what that means. And it's varied across
Okay.
schools, grades, everywhere.
Would you want me to put it in the parking garage? Just go back and change everywhere we have in the, I mean, where it's appropriate. In
Yeah,
the
my only concern
beginning.
is there are some instances where the word retell would be used, but then there are other instances where retell wouldn't really fit, I don't think.
We
Like,
can go back and look at it. I mean,
if we could just do that really quickly with speaking and
Okay.
listening, just to ensure that it sounds right.
Okay, let's take a little detour up here.
Yeah, I will tell you what sells. So everybody, if they switch over to SL, speaking and listening, and the first instance of recount is G16, where it says recount or describe key ideas and details. What would our recommended?
Recall.
Okay.
Did you say recall or retell?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
No. Retail.
They want to change recall to retail.
I mean, those are different things a little bit.
They
because,
are.
like,
I
you
think
can.
that's why
They
we
do.
did that.
Actually,
What we did.
We're looking and it's saying that K1 retells, 2-3 recounts, and 4-12 summarizes.
I want to figure out what they actually mean.
But
That's what-
we would
that's
need-
what
it
they're-
would might need to be in the glossary to specifically tell them what we're asking kids to do.
Recount and recall seem analogous, but retell is like the telling of a story, honestly. Like retell something again. Whereas recounting something seems a little like a portion of said thing.
It's like
But if the word recount is causing
Recount, you're
havoc,
giving
me,
more
recount-
detail, like more
Yeah, which
specific
seems like
detail.
recall. That
Beginning
seems
this
like the exact same
happened, I
thing.
think
Fact.
Middle of this happened.
When we're reading, we're recalling, but when
All
we're
is facts.
speaking, we're
Recount is,
recounting.
Yeah.
I
at the
think that's
beginning
where
of the
we ended
story,
up
the bear was
yesterday.
hungry. At the middle
So
of the story, the bear ate.
we,
and at
we
the end
could
of the
define
story,
it in the
bear
glossary. Just,
We just want to define.
In the
Okay.
structure.
Yeah, I guess that is a difference.
Okay, so recount, you're going through the structure of the story, where retell, you're just telling events that happened, where like you might not be saying in the beginning or in
Okay, so there is a difference.
That
parents.
is not the distinction we're making in speaking and listening, though. As we say, recount like key ideas, and that
Would be
Well, that-
recall. That would be recall.
that would be
Yes.
okay.
If they're giving at the beginning of the story, the bear was hungry. At the middle of the story, the bear ate, and at the end of the story, the bear slept.
And-
Then that's recall.
And if I remember correctly, that's why the team ended up putting recall with the RI, because they felt like that went with the nonfiction better than retell. But you can use retell with informational. So we had this, what do you do?
But am I assuming that it still needs to be addressed in the glossary?
Definitely,
100%, yeah.
definitely.
Like TDOE
Very
is not really concerned about
clearly.
what's decided.
So,
It's just we need to know.
I'm making a list. So
We
recount,
need teachers to have
retell,
clarity. That was
and
the big
recall?
thing,
I
is
guess I've got
clarity.
3 options here: recount, retell, and recall. And I'll be frank, I don't completely understand the difference myself. So if you guys will help me as we edit these standards.
It's about the cognition, I think.
This that I'm looking at is recall, which would be informational text. You are giving information that you heard in the story, and recount would be like in a narrative. You're starting at the beginning of the story, in the middle, and the end. So I mean, maybe you do one in literature and one in informational.
Yeah, I think it was
But-
just that the TDOE seemed to prefer the phrasing retell rather than recount.
Not correct.
or recall, no, instead of recall. But then the question was from the TDOE, what is the difference between retell and recount? I guess they don't want recall in there, period. And then they want us to tell the difference between retell and recount.
Again, it's just this, like all of this feedback was based on directly what we got from teachers. Because the words would change and they wanted to know what was changing. As you know, if a word changes from one grade level to another, they want to know, well, is there a scaffold here? Is there something? We just need to be able to provide clarity around what that is.
Mhm.
Whatever the committee decides, we're perfectly fine with.
And our reasoning for changing it was literature informational, not grade level. Now, it was for first to second, because which we had it like recount is if you were having to tell a police officer about something you saw, you're going to recount all the things that happened. Whereas a kindergartner is just going to tell you just generally things that happen in the story, but they might not get all the details. That's kind of how we thought it was, but we don't know. So that, I mean, we need it clear as to what the difference, what are we expecting a kindergarten, first grade to be able to retell about a story versus a second grader to be able to tell about a story. That's basically.
There's more clarity there, and I think, again, we're going to address that in the glossary. Do we need to change the standards that we had completed for listening and speaking?
I mean, so what are the versions of, there are 3 versions we've discussed: recount, retell, and recall. If we need to decide which of those are, I think we need to narrow to 2 if we're going to use. We're going to use them if we're going to have these clear, distinct meaning differences.
Well, have we used recall?
We just made a change to include recall in the speaking and listening standard where it says recount or describe key ideas and details from a text.
Okay.
If you leave retell in K1 and recount in second, I think in the glossary, it just needs to be very clear on what the difference is. What are you expecting from a K1 and what are you expecting from a second grader?
So if we don't change to recall, which I can't follow all that, but if we just use retell and recount, that's what we're using here. Well, and so not using recall in the speaking language. Could we do that, or does recall fit better?
I mean, I'm just looking at the example case. Like currently, the language that reads recount or describe key ideas and details from a text. We were originally using recount. We had then, like 5 minutes ago, we changed it to recall because we had heard that recount was confusing to teachers. And now I'm very confused about what.
So let's just keep it. Okay, so let's just keep it recount, and then we put it in the glossary.
I would recommend now that we're looking at some things to keep it and make it in the glossary. And from what the K5 team talked about, we felt like recall fit better with informational because they're not retelling a story. Even though you can retell, there are some pieces, it fits better to recall information.
Your story, while I laugh though about the whole police officer thing with the second grader, that kind of like made me a little nervous though. So just I was Want to make sure the implications were still okay.
How do you evaluate? How do you evaluate recall? I can recall my birthday, but if I'm not telling anybody, you don't know what it is. Yeah.
If you read an informational text and they recall key details from the text,
They
give
can
you-
recall it, but they're not writing it or saying it.
Well, again, in
It's a memory function. That's all.
in our high quality instructional materials, we're looking for specific things to our questions from our read alouds and things.
I hear what you're saying. I was thinking through the same thing, just recount sounds more verbal, whereas recall sounds like it's internal. But I think
Okay.
it's understood for teachers typically. It may not be, so that's a
Right.
discussion that you all can have.
Think of it
Is that
way.
when you ask for a student to recall, you're engaging them in a conversation, but that could be written in recall and share aloud or something like that as an option.
I didn't think of it that
Recall
way.
and share.
I understand.
didn't think
I
of
was
it that
thinking
way.
the same
I
thing.
think that provides more clarity.
It does. And any clarity we can give is better.
Recall is thinking it, retelling it is telling me it.
Right.
I mean-
Recall and share.
Or retell. I mean, it's up to you guys.
One's a cognitive.
Yes. So we want to use retell?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, all three are on the table. Then we need to go case by case and identify which of the three is most appropriate if we're going to do this. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't feel equipped to do this on my own because I still don't understand I can't parse the differences. I use these words synonymously mostly in my own life. So, the first instance is recount or describe key ideas and details from a text. What would be the appropriate word there?
Retell.
It is second grade, and it's
By the way, I think recall and recount are the same cognitive function because you don't have to say anything if you recount it. There's no way to evaluate that unless you're required to share it. But the act of recounting does not require telling. It simply says, I remember it. I can recount details from
Recount says it is a verb that tells someone about something. That's the dictionary, Oxford Language Dictionary
I
definition.
just don't. How is recount different from retell?
According to what I saw, it said recount is a more formalized version of
I mean, it feels like a
retelling.
distinction in formality more so than like.
Like it mentioned
but
chronological order.
Functionally operating as a.
as
So
long as
retell
that's
would be more basic, recount would be more advanced, according to the internet.
in a glossary.
Okay.
And in the standards guide.
I feel like I'm just being really picky because I'm having to teach thesis now and argumentative instead of claim. And that was something that we spent a lot of time on. So I'm like, you know what, second graders better be able to recount and retell.
So do we need to go through each of the standards that use one of these words?
I think we could do it very quickly, but I would. ask
Okay,
if we
let's
could-
do that. Ready, set, go.
Okay, so the first example is recount or describe key ideas and details from a text. That would be
Everybody shout what they think is best. 1, 2, 3.
there were like 4 different things there. I think the people said words that we hadn't even discussed yet.
Okay.
You better be able to recount what happened.
Okay, so they have a text. They are analyzing the key details, key ideas and details from that text, and then they are telling them to me. That is what?
TDOE. Retell.
Sure.
I'm okay with retell. Everybody okay?
This is second grade, but I thought they meant different things though. Like if they mean different things, then it doesn't matter the grade, does it? Okay. Okay.
All right, we heard retell and we had consensus. Let's stay with
That's great.
retell.
Fantastic.
Next.
Okay. We have recount at least one thing or one point you remember about the topic during classroom discussions.
1, 2, 3.
Chair Cornegas, I don't think that strategy is working.
Okay.
This is I-25.
I want to ask TDOE, what do you want there? No, I want to ask TDOE.
It currently reads recount at least one point you remember about the topic during classroom discussions.
TDOE.
Okay, if that's
Retell.
fantastic.
That we should.
Next.
Okay.
We're just sharing our personal opinions. You all have the discretion to do what you want. If we can't tell the difference between the words, we tend to think just choose the same word, be consistent, and then explain what you mean in the glossary. I don't know that it's clearly explaining any sort of progression.
And that was
So-
the complaint, is the vertical.
Yes.
That makes sense. Who wants to use retell?
Well-
Raise your hand.
Which makes sense for informational and fiction? Like in my head, does one make more sense to be with both?
I mean, I don't think it can be recall because recall seems to imply a cognitive process.
I tend to think retell makes sense, but I'm open.
Say the department suggests retail over recall.
Then that's great.
And
All right.
We can retell it.
Who wants to
don't
use
think that
retell?
using retail and recount both is clear. So we'll just use retail.
Who wants to use retell? Raise your hand. Okay, retell it is. Mark it down.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
will,
We
So
addressed.
now,
tonight I will do an exhaustive.
Lacey,
search of
you
all
can
the
take the
recaps and
recall and
retells.
recount
Thank
out
you.
of the glossary.
And thank you for helping us address that.
Just leave the
consistency.
retail.
Okay. Can we go back to reading?
Please.
Okay.
Okay.
We are on cell G28. Good news is the change we were making was to change to recall to retell. So that's great. And then second grade RL says identify the central message or moral of stories, fables, and folktales from diverse cultures. Recount their essential elements in chronological order. I guess retell. Okay. Anything else for that standard?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Second grade RI is identify the main idea of a text and the main topics within a multi-paragraph text.
Good.
Okay, wait, TDOE says, is the wording of the revised standard clear enough? Is the student supposed to identify the main idea of the text and focus of specific paragraphs in the text? If so, consider making the wording a bit clearer. In its current form, it seems as if students are doing one thing in one type of text and another thing in a multi-paragraph text. Second.
Grade G29, G30. So
You just get rid of a text, identify the main ideas and the main topics within a multi-paragraph text.
The previous iteration of the standard was to identify the main idea of the text and then to focus on the main topic of the specific paragraphs in that text, which I think is what the committee was trying to communicate. But I think the wording just got off a little. So, yeah.
could we borrow language from the RL standard there where it says retell their essential elements and I mean, I guess you would say chronological order, but what is the language of the old standard? So just retell the focus of specific paragraphs in a text as a new, okay, perfect.
Is that okay with everybody? Okay, mark it down.
Yes. Okay. Third grade reads, determine the central message or moral of fables, folk tales, and myths from diverse cultures and explain how it is conveyed through key details in a text. Semicolon, recount to their essential elements in chronological order. I assume we're going to change that recount to retell.
I would hope.
Anything else? Okay. The following standard for RI is determine the main idea of a text, recount the key details, and explain how they support the main idea. I would ask, and I'm loath to do so. We are the progression we are doing here from second to third grade from identify to determine. Does that simply just indicate that the message is more complex to identify here, and therefore it is now something you have to determine rather than just identify, or is that? No, it's from second to third. So G.
I think too, like when you get to third grade, it's not necessarily stated. They might have to infer it.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Okay, are we comfortable with it then?
Yes. I would recommend this language. Did TDOE have a comment about the third grade RI Kid 2?
No.
We need to have the portion after the semicolon identical between these two standards, because if you look at 2 and 3 for reading literature, they are parallel to each other. But our new semicolon our new clause after the semicolon doesn't match what is after the semicolon between 2 and 3 for RI. So I think we would probably, the retell the key details and explain how they support the main idea from 3, should we just move that language back up to 2 rather than the retell the purpose of specific paragraphs? Or do we want the retell the specific purpose? There's the purpose of specific paragraphs in a text in
I think it's retell the focus of specific paragraphs. Purpose seems a little high level there.
So what?
Retell the focus of specific.
Focus of specific paragraphs. That's what we were looking for in second grade. Okay. Okay, and then what I'm saying is, and I think this was very confusing, if you look at G29 and G31, that's the progression in second grade from RL to second grade to third grade. What comes after the semicolon is recount their essential elements in chronological order both times. So that progression is staying the same in that secondary task here. So that makes me think that the progression needs to be the same for RI to mirror that. So if we're going to ask students in third grade to retell the key details and explain how they support the main idea, I think that's probably what they should be doing in second grade as well.
So you're saying you want the second graders to be explaining how the details support the main idea in second?
I guess it's just not necessarily. I was just trying to just mirror the language. It just bothered me that the language was shifting because we just.
I think in second grade, I guess because it usually is stated, they just have to pick it out. It's not so much about the details, but in third grade, they have to think about the details to be able to infer what the main idea is, because it may not necessarily be stated. So I think that might be why that they gave that.
Okay, then can we just instead of in second grade saying retell the focus of specific paragraphs in a text, can we just say retell the key details to mirror what's happening in 3?
It's different. I think here we don't want to worry so much about language, but like what can they do with this age?
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to keep it as changed, just with the word retell.
Okay, then we'll do that.
Next.
Can
Okay.
I
3.RI.
Can I say one more thing? Sorry.
Yeah.
In second grade, RI, instead of saying having main idea and main topics, could you say main idea of each paragraph? Does that make sense? Or is it? will it get confusing because you have the main idea of the whole thing and then, okay, never mind.
I think the language about main topics was an attempt to
Bring it
include the
and then to
retail.
pull the
So we
topics
probably
of
need to
each into
delete-
the big.
delete the language
idea.
about
Okay,
the main
I got it.
topics and just say identify the main idea of a text.
Yeah, I was just thinking off the
Um,
top of my head there.
Within a multi-paragraph text, semicolon, retell the focus of specific paragraphs.
Okay.
Does that sound all right?
Oh, wait, I see your thing. Oh, I see your string now. Sorry.
That's 2RI, right? Are we okay with that change?
Mhm.
All right, move on.
Okay. Fourth grade RL reads, determine a theme of a story, drama, or poem and explain how it is conveyed through details in the text. Semicolon, summarize the text. Are we content with that? Okay.
Okay, this one is in the next one, sorry. In the next one, I know it's like the same. They want us to keep the wording the same instead of, can we change summarize a text to summarize the text? Because it is the text in the previous one.
Yeah. So for RI, we'll change to summarize. So change A to the.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. The RI reads, determine the main idea of a text and explain how it is supported by key details, semicolon, summarize the text.
Okay. Everybody good? All right, move on.
Okay, fifth grade. Determine the main idea of a text and explain how it is supported by key details, summarize the text. Wait, where there is an RL missing. There is a 5 RL missing. Okay, well, that obviously needs to be there.
Fifth grade, we'll take one to take away. I mean, if you want to take it away from.
You don't want to read any literature all again. You don't want to read informational text all again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just added the row, so I just don't have the standard itself. So I did everything I could, but I don't have that.
Who's got the standard?
I believe Brianna's working on it.
All right, we're going to give her some time. Let's take a 10-minute break right here.
And I was just going to ask real quick before that, the main idea, like it shifts from the main idea, like in, to when it goes to middle school to the central idea. Would it make more sense to keep that the same or no? I just know, like on our test, a lot of times, like with our ELS benchmark, anytime except for the TCAP, I guess because that's in our standard, everything else calls it the central idea. That's.
I agree. That was a big discussion that we had between central idea and main idea. And I know our discussion was it would just make sense to call it central idea all
the way through. I think so too, because in my fifth graders, like the notes we put in are main idea because that's how it's going to be stated on the TCAP because that's what's in our standard. But any other time, that it's assessed on any other platform, it's called central idea. So we have to talk about what's the fancy way to say main idea, central idea.
That's a big change between 5th and 6th grade is we are now not looking for the main idea. We are the central idea.
And there's
completely
no
different.
difference. So
Let's continue that discussion after we take a break.
I just wanted to put that in everybody's head.
Okay. And if you're done with your break early, we'll start early, but 10 minutes, so we'll be back in here. Let's do 8 minutes. 2:45.
Kid 2, G35. Determine a theme of a story, drama, or poem, and explain how it is conveyed through details in the text. Semicolon, summarize the text. Is there anything from the TDOE there? Do we have anything there?
Does that sound acceptable? All right,
Okay.
let's move on.
RI version of that is determine the main idea of a text and explain how it is supported by key details, summarize the text. Did we reach a consensus on main idea versus central idea?
So I looked it up. It says there is often no functional difference between a central idea and a main idea. They are frequently used interchangeably. And it goes on to say that with central idea sometimes being a preferred term in educational settings. It's just, I know I get frustrated because like when in 5th grade, when I'm talking about verbs and in 1st grade, they're talking about, and I know a lot of times they're like the action words.
Right.
And then I'm like, no, it's a verb. Like, why would you call it something different? And then we have to change it later on. So if they're in 6th grade, if it turns to central idea, like why are we calling it main idea in the earlier grades?
Good question.
Well-
At the high school level, what do you call it?
It's central idea.
Yeah.
Central idea.
And I was looking at the old standard, if I'm on the right number, it was determine the central idea of a text in 5th grade.
Okay, and what do you call it in middle school?
So why check,
This would be going back. I mean, we've used the term main idea since 2nd grade. So do we want to make the decision to unilaterally change the use of main idea to central idea?
Start, yes.
Okay.
I think
Then
we're
let's
trying to get consistent here
do it.
in the
That-
language all along.
That would be my.
And central idea will be in the glossary.
Mhm.
And there will be even further definition in the standards guide.
And we're all aligned in support of that. So
Fantastic.
Awesome. Rocking and rolling. Next.
Okay, so we're on to 6th grade, which for RL Kid 2 reads determine the theme of a text, use text evidence to determine how the theme is developed throughout the text, identify key details that would be included in an objective summary that supports the theme. Ms. Winters, do we have comments from TDOE?
Yes,
Okay.
DOE states there are multiple areas of feedback for the standard at this grade levels. A, please consider changing determine the theme of a text to determine a theme of a text, as there are almost always multiple themes in a text. As currently worded, it suggests there is only one for the student to identify.
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Yes.
My proposal is just to go back to the original language, basically 6 through 8 on the KID.2 standards from the current in use standard.
Can I just interject with what EAT suggested here? Here's the problem with that one is that it's determine a theme or a central idea. And this is the one we're talking about literature. And this is just where it got really confusing with the way that not just tests like TCAT, but even textbooks would word things. Sometimes they would say, what's the central idea of the text? And then the options would be the message of the story because of the way they took the standard. So we were trying to get the literature and the informational two different things. So we're determining the theme in literature and then the central idea in informational. Additionally, the part where it says objective summary is, and this is me reading the standard every single day in my class because this is a big standard. why are we determining the theme and then also providing an objective summary in the same standard? That doesn't make sense. The theme is the message, the overall what we're trying to get out of the story, and the objective summary is not the theme. So they do not make sense to go together at all. So if their suggestion was to put it back, make it another standard. Put the objective summary in another standard is fine, but not with theme. That doesn't make sense. All right, sorry.
Two very different tasks.
It seems like, I mean, if we're talking about the objective summary in A, should we just put the commands for what we're doing with the objective summary in A? Provide an objective summary identifying supporting details that should be included. I mean,
Objective summary is addressed there in number 2, and that in KI. So just remove it from, remove the B from KI, KL. And
I'm a little lost here. What's
You mean in RL?
I'm sorry, yes.
I know, it's hard to tell the difference, which is what Miss Now was talking about.
I think that was the point we were trying to get, is remove it for RL, but not for RI. An objective
Yeah.
summary is okay when you're describing central idea, but is not okay when we are talking about theme.
Amen. I'm good with that. Now, can we insert a parentheses S after the word theme in RL? So that you could have the opportunity to describe multiple themes or a theme, if that's all there is in a story. Does that answer the question that you had in the beginning?
we did?
Well, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what the question is here. Are we trying to deter, are we considering eliminating basically letter B? Is that what we're talking?
Yes.
Okay, here's how I don't know. I was thinking about this. So I agree separating those two sentences because it's too much to determine a theme and then do this over here. But to me, this is sort of a baby step towards literary analysis. So you're using text evidence to determine how the theme is developed, but then you're also finding those key details that you would use when, I mean, later on in the upper grades, analyzing that literature, right? So this is the 6th grade version of that. So is that, I'm supposing that's the reasoning that was there?
So
That's
that's
a baby step towards literary analysis, RL?
I think I'm confused because your original standard is the standard we made, and my original standard is the original standard we use currently. So when I think,
I'm looking at that.
which is the standard we proposed, correct? Yes. So I agree with that standard. Yes.
Okay,
But
I'm saying
don't
I agree with that too.
The
Okay.
remarks that they, like
Okay.
the comments that they made. Yes.
Okay,
I'm
I
sorry.
gotcha.
That's
Okay.
my.
So just to clarify, it is by all means the perspective of the department that students should be providing an objective summary with literary text, that there is no contradiction to a student determining a theme and providing an objective summary. In fact, summarizing would be absolutely critical in both of those types of texts. I think the feedback from us was just about the structure, about like that there was the parent standard of determine the theme of a text. And yes, it did not make sense to place objective summary underneath that. It's just a second step within that standard because the anchor standard includes both, and that's in grades K through 12. There's two things that students do. They always determine a central idea and they provide a summary of the text. And that may appear in different ways and so forth in each grade level, but that those two things are always a part of it. So the recommendation from the department was just to kind of construct the grade level standard in such a way where they know that like step 1 of standard 2 is that they're identifying the central idea, I'm sorry, the theme. And then step 2 would be that they are providing an objective summary of the literary text as a whole. So does that make sense? And I don't think that, I mean,
I get what you're saying completely. That's weird to me, theme and central idea within a literary text. So what I had written down, because before we did this, I kind of tried to marry some language, is I put determine a theme of a text and analyze its development, semicolon, provide an objective summary. It was kind of a combo of the two. But the identify key details, I feel like I don't feel like summary. I see what you're saying, but I don't know that B is maybe accurate to what we want them to do. As like we don't write summaries to support a theme, is my thought. And I saw there's quite a bit of public feedback about that as well. So I guess I like how you all deleted or central idea, but I don't know that I agree with the details or the additions that are in B.
But I do think there needs to be, and this is not just me, this was we had things all over the wall, okay? And this was a big concern, that determining the theme and an objective summary, like usually when you have like bullet points or something, they kind of go hand in hand, but they don't really go hand in hand. If I give you a summary of a movie, how are you going to determine the theme off of a summary? Like that, those don't go together. I'm not saying that we don't need to teach it. We do. Just, is this the spot that we need to teach it? I don't know.
Any other comments?
It feels like to separate them in the way that they're suggesting it. I feel like it would have to be separated into a different standard rather than trying to make summary a part of theme.
Well, that's like, I mean, in 5th grade, it's the same way. It just
Yeah, we've been doing
divided it by a semicolon. I just teach it as two separate, I just almost teach it like two separate standards. Like we talk about when we're, the theme, and then we might talk about some evidence that would prove that that's the theme, and then I teach summary separate. It's, even though it's in the same standard, it's not the same skill. So I see where she's saying that I have always wondered kind of why it's together, but nobody had a question, so I'm like, roll on.
But there was a suggestion.
Yeah, it's 3 different things.
But there is a suggestion in letter D. Please consider revising the wording of the standard to determine a theme of a text and analyze its development, semicolon, provide an objective summary. So they're considering revising the wording of the standard.
Which would kind of fit more of how it's done in
Determine the theme of a
elementary.
text and analyze its development, provide an objective summary.
I would like to say that was not my words. That was TDOE's words. So after you read that, I thought I was taking both and combining them, but no, that was TDOE. But I like TDOE.
I think it flows better because the 4th grade standard, it had a semicolon summarize the text. So, and then the 5th grade summarize the text.
Yes, and it's like that in all of them.
Yeah.
It's like here they've just divided it into 2 substandards, but you just throw a semicolon on it and summarize the text. And just, it's one standard, but you teach it twice. Once for this, once for that. That's how we do it.
I will also point out the substandards here are unique to 6 through 8. If you go to high school level, it's the same basic format we had K through 5, which is just the parent standard, just to say, determine a theme, provide an objective summary. Like it's just those 2 parts. So So
Okay, would you like to repeat what TDOE has so that we can get some consensus on this?
Yes, sir. Determine a theme of a text and analyze its development. Provide an objective summary.
And that there are no A and B, it's just all in one word.
And is it divided by a semicolon?
Semicolon,
Yeah,
development,
just like the
semicolon,
lower
provide
code.
an objective summary. So that's the standard. Now, up under A, B, and letter A and B, it states for B, it is a bit confusing to include substandard B, identify key details that would be included in an objective summary that supports the theme. Beneath, determine the theme of a text as writing, speaking. An objective summary is not always completed in service of determining a theme. It can be an important task independent of that process. Letter C states the wording is substandard B. Identify key details that would be included in an objective summary that supports the theme. Seems unclear as students should be writing complete summaries and not just identifying key details that would be included in them. Also, summarizers are not designed to convey or support a theme, but to provide an overview of the main points of a text. Could this substandard be modified simply to say, provide an objective summary? This would maintain the proper rigor for these grade levels and support vertical progression into grade 9 through 12.
So let's just take away the A and the B, and like it is in the high school and elementary, and just put a semicolon and add the objectives, write an objective summary, or.
Write it as TDOE has prescribed it.
Mhm.
what I have
And just have no A and B.
One note to consider, uh, TDOE's suggestions for RI versus RL. RI includes and analyze how it is developed throughout the text. Do we want to include that throughout the text element for the RL? I do feel like that adds a little bit of rigor.
So in lieu of analyze its development, it would be analyze.
How it is developed throughout the text.
How do we feel about that?
Semicolon, summarize the text.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, good rigor. Thank you.
Dockery, just to make sure I get that right, analyze how it is developed throughout the text. Okay. And then am I hearing that we want to remove the substandards?
Yes,
Maybe. Okay.
that was the proposal.
Okay.
Moving on.
I would think we would need to make analogous changes to RI. So what would the language need to be?
Now, TDOE suggests their feedback. For letter A, please consider changing determine the central idea of a text to determine a central idea of a text, as there are almost always multiple central ideas in a text as these grade levels. As currently worded, it suggests there is only one that the student can identify. Letter B, it is a bit confusing to include substandard B, provide an objective summary of the central idea and supporting details throughout a text. Beneath, determine the central idea of a text, as writing and speaking an objective summary is not always completed in service of determining a central idea. It can be an important task independent of that process. The wording in substandard A identifies supporting details that should be included in an objective summary. Seems unclear as students should be writing complete summaries and not just identifying supporting details that would be included in them. Letter D, could this standard be simplified into the following? Determine a central idea of a text and analyze how it is developed throughout the text, semicolon, provide an objective summary. And letter E, regardless of how this is revised, please consider adding the word analyze back into grades 6 through 8 for this standard. In grades 6 through 12, students should be analyzing the development of the central idea they identify.
So we can just do the same thing that we did to RL.
Okay.
Yes, basically.
I think we need to make a call about the A central idea versus the central idea.
I think A.
Okay. If I would then ask us to look really quickly back at 5, because in 5 we have determined a theme. We've always used, or 4 and 5, for K through 3 we used the, but then in 4th grade we went from the theme to a theme, but we stuck to the main idea. And then in 5th grade, same thing. We have a theme, but the main idea.
I did a central idea in the 5th grade. Yeah.
I just want us to be, I don't have a strong preference on A versus the here, but I think it needs to be consistently done. If we shift from the theme to a theme, we need to also shift from, we need to either, or I see what you're saying.
I see your head shaking.
But basically, if we're going to ever shift from the to A, it needs to happen at the same time that we shift from the to A with theme.
Yes.
So I guess the question is, do we shift from the to A at all? Central idea. We're definitely shifting for theme, but
Do y'all have feedback? The EAT have feedback about that, or the TDOE?
Earlier on, you said that there are often more than one theme in a story.
Yeah, it's about central idea. Currently, we say the central idea and the theme until we get to 4th grade, and then we shift from the theme to a theme. But we do not shift central idea. But we had decided to shift central idea in 6th grade to a central idea. So I'm saying if we're going to make that shift, I think it needs to be retroactively applied to the places where we've also made the shift for theme.
I don't know if this makes a difference or not to you all, but I recall, I can look it up, but I think that ACT has multiple central ideas. And if we want to work towards that, but I can double check that. I'm just going off of memory from 2 weeks ago.
There seems to be a conflict between what the EAT is recommending and what the TDOE had feedback about along that line. So am I misreading that?
So are we in agreement on middle school, at least on a central idea?
Yes.
What about 4 or 5? Are we
where
a central idea or are we the
I
central
was
idea?
curious as to what there seemed to be.
I think in elementary, the central idea makes sense, but progressing to middle school.
Then do we need to change theme to the theme and for 4 and 5 as well to pair that?
The way I think we teach it, I mean, that's the way I've taught it, has been a theme. Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. We were not consistent about that though with theme. We said the theme in well, I guess that's not true. Never mind. We say the central message, which I guess is analogous, is distinct from. Okay. Okay.
Are you ready to move on?
Okay. So we're saying determine a central idea of a text and analyze how it is developed throughout the text, provide an objective summary for 6 RI. Okay. Okay. Are we just moving what because I believe these are identical in the middle school level. So for 6 through 8, right, for the
Yeah.
standard. So then we should just move what we did for 6 up to 7 and 8. Are we in agreement there?
Where is the increase in rigor occurring?
The text.
Thank you.
So I was moving to r.r, sorry, I'm just saying things. 7.rl.kid.2, that's G39.
Okay.
And the TDLE recommendations are for 6RL, 7RL, and 8RL KID2.
I think these have always been the same 6 through 8. So are we content with just, we've shopped the 6 standards? Are we good to just move those to 7 and 8 for both RL and RI?
Yes.
Okay.
Why we lost, I mean, I understand identifying supporting details could encompass all of that, but why we lost the including its relationship to the character setting and plot in RL and including its relationship to supporting details in RI. That was in the original standard. If we feel like identify supporting details does all of that for both of those standards, then I'm fine with that.
We don't
But-
have identify as this standard because we're getting rid of
Well,
substandards.
yeah,
so,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
as
now
this-
we don't have that at all. You're
Yeah.
correct. So
So if we're losing something, we should be attentive to that. So what again was it that we were losing?
that was,
Just in eighth
it was just in 8th grade. I'm talking about 8th grade currently.
Okay.
Yes. The original progression was, yeah, it was the same in 6th and 7th, essentially. But then in 8th grade, we added those elements. So, but I didn't hear any TDOE feedback about that particular part of it,
About losing that part in the
about
revision?
losing that part of it.
So I think our perspective is that we, those are kind of pieces that demonstrate how students determine the theme and provide an objective summary, and we spell all of that out in detail in the standards guides. So
Okay.
those are just kind of instructional pieces that would go along, but certainly
I'm
open.
fine with it. As long as we're fine.
Okay, we're
we good
ready to
then?
go.
Okay.
High school?
Okay. High school E1, E2 is determine a theme or central idea. This is for RL. So determine a theme or central idea of a text and analyze its development, provide an objective or critical summary.
There's no TDO feedback about
Okay.
this, so.
Or
Any comments about that?
Say it's pretty much the same standard, old standard.
so are we content there? Okay. The same standard for RI is, it's the same standard as RL, except it doesn't include the phrasing of theme. It just has central idea. Are we content with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just make one quick comment? I checked back in the glossary and just whoever's doing that might want to make a note. You might want to look at the definition of central idea in the glossary so you don't confuse teachers later. Okay.
Something else I noticed that might not matter, but from 8 to 9, 10, and 11, 12, we don't have and analyze its development over the course of the text. If we think that's important to continue or it's implied at that grade level.
And we have analyze its development. So, I mean, I guess if that seems implied to me.
Are we ready to go on to 3, 4? Yes? Okay, let's roll.
Okay.
I am.
3, 4 reads, determine multiple themes or central ideas of a text and analyze their development, provide a critical summary. Any feedback there? Anything? And then the RI version is determine multiple central ideas of a text and analyze their development, provide a critical summary. Any thoughts there?
Are those acceptable? Okay, we're done with that one.
Oh, unrelated announcement. The state board staff is currently taking all of the materials from this building to our building. If you would like any snacks or drinks, now's the time to grab what you need. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Michael. Uber Eats is here for you.
We're good. Okay, so want to go on to the next kindergarten?
All right. So we're on standard 3. The cornerstone is analyze how and why individuals, events, and ideas develop and interact over the course of a text. The kindergarten version of RL reads, with prompting and support, orally identify characters, setting, and major events in a story.
Okay,
No comments, and it's the same as the old standard.
okay, roll. Next.
Okay. RI version is with prompting and support, orally identify the connection between between two individuals, events, ideas, or pieces of information in the text.
No comments, and it's the same.
Let's go.
We good there? Thank you, Ms. Singletary.
No problem.
All right, first grade RL is describe characters, settings, and major events in a story using key details.
No comments.
Good.
The only thing that's not there is, I think the term using graphic organizers, but
Feels instructional to me.
I think that's kind of maybe implied.
Yeah.
So, good.
All right, RI version of the first grade standard is describe the connections between two individuals, events, ideas, or piece of information in a text.
No comments. Sounds good.
Roll.
All right, second grade RL is describe how characters in a story respond to major events and challenges.
No comment. It's the same.
We good there?
Good.
RI is describe the connections between a series of historical events, scientific ideas, or steps in a process in a text.
No comments. It's the same.
Good.
Third grade RL is describe characters in a story and explain how their actions contribute to the sequence of events.
No comment. It's the same.
Roll.
Third grade RI is describe the relationship between a series of historical events, scientific ideas or concepts, or steps in technical procedures in a text using language that pertains to time, sequence, and cause/effect.
No comment. It's the same.
Go.
Fourth grade RL is describe in depth the character in a story or drama, drawing on specific details in a text. Explain how a character's thoughts, words, or actions contribute to the sequence of events in a story.
No comments. It's the same.
Keep.
Explain, the RI is explain events, procedures, ideas, or concepts in a historical, scientific, or technical text, including what happened and why, based on specific information in a text.
No comment. It's the same.
Go.
5 RI, Miss Summers, we are missing another RL. 5.
The only thing is there is some feedback while she's getting that. It says, please consider changing story elements to details. It's confusing in the current form as character, setting, and or events are story elements, so students would not be drawing on story elements to describe them.
Is that for 5, the one that we're missing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do the RL while she's posting that.
That's the one we're missing is RL, but we can do
Let's do
RI.
the RI, yeah.
RI is explain the relationships and interactions among two or more individuals, events, and or ideas in a text.
No comment. It's the same.
Then we'll give.
Is that where we're building in some rigor by at 2 or more?
And then, yeah, then text as well. Seems to be, yeah, seems like there's a focus in 4th grade on individual things rather than 2 or more.
Okay.
And their relationships. So it seems like the relationship is the rigor there. Yep.
Do you have to click out of the
We don't
box?
have a standard
Okay.
yet. No, I believe Miss Summers is adding it. Okay.
Can we
This
go
is a
on to
hard
6?
standard for fifth graders. They always struggle on this one.
Can we go on to 6 and circle back to 5 RL?
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it seems we've got it. So, describe in-depth characters, settings, or events in a story or drama, drawing on specific story elements in a text, semicolon, explain how they contribute to the plot of a story. And what was the
So instead of drawing on specific story elements, the story elements would be details.
drawing on just details or key
I
details?
think specific details.
Drawing on specific details. So changing story elements to details. Okay.
So we're just changing the word elements to details, and that's it. His story's already in there.
Yes, so I've made the edit of changing story elements to details. Okay. Are we good on that standard otherwise?
Yes.
Okay, then we can move to 6th grade. 6.RL is analyze how the elements of the plot unfold to develop characters and move toward a resolution.
I would,
What's the TDOE?
TDOE, feedback, please consider changing wording to something closer to analyze how the elements of the text develops characters and move toward a plot resolution. This wording seems clearer.
I just remembered seeing your work in your priorities document and really liking how you had rewritten these two. So
I have absolutely no recollection. No, I
you
didn't.
don't?
But I can pull it up. That was a different me.
Okay.
I'll never get that back again. All right. Oh, God.
I personally felt like specific text elements and elements of the text were kind of vague. As a teacher, like reading that, I'd be like, what am I going for here? And I remember liking whatever you had written. I don't remember it now, but I liked it.
This is which one?
6 RL.
RL. Something like, okay, my wording was analyze how complex characters, events, and ideas develop and interact over the course of a text, semicolon, interpret how these developments and interactions impact the overall meaning of the text.
What grade level was that for?
Oh, that's 912. I'm looking at 912. No. Yeah. I don't see that I had anything for middle grades.
Okay.
Well, no, I did have something on 7. Yeah. No, I did. Yeah, I did. Mine is in weird order. Bad former me. Analyze how the plot of a story or drama unfolds, as well as how the characters respond or change as a result of the unfolding plot. But yeah. I can also just copy and paste it over. But again, I did this before we even started this journey, so who knows? I don't know if I stand by my work.
The main thing that was changed from the original to now is it was originally describe, and I think they've changed it to analyze just to get it more. It's analyze all the way up and across and up. So I'm sure that's the change there.
My proposed wording I just dropped into suggested change. Okay.
Okay, so we want to do 6 RL. How does this work for you? 6RL. Do you want to keep it as is? What did you say? But Lucas didn't address 6, did you?
I did. I just dropped it in the document.
Okay.
So, I mean, my proposed wording for 6 was just analyze how the plot of a story or drama unfolds, as well as how the characters respond or change as a result of the unfolding plot.
TDOE likes that as well, better than TDOE's recommendation.
Y'all want to hire me? Or or I feel weird saying just, do we want to take mine? But, and
Well, I proposed it, so.
okay. So in reality, it's Miss Dockery's.
Put that in the decision.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad Miss Dockery remembered that I did that because I sure didn't. All right.
Can you copy and paste it into the decision or no?
It's been copied and pasted into suggested change.
Okay.
So are we ready to move on to RI? Okay. RI reads, analyze in detail how a key individual, event, or idea is introduced, illustrated, and developed in a text. Did we have feedback on that from TDOE?
Yes.
Okay.
The added phrases helps to emphasize the why, and it says, please consider changing the wording, analyze in detail how and why a key individual, event, or idea is introduced, illustrated, and developed in the text. The added phrase helps to emphasize the why portion of the Cornerstone Standard, which should be included in grades 6 through 12.
Okay.
I liked it, except I feel like in detail is kind of random personally. I don't know if other people feel that way, but
It was already there. That I'm sure that that's probably the wording because this is the exact same as the old standard. So
But
we
we're
can take it
adding-
out. I'm just saying that's why it's probably there.
We're adding and why. Do you need to take off the words in detail?
To me, and if you analyze something, it is in detail. So
Yeah, I don't love.
I don't
the
think
phrase
they're.
in
I don't
detail,
have
but-
think they have to
Take
be
out
there.
in detail and add and why.
So it's analyze how and why a key individual, event.
Or idea is introduced, comma, illustrated, comma, and developed in a text.
Is that acceptable to everyone? All right, let's move on to grade 7.
I don't know how, but I don't know if this is better or worse, but I think I had a drafted version of this, and since we used my drafted version of 6, I can move that over if anyone would want me to do that.
Please do.
Okay. I'm mostly impressed that Ms. Dockery actually read my infinitely long prep.
She's been attentive to many, many details,
Very
as we all have.
Okay, so my wording was analyze how specific details develop. Analyze how specific characters develop as a story or drama unfolds, as well as how these developments propel the plot forward.
Yep, accept it. Yes, as read.
Okay. And then 7RI. It currently reads, analyze the relationships and interactions among individuals, events, and/or ideas in a text. Did we have?
I have
Oh,
some
yes.
concerns.
Um,
I'm sorry.
Not that one? Okay. Rosemary,
Okay.
you have the floor.
Okay, 7RIKID3, TDOE feedback. Please consider changing the wording to something closer to analyze the relationships and interactions among individuals, comma, events, comma, and or ideas in a text, and how these impact meaning or support the author's purpose. The added phrase helps to emphasize the why portion of the cornerstone standard, which should be included in grades 6 through 12.
Makes sense to me.
This was the same exact as it was in the old standard, what they have, so.
Okay, so I have a concern. Tell me if it's just my interpretation, but to me, let me make sure I'm reading this right. I don't want to embarrass myself here. Okay, yeah. So to me, analyze the relationships and interactions among feels more complex than what's in 8th grade, analyze the connections among. So I feel like they should be switched, but maybe I'm interpreting it wrong.
What are we looking at again?
I'm looking the wrong standard. I could be.
7
yeah,
RI.
yes. Okay, so 7, the suggested change was analyze the relationships and interactions among, but then 8th is analyze the connections among. And to me, relationships and interactions would be more complex than connections.
Okay.
Do we agree, disagree with me?
So I mean, these standards are identical, except in 7th grade it says relationships and interactions, and in 8th grade it says connections.
8th grade used to include techniques and no longer includes techniques. So I feel like, especially without that technique piece, it feels like it's flip-flopped.
I think that makes
I
sense.
agree.
That's a good catch.
That's a good.
So we'll
So the proposed
So
7 standard
switch
should be
them.
moved to 8.
and then 8 move to 7. Is that acceptable to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And now that would mean we would go on to 8RL, having already finished 8RI.
What is the change then to 7? So we're, instead of saying relationships and interactions, we're now going to see connections. That's the shift. Okay. Okay. Then 8RL. Analyze how particular lines of dialogue or events in a story propel the action, reveal aspects of a character, or provoke a decision. Do we have notes on that one?
No comments.
Are we good to keep? Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so this one, I think the only aspect I don't like is that we just drop character development in 8th grade. And I feel like that's an important one personally, but I'm willing to be overruled for sure.
Well, how would you change this then?
The 9-10 standard is kind of about that, because it talks about how they develop and interact over the course of a text. But if you feel as though it needs to be present here,
It would only be in an attempt to prepare the students for the next level, some sort of an introductory activity.
And this is the same as the old, so that's probably why they used it, just throwing that out there.
They did, I mean, we did use the term character development in the 7th grade standard. So I see what you're saying. Yeah, would it help if we just added it to the end or provoke a decision to develop the character?
we could also say reveal changing aspects of a character.
To reveal changing aspects of a
Because we
character?
already have that phrase, reveal aspects of a character.
Or, so we're going to say it twice?
Yeah, it does change the meaning. That's true.
This probably sounds bad. Because I was struggling with this, but I had analyzed how particular events or lines of dialogue develop characters, reveal character traits, or provoke a decision.
What was that? Sorry, could you repeat the end of that?
Say it again,
Okay.
please.
Analyze how particular events or lines of dialogue develop characters, comma, reveal character traits, comma, or provoke a decision.
You don't want to put propel action in there?
Is that?
Yeah.
Well,
Driving rain.
Okay, so let's approve her as read. Yes,
Okay.
as modified.
opposed to rewording.
You
I
won't
did
predict
this
them right today.
very
how you
quickly with
had
the crying baby.
character development, though.
Yeah.
I think that was an important phrase.
Okay.
Um,
The old
Illuminates characters, illuminate. I hate to put in new verbs.
So-
You're playing with fire.
I know.
So the EAT had to analyze how particular lines of dialogue or events in a story propel the action, reveal aspects of a character, or provoke a decision. So I guess it's really about breaking reveal aspects of a character up into a couple different things. Is that really the main difference here? Am I hearing that right?
Show?
What I had was analyze how particular events or lines of dialogue develop characters, reveal character traits, or provoke a decision. We just add in propel action somewhere in that list, propel action or provoke a decision or.
Where should the reveal aspects of a character feels like it's essentially reveal character traits, right?
Yeah.
So we just need the show. Was it show character develop? What was the first one?
Develop the original or what I wrote?
What you wrote.
Okay. I put develop characters, comma, reveal character traits, comma, or provoke a decision.
Okay. Okay.
Propel the action comes before provoke a decision. Your two mentions of character come together.
The only thing I would throw out for consideration, but it's fine. I think what you have is fine, is show character development instead of reveal character traits, because I heard you say initially the character development was the term
Yeah.
that mattered to you.
So I have analyzed how particular events or lines of dialogue develop characters, comma, reveal character traits, comma, or provoke a decision. Is that what you're meaning?
I don't know if the line of dialogue is developing the character. I think it's showing character development. I would probably just say show character development.
Particular events can develop characters. Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm willing to abandon and go back to the original.
So we need to have four things is what I'm hearing. We do want to have propel the action. We do want to have provoke a decision. Are we okay with reveal aspects of a character from the EAT recommendation? And then so we just need show something along the lines of show character development, or is that what I'm hearing here, or?
Well, if it's making it worse, I don't want to make it worse. So.
Is it saying more? Does it add to it? If it doesn't add to it, then abandon it. But if it adds to it, then keep it in.
Whatever. My feelings not gonna be hurt.
I wonder if character development is kind of captured within reveal aspects of a character. Like if a character changes, that is an aspect of that character.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Because we are talking about developing characters in 6 and 7. Okay. Analyze how particular lines of dialogue or events in a story propel the action, reveal aspects of the character.
Yeah. Show how.
I'm open to whatever recommendations people have here. I don't really know.
There's no recommendation on the floor right now. And hearing none, we would accept what's there. Yeah. Are we ready to accept the original? Yes, okay, I hear that's good.
Could I
All right.
add one tiny modification? Just, I don't know if it's in our document, but just to add and why as well. So analyze how and why, and then the rest, which mirrors the cornerstone.
Okay.
That's just presenting that as an option.
Are you recommending we make that modification to the 6th and 7th grade standards as well? Because they also just say analyze how.
It's consistent with the cornerstone. Yes,
So
I agree with that.
do we-
Why, how and why?
Oh, we did do it. And not in the RI, but we didn't do it in RL. Okay. Well, and we have not done it consistently in RI, I don't think.
Can you make a note to go back and do that?
Well, I'm doing it right now. It's not that many
Okay.
standards. 7 is just worded in a way, because it doesn't have analyze how, it just says analyze the connections among.
It has it at the end.
Okay.
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 Prepare yourself to go to high school 1 and 2.
So are we good then on those standards? Okay.
Yes,
E1, E2, RL, Kid 3, that's G65, so we're all on the same page. Analyze how complex characters, events, and ideas develop and interact over the course of a text to impact overall meaning. Use the methods of characterization to analyze character development over the course of a text.
well said.
Do we have any TDOE?
We do on the next one though.
Okay.
So keep that one.
Okay. E1, E2, RI is analyze how an author presents and develops key ideas and events to impact overall meaning.
And the TDOE suggested that we add to the end or support author's purpose. I'm good with.
Are we on, do we remember how and why?
The why piece is captured in the impact overall meaning, and then and the author's purpose. That would be the why piece there.
Okay,
So
thank
just
you.
in different words. Yeah.
Not necessary then, redundant.
So what was that phrase we were adding at the end? Or
Support author's purpose.
support the- Should it be or support the author's purpose or just author's purpose?
I mean, we usually say author's purpose,
Okay.
but
Okay. E3, E4 for RL is analyze how complex characters, events, and ideas develop and interact over the course of a text to impact overall meaning. Use the methods of characterization to analyze character development over the course of a text.
Good. I hear a thumbs up, or I see a thumbs up. Are we good?
And then
All right.
E3, E4 RI is analyze how an author's choices regarding the ordering of ideas and events, the introduction and development of ideas, and connections among ideas impact overall meaning.
we have feedback on that one.
Yeah.
They suggested adding to the end or support author's purpose, and also removing the words, the ordering of ideas and events.
So how would it read then?
Analyze how an author's choices analyze how an author's choices impact. That's not the introduction and development of ideas and connections among ideas impact overall meaning or support author's purpose. We're going to have to work with that.
So it would be analyze how an author's choices regarding the introduction and development of ideas and connections among ideas impact overall meaning or support author's purpose.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Having made those changes, is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Moving on.
All right, we're on to
Knocked
4.
another one off.
3/10 of the way there. All right, 4th grade. Our cornerstone is I think they're gonna have to send me back to school. Fourth cornerstone is interpret words and phrases as they were used in a text, including technical, connotative, and figurative meanings, and analyze how specific word choices shape meaning or tone. The kindergarten standard is with prompting and support, ask and answer questions about unknown words and texts, and identify words and phrases that suggest feelings or appeal to the senses.
Okay, I have a flag. Do you have a flag? Do we all have a flag?
Yeah.
Okay, we all have a flag. Yes. Yeah.
Not until third grade, though.
Mine says, and Ms. Winter says, flagging that grades K through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12 all have formulations of this standard that are not well aligned. Please consider tighter vertical alignment for K-12.
Same for middle school.
Also wanted to mention that there was a lot of survey feedback, you guys probably remember this, about the dislike of the use of the word technical meanings in here.
Elsewhere, we've pretty intentionally removed technical meanings.
Okay.
So I think probably. So do we want to just remove? What's that?
Yes, it was a typo on the elementary.
Okay.
So are we proposing then a change to the cornerstone, interpret words and phrases as they were used in a text to say including connotative and figurative meanings instead of including technical, connotative, and figurative meanings? So just removing technical. Okay, I'll make a note for that. Yeah. I don't think we replaced technical with anything. I think we generally, I can recall, I mean, I don't want to say that definitively, but I know we changed domain specific consistently, but not technical. Generally, we remove technical when we had technical.
Why are we removing technical?
If I can recall correctly, when we got to it earlier, no one could really tell me what that meant.
Patty?
It's not up there on the screen right now, so.
Oh, from the cornerstone.
It's not up on the screen.
I got it.
So it's technical as an adjective to the verb meaning, to the noun meaning,
Yes.
technical meanings.
I think I see a problem there.
No, we've been defining it as essentially what y'all have been calling discipline specific or domains. I don't forget what y'all settled on. Discipline specific.
Discipline and
yeah,
subject.
that those were equivalent here.
Okay.
But in this uses, is it meaning like, or is meaning discipline?
Has nothing to do with vocational or real world.
Including subject to
It's going to make this really, grammatically, it's going to be a nightmare. Syntactically, it's going to be a nightmare if we try to do that.
Okay, take it out.
Are you? Okay. So remove technical from cornerstone. Okay. So back to kindergarten. That wasn't an intentional joke. With prompting and support, ask and answer questions about unknown words and text and identify words and phrases that suggest feelings or appeals to the senses. Actually, I know there was a flag that ran pretty much.
Well, yeah, there's no comment. It just says that flagging that all grades K through 12 all have formulations of this standard that are not well aligned. Please consider tighter vertical alignment.
Oh, so it's the vertical alignment of the issue. So we'll just need to be intentional as we move forward to ensure this is vertically aligned. Okay. Okay, great. Then let's get into it. Okay, for fourth grade, with prompting and fourth grade. With
I was like,
fourth
whoa,
standard.
hold
Fourth
on.
standard.
Okay,
Sorry,
okay.
fourth standard. With prompting and support, ask and answer questions about unknown words in a text and identify words and phrases that suggest feelings or appeals to the senses. Any thoughts on that standard?
There's no comment.
Seems reasonable to me.
Next.
The RI version of this is with prompting and support, determine the meaning of words and phrases in a text relevant to a kindergarten topic or subject area.
No comment.
We good there?
And it's the same.
Okay. Ask and answer questions about unknown words in a text And identify words and phrases that suggest feelings or appeal to the senses.
There's no comment.
Go.
One RI is determine the meaning of words and phrases in a text relevant to a grade 1 topic or subject area. We have been changing grade 1 to first grade, so I'll change that.
There's no comment, and it's the same other than that.
Is there a reason why in the RLs it says ask and answer questions about unknown words, and then in the RIs is determine the meaning of words?
The ask and answer questions is new. Before that, for one, it was identify words and phrases in stories and poems that suggest feelings or appeal to the senses. So that ask and answer questions is new. So if we want to stay, they keep it.
It runs through what we've looked at, like the K through
And the
2.
net, yeah.
K through 2 is ask and answer questions. Or no, yeah, it's ask and answer questions. Whereas originally it was identify.
And then in third grade, they have to determine the meaning on their own. So do you think we should add ask and answer in first and second to the RI as well?
I don't know. I'm just wondering why there's a difference, if there's a purpose behind that.
I don't know either. I just know that it's new. The RIs are exactly the same. The RL are the ones that changed in first and second.
I think it would make some sense to change the language. If we feel that ask and answer questions is the appropriate language, I think it would make some sense to change the language in the RIs to be analogous with that. I see what you're saying about why I don't.
Because it doesn't matter if it's literature or information at that level. If they're asking for in literature, you would think that they would do the same thing for informational. So just change it to ask and answer for the RI as well. I mean, I feel like they thought it was developmental. That's why it was changed. Because like I said, before then it was determined.
I mean,
Yes.
now I will say it is still determined for RI. So yeah, I mean.
Yes. I take that back. For the RL, it was for the first grade, it was identify words and phrases in stories that suggest feelings that appeal to the senses. So
Can I say something?
yes.
I'm seeing it now. That ask and answer questions is not brand new. That was in the kindergarten version of the standard.
Yes, so they've moved it up.
And there was a progression. It was ask and answer questions, then it was identify, then it was describe, then they got in line with determine, that we've been consistently using in RI.
So they just brought that ask and answer up in first and second grade.
I still don't really understand why it would be different in RL than in RI.
But in kindergarten for the RI, it still says determine.
Yeah, they went straight to determine. I guess that was it. Did we just use determine for?
I'm gonna look up the rationale for it, 'cause I
Okay.
can't remember, but I.
I think whatever decision we make, we just need to mirror what's happening in RL and RI at each grade level.
We have a suggestion put forth.
We're waiting on the justification.
So our rationale, it just says to continue to support the work of the previous grade level. And then kindergarten says for coherence leading into first grade. That's for RL. And then for RI, let's see. We had no change proposed for K1 or 2.
So which is causing the discrepancy
Yeah,
in language here.
right.
I think what is appropriate for us at this point is just to decide at each grade level for both RL and RI, which is the right phrasing to use.
So we need to probably go back to kindergarten if we're going to do that, because they have an RL to ask and answer questions. So
Yeah.
for kindergarten, RI, do the same.
So do we feel ask and answer questions is appropriate for kindergarten? That's what we should ask them to do.
Yes.
And
I
then,
think so.
so in first grade,
Then we need
are
to
we
change to
determining?
RI. And then do we want to move to determine after kindergarten? Once they get to first grade, they start determining. That's what they were doing previously in RI since kindergarten, but
It took away with prompting and support. No, it didn't. It
No,
didn't. Sorry.
not in kindergarten.
No, it didn't. So we were working on a coherence where kindergarten is ask and answering questions. Are they also identifying words and phrases? So theirs is the same as first grade, is that correct?
Yes,
And then second grade describes. So that's how it changes, right?
for RL,
Yes.
currently it reads ask and answer questions, ask and answer questions, ask and answer questions.
They did add on the
And
two
identify
and
and
describe
Okay.
and
Oh,
identify.
yes, that's
Yeah.
why I missed
So
that.
K in one identify and second grade describes.
Yeah, I just think it's important that we mirror.
The ask and answer questions is the new part. The
Right.
other part is identical to what was previously the standard.
Okay. So
I
are
don't
you
see
asking if you
describe, I
should-
see determine.
Oh,
That's
just on the
RI.
RLs.
So are you asking, should you put ask and answer questions on RI?
Yes.
Do you guys have a preference on that? I mean, whatever you guys decide on that one.
For this task, to me personally, it doesn't seem like there's a real difference in doing it in a literary text versus an informational text. So I don't know why we would use different terminology to describe it. It seems like we're asking them to do a whole lot more in RI than we are in RL currently, and I don't think that's appropriate. So I'm just trying to normalize. I think we came to a consensus on ask and answer questions about as the language for RI and RL for kindergarten. For first grade, it currently has the difference between ask and answer questions and determine. Which do we feel is the more developmentally appropriate language here
For which grade?
for first grade?
I would defer to our elementary people.
Determine. Okay.
Determine.
Okay.
Everybody agree with determine?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, let's roll.
The missing ones. Okay. And then second grade, we got this ask and answer questions about unknown words in a text and describe how words and phrases supply meaning in a story, poem, or song.
I'm
I
just gonna say. Okay, so I think that if we're going to do and determine in first grade, it needs to be determined in second grade.
Yes,
So we determine, do we want to include this language about describe how words and phrases supply meaning in a text, in a story, poem, or song as well? So it would be determine the meaning. It would be determine the meaning of words and phrases of unknown words in a text and describe how the words and phrases supply meaning in a story, poem, or song.
yes.
Okay.
And is that acceptable to everyone? All right, let's roll.
Okay. Second grade RI is determine the meaning of words and phrases in a text relevant to a grade 2 topic or subject area. I'm going to change that to second grade rather than grade 2. Do we have anything else?
No comment, it's the same.
Go.
Okay. third grade RL is determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in a text, distinguishing literal from non-literal language, e.g. feeling blue versus the color blue.
No comment, and it's the same.
Go.
Are you sad, Miss Baird, or is there a comment? Are you blue? You are.
Oh, hold on. Well, it says RI. Hold on just a second. It does say, it's not labeled, but it does say, it says since RLCS4 has students distinguish between literal and figurative language, please consider adding this guidance to RI as well.
Okay. But as far as RL for 3, I do think we need to change. We have used VS instead of versus elsewhere, so I think start writing the word out.
Yes.
I think we should do that for consistency, but
That's why it was labeled RI, because it's not related.
okay. Otherwise, so for third, they recommended we do what?
Please consider adding this guidance to RI that we distinguish, that the students distinguish between literal and figurative language.
At the third grade level?
Yes.
Determine the meaning of words and phrases in a text, distinguishing.
So I guess instead of determine the literal and figurative meaning
Yes.
of words and phrases.
Yes, that's a good addition.
And then they also want us to consider adding the phrase as they are used in a text, since it appears in the third grade RL.
Okay, so you want to read that in its entirety now?
Yeah, we're literally just copying the RL language directly over. I mean, it sounds like it's the exact same language.
Yes.
So seems to me we should basically just copy and paste the RL over to the RI.
Yes, because what?
We are going to have as they are used in a text, though.
All of your
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, I'm going to try to put the two together. Determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in text, comma, or in a text. Distinguishing literal from non-literal language in a text relevant to a third or grade 3 or third grade, however we're putting it, topic or subject area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what we have. Okay.
So you're asking them to discriminate then?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Then we'll move to fourth. Determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in a text, including figurative language with an emphasis on similes and metaphors. I think there needs to be a comma before with there.
There was no comment.
Keep it. Keep it, they say.
I would put a comma after language there, but
I think that sounds like a good idea.
okay.
We have consensus.
Okay. Fourth grade RI is determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in a text relevant to a grade 4 topic or subject area, including figurative, connotative, and technical meanings. Assume we're going to need to take some of the workshopping we did from 3 and move it over to 4.
Yeah, technical, we're taking that out.
Yes, we were taking that out. So it would be determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in a text, including figurative, connotative, and connotative meanings relevant to a third grade or fourth grade topic or subject area. Is that what we're kind of thinking here?
What happened to similes and metaphors?
I don't see that we've got anything about similes and metaphors here.
RL4.
Oh, yes. Yeah. But this is RI. We're talking about. Yeah. Are you asking why it's in RL but not in RI? Chairman,
Yeah.
I guess. I can't necessarily speak to that. I don't know.
So I think in all of them, it is specifically said in RL, but it's not in RI. But it's also in the foundational literacy, the same figurative language that's expected at each grade.
Okay.
Okay, so it now reads, determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in a text, including figurative and connotative meanings relevant to a fourth grade topic or subject area. Are we good with that?
Acceptable? Yes. Okay. I see the nods.
Okay.
Good to go.
Okay. Our RL and our RI are switched here for some reason, but so I'm gonna move down a cell and do RL because I like doing RL first before we do RI. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're fine.
That was in the original standard. Bro. We haven't gotten there yet, but we compare and contrast the treatment of similar themes, topics, patterns of events and stories. There, of course, in that other standards, not only vertically in this strand, but across strands.
And that they wanted to look at a tighter alignment across K-12. So you might want to think about that. Let me look at why our rationale on that one. You said fourth grade? Let me look.
It was vertical.
Right, that was their recommendation, but I was just expressing even cross-curricular connections if we.
Oh, RL? Okay. Okay, it says that they revised for clarity in accordance to stakeholder feedback.
We can hear each other, so.
It's different enough.
For 8? Oh, that's middle school.
Do you have a recommended wording we could?
Would it be in ours? Oh,
And it might be because it's the only one that has it. Like third grade doesn't have it and fifth grade doesn't have it. Like nobody else has it. It's just kind of thrown in there in fourth grade. So I don't know.
As it
Okay, so it's just what the including was changed with from an emphasis on similes and metaphors to this. I think I kind of prefer the old language, like you have read aloud, to the emphasis on similes and metaphors.
I think the similes and metaphors. I mean, if we want to add the literature and history in, but I still think it needs to be, because before in fourth grade, it just said the meaning, like it doesn't have anything about literal. It's almost just kind of thrown in there. It has nothing to do with figurative language. Because it's the only one that has nothing to do with figurative language, pretty much. And then all of a sudden, literature and history. I don't know. But maybe that's because, sorry, we've got 15 over here. And maybe, and so I don't know that fourth grade teachers would understand that. So maybe we need to add allusions.
Ready for that.
Like I know, like, and just when we do figurative language, allusions is not in our standard, but I know a figurative, specifically a figurative language activity that we do when we're reading. One of the allusions is they are talking about the red slippers, and that's what I talk to my kids about. Well, if they're talking about red slippers, who do you think about? And so we're talking, Dorothy. So we kind of talk about it, even though it's not our standard, and it's not hard for my kids to understand it in fifth grade. I mean, I don't think that it would be basic allusions, but just reading it, I would have never gotten allusions from the way that it's written. Does that make sense? Because I'm like, it doesn't even make sense to me why it's put there.
We've received a lot of feedback from teachers about illusions being, because it's currently at the sixth grade level, being too early, because they have not developed enough knowledge of text and so forth. And so the recommendation by a lot of teachers was to start at, I think, around eighth grade, or seventh or whatever. I think that's up to you all, but I just wanted to share that feedback. That's something we get regularly.
Oh, that was.
This is your
fine.
deadline, I think.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always making
Mhm.
songs, so I necessarily.
I was going to say specifically in fourth grade for the foundational literacy standard, that fourth graders, their figurative language would be similes, simple similes and metaphors, common idioms, and proverbs.
So we can use language that's adding those extra words to it. Which says, determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in a text, including figurative language with an emphasis on similes, metaphors, idioms, and
Proverbs.
proverbs. Is that language acceptable?
Original, I can read. I've got it right here. It says, including those that refer to significant characters and situations found in literature and history.
But makes no mention of figurative language. Well, they're saying illusions is too hard at this level. So, well, what about, you said it was in one of the icky standards. Why? That's what I call them. They are icky. The IKI? Yeah, that's what we call them. So if we, if it, if you think that we're losing something in that standard, then we could add, when we get to that one, we could go back and add that wording where it maybe fits more appropriately. Do you think? Yeah. Well,
I told you this would happen. Yeah, I mean, I think the lower level would be references. I think references to a thing, but I don't know if that's common practice in K-5 classroom. We could also, I mean, it says in the original wording, it said including those that refer to significant characters and situations found in literature and history. As you said, fourth graders aren't, they're not going to use quixotic, but like they might be able to including those that refer to significant people and events found in pop culture and history or something like that. Seems like maybe like I think the literature is the real thing here that is probably developmentally inappropriate.
the only thing is, like all of these standards match the figurative language that's discussed in our foundational literacy. So this would be something kind of thrown in that's not mentioned in. That's the only thing. If we add allusions here, like it wasn't mentioned in foundational literacy, and all the other grades, they match up.
Okay, so there was intentionality in pairing these up with foundational literacy.
Yeah, that's what this, in every other standard vertically, and in both of them, it's figurative language. Or unknown words and phrases, but the literal meaning and the connotative meaning. So, or figurative.
Is that where we're all at? Yeah, I will say it's 4:20, so we have 10 minutes remaining. Are we? There was to use including figurative language with an emphasis on similes and metaphors.
It's also mentioned in the foundational literacy that they do common idioms and proverbs.
Okay. So, okay. We'll be happy to. Yes, that is RL. We've actually already done all right. I would hope so. All right. We have determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in a text relevant to a grade 5 topic or subject area, including figurative, connotative, and technical meanings. No, that's RI. This is the one that they're in opposite order. Okay, that one confused me. Sorry, I apologize. 5RL is determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in a text, including figurative language with an emphasis on similes and metaphors, analyzing the impact of sound devices such as alliteration and repetition on meaning and tone. That one's a lot.
Well, I think so. The TDOE says to put a semicolon after metaphors, but I also think that since we added the the idioms and proverbs, that's also a 5th grade skill in foundational literacy. So we probably need to add similes, metaphors, idioms, proverbs, and then the semicolon.
Okay. Okay. This one's gonna. I need a little workshopping here, so just give me a second.
Just simply adding
Simply.
idioms and proverbs and then a semicolon.
Okay.
And then the rest.
Similes, metaphors, idioms, and proverbs, semicolon. Analyze the impact of sound devices such as alliteration and repetition on meaning and tone. Yes. Right. But what she's saying is that by the use of the semicolon, it is now sequestering the impact on meaning and tone to specifically alliteration and repetition, not the other devices mentioned here. Yeah, well, yeah, we don't do that. So I can do that. That one's easy. No, it'll be an Ichi. Yeah, I kind of think I'm fine with the TDOE recommendation here. Sure. Determine the meaning of words and phrases as they are used in a text relevant to a grade 5 topic or subject area, including figurative, connotative, and technical meanings. This feels like we should basically adopt the language that we used in the previous standard exactly, because this was originally the exact same as 4th grade, and we changed 4th grade a little bit, so we should just move over the changes there. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen. Are meeting in person.
We will deliberate on WebEx. Yeah. They have not changed.
That is correct, Ms. Beard. No.
They haven't changed anything yet. They have just simply left comments that we will review as deliberatively. Yeah.
Excellent. That sounds perfect to me. I appreciate y'all doing that, especially from two expert writers and copy editors. No, I just wanted to, of course, thank everyone. Again, it's a dedication to the committee that we are here at 427, and I'm so proud of y'all. And then just had a substantive question around, given what we have left, and I'll recount it as I best know, it's on my computer, but we have some reading standards to go. I checked. I think it takes us down to like row 2. Okay, that sounds right, because we do go up to 10 still on these. Okay, so you've got about wait, you said we have a third done or a third to go? So 2/3 of the writing standards. We have some, let's see, all of the elective standards except for maybe genre literature. Did y'all work on that? Okay, and I believe there's like 12 or 13 electives. So let's call it 10 to 11. And we've got some supporting language, and you've got, last I checked, 20 items in the parking lot. How many hours of online meetings do you think? Oh, absolutely. Welcome, Representative Hardaway. Thank you so much for coming. We're wrapping up, so it won't be too interesting from here, but we're so excited to have you. And if we can answer any questions, please let us know.
It's interesting to see someone working on Capitol Hill. Yeah, so
I assure you the SRC is working day and night and then some to get these standards right, as is their predecessors. Right.
thank you all for accepting the challenge. How necessary you are. And couldn't do it without you. Thank you. Our privilege.
And all the way from Memphis, no less. So thank you, Representative Hardaway. Members, how many hours, based on what I just described? One word to give me a ballpark number. When you say a day, you're talking about like a full business day. Okay. You read my mind. Okay, so 3 to 6 days approximately is what I'm hearing from one member. Would love others' thoughts. Okay, 15 hours. Okay.
Just flagging.
Mhm.
Thank you. Just flagging.
So I've heard a proposal for 9 business hours. I've heard a proposal for 15 business hours. I'm not saying you have to have a crystal ball, just so that I don't overschedule you or underschedule you. Of course, we can always circle back from there. Any other proposals from committee members between 9 hours and 15 hours? Yes, that is my intention, is to start no earlier than 3 o'clock. Would that conflict with any teaching schedules? 3:30. Okay, just know that that's 6:30, 7:30. Okay, if you could send that to me via email, that would be really helpful. Oh, your classes. Oh, very cool. Okay. Last call. Okay. So I hear Ms. Dockery's official vote for 15 hours. Would anyone else like to vote on 15 hours? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'd like to cluster them together as much as possible, so we're not switching context too much. Okay, well, members, thank you so much. I said my thank yous this morning, but could not do this work without you. And, they're committed to that time too. So